Hey guys. Here is part 2 of What If Naruto was taken back by the Uzumaki Clan. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start.
We are paid, that's all. We are God.
Chapter 8 Kidnapped. 2 days after the events on Chapter 7. Konoha. Life in Konoha was expected to go back to normal after the attack. But no, the village have started to get more problems little by little instead. At first, they were having trouble gaining income as most of their contractors have pulled out. Only the fire capital was now left to support their finances. Second was medication and treatment for those who had been wounded during the attack and those who were still sick. The Sandaime Hokage was now feeling regretful declining his student Tsunade's request for Konoha's medical improvement and advanced training. Now that his student was believed to have died during the attack on Uzushio, he now realized his village really did need the medical program. Third problem was, all the villagers were low on morale. Even the shinobi on duty have become jumpy whenever they sense movement. Worst of all, the civilian council had been pestering him ever since the day the epidemic have ceased. They would constantly demand for a meeting and wanted their lost businesses compensated. But due to the economic problem the village was facing, Sarutobi could not just give away the money from Konoha's coffers to everyone who have lost valuables during the attack. The Shinobi Council thankfully did not bother him that much, but they were starting to. The clan heads were trying to find a solution to their clan's problems by not relying on their Hokage too much. But they were now having problems. The Inuzuka clan members' noses were still burned due to the strong smell the attack and the epidemic produced. They were also experiencing slight ringing on their ears that made them dizzy. This was because of the lightning flash the unknown attackers did. While the Hyuga clan members were starting to recover, those who had been near the flash were still half blind. The Aburame clan's bugs were agitated, while the Yamanaka clans also getting minor headaches. The Akamichi clan have asked for assistance just this morning as their food supplies were starting to get low. With no food to eat, they will be of no help when placed on duty as their bodies needed constant food. Only the Nara clan seemed to have no problem, or they were probably feeling too lazy to even bother at all. The Sandaime Hokage have also noticed the Uchiha clan having some problems. Although he still has no idea what it was about, he sensed that the clan tasked for the police force were hiding something from him. Konoha Gates. At the gates, 2 gate guards were looking like they wanted to die. Needless to say, they were bored, since they were always assigned on gate guard duty. It was early in the morning and one of the 2 yawned lazily, and spoke to his partner. Ugh. This is so boring. I wish something happens, he said as he yawned again. Oh please no. Don't say that, Kotetsu. The last time you asked for it, 10 hours later the village got raided. I don't think I'd like another raid. I'd rather do this gate guard duty thing without a hitch, replied his partner. Oh man. You're right, Izumo. Heh. Sorry. He chuckled while he scratched his head and looked over the road past the huge gates and squinted his eyes, noticing something. Hey wait, look! What is that? Kotetsu pointed out to the road. Oh crap. Something's happening. Damn it. Why did you have to whine earlier? Izumo said, now feeling a bit anxious as he also stared past the gates. He could see a figure slowly approaching but could not clearly see it as the figure looked like it was wearing a cloak. Oh shit. Do we alert the ANBU? Wait. Let's continue watching it first. I'm sure the ANBU hidden would have also sensed this cloaked figure's slow arriving presence, Kotetsu said, although he stood up and had his hands on the hilt of his weapon and got into a stance. Izumo followed suit and drew out a kunai and also went into a stance. The ANBU that was hidden noticed the 2 guards stood up moving into a defensive stance, and they too got alert. The 2 gate guards anxiously waited for the figure to approach. As it got nearer, they started to see an outline of a woman wearing a cloak. As the woman came into view, they noticed that she was limping and her clothing were damaged and had blood spots on the holes, indicating her wounds. Quickly! Someone call a medic team! Izumo and Kotetsu both shouted as they rushed to the woman to help. The wounded woman tripped and slowly fell. Thankfully Izumo managed to catch her before she hit the ground. The 2 guards heard that her breathing was ragged. They almost jumped in fright when the woman screamed. No! Please stop! No more! Just take our items! Please let us go! They realized that the woman was unaware that she was not in any kind of danger. She thought that she was still in whatever place she came from. Hey miss! Calm down! You're alright, Izumo said as he gently shook the woman. No! What dash? The woman seemed to realize now that someone was gently shaking her. Hey, it's alright. You're safe now, Kotetsu said. Whe, where am I? You do not know? The two guards asked, intrigued. So you really was walking unconsciously here, huh? Anyway, you're at Konoha. Konoha? You're a Konoha ninja, aren't you? She asked nervously. Well, yeah, they both replied. The woman widened her eyes as she started to go hysterical. Please help us. We got ambushed. They started killing off my family. What? Who? Rogue Shinobi. Please help me. My family. No. They're dead. No, they're not dead. But they killed them. Please help me, she said as she started to sob. Rogue Shinobi. I saw their headbands, Iwa and Kumo. My family and I were wanderers. I and my father was the only one who knew about the shinobi arts. I tried to fight. But my father told me to flee before he got killed. No. They're not dead, she screamed as she started to stand up. We need to go back. We need to help them. We need to dash. Her sentence was cut off as she finally lost consciousness. Kotetsu caught her and helped Izumo carry her to a stretcher as the medics have finally arrived along with the Hokage. What happened? The Hokage asked as the medics checked on the woman's pulse. The guards then told him what the woman have told them. Sir, her life is not in danger. She fainted due to emotional stress and physical stress from combat. We're going to take her to the hospital now, the lead medic said as they carried the unconscious woman inside the village to get treated. Rogue Iwa and Kumo Shinobi? Could it be? The Hokage silently thought to himself as he blew on his pipe. You too, I want a detailed report about this incident after your shift. Now go back to your posts. Hi, the two said as they went back to their boring job. 3 hours later, Konoha Hospital. The woman slowly regained consciousness and opened her eyes, finding herself in a white room. She heard a beeping sound and realized she was at the hospital. So, you're finally awake, a voice said. The woman looked up and saw a nurse wearing round glasses holding a clipboard. Rogue Iwa and Kumo Shinobi, huh? Well. Who wouldn't have believed your story? You sounded very convincing. Oh well, I guess great acting really runs in our family. Anko Nei-chan. The woman panicked and silently berated herself for being caught too easily. She was now freaking out but did not show it. She stared at the nurse and calmly spoke. I do not know what you are talking about. Drop the act? We're the only ones here. You do not have to worry about people knowing about your identity. Your secret is safe with me. Who are you? What? You do not recognize me? I'm hurt. Anko stared at the man closely and memories of a boy with round glasses flashed in her mind. Kabuto Otuto? Nei-chan. I'm glad you still know me. I miss you, Kabuto said as he hugged the woman who now turned out to be his elder sister. I miss you too, Kabuto-kun. I'm sorry I didn't recognize you sooner, Anko said as she returned the hug. Heh. It's alright. So what brings you here? Tu-chan asked me to join Konoha's forces and to spy for him. Tu-chan? How is he? Where is he now? I got loads of things to tell him. We haven't heard about you two for ages. Well, ever since he defected from this village, he's been hiding in places. We never stayed in a place for more than 3 days. We were constantly on the move. I see. Well, the next time you report to him, tell him that Ka-chan and I need to talk to him personally. We've got some message to relay. Why don't you tell me? Sorry, it is an SS class secret. It's not that I trust you. But I'm just being careful. I see. So how's Ka-kan doing? She's fine. She's also one of the head medics here. You'll meet her later. Anyway, I have to go. I've stayed here for too long. Alright. I'll see you when I get released, Anko said as she went back to bed. Yeah, see you later then, Kabuto said as he exited the room. Finally. I'm home, Anko thought as she went back to sleep. Hyuga compound. The whole family, both main and branch, have gathered to the Hyuga clan's arena to watch the match between the heiress and her cousin who was from the branch family. Everybody knew what will happen if the heiress loses. While the branch family hated the main house, they felt sorry for Hinata as they knew she was different from the main family and have already expressed her intentions on removing the caged bird seal from the branch members and finally combining both houses into one again. The person who was going to be her opponent, on the other hand, felt different. Neji hated Hinata and blamed her for the death of his father. 2 years ago, she almost got kidnapped by Kumo Shinobi but was saved. The Raikage demanded compensation for his dead shinobi's lives, and the Hyuga clan offered Hizashis to be placed on their stead. Hizashi was then brought to Kumo only to be killed and his body and eyes to be examined. Neji was then left an orphan. The Hyuga clan members took their seats and waited for the match to start as the two combatants got into the gentle fist stance. Hajime! A Hyuga referee shouted as he jumped back to the seats. The two did not move and waited for the other to make an attack first. You cannot win. Fate has decided that I should win. In the end, you will be branded the caged bird seal like us. Your path is to walk the road of the branch members, Neji said coldly. And no. I see cannot lose T to YU. I am going to W win. A and O once I B became a chair, I W will abolish T the C caged B bird seal. Hinata stuttered nervously, although her declaration made most of the branch family members cheer for her. It is my destiny to win. You will become a servant. Now prepare to lose, Neji shouted as he dashed at the heiress. He sent a roundhouse kick that connected to the girl's jaw, sending her flying to the wall. Neji did not relent and immediately went after her to perform another hit. Hinata quickly recovered and was able to block a punch that was sent to her face. Her opponent attempted another hit, sending her a knee kick. Once again she was able to block it and counterattacked by performing a strong palm strike to her opponent's chest, sending him crashing away. You got lucky. But your luck will run out now. I am to win by fate, the boy said as he quickly stood up and got into a stance. Both fighters ran to each other with the intent to maim. Hinata was getting fed up with his cousin's fate crap, while Neji's ego was damaged as he got hit by someone whom he called a weakling. Both threw out deadly strikes. The sound of punches, jabs, kicks, and slaps were heard throughout the arena. Neji was able to make most of his attacks hit his opponent, while Hinata was having trouble keeping up with him. After about 3 minutes of close fighting, both fighters disengaged and watched each other. Neji now had a few bruises on his body and face, while his chest felt like it was getting squeezed as he got hit by a palm strike for more than 10 times. Hinata, on the other hand, was bleeding. Her eye was swollen while the other had a cut. She had more bruises and hers were bigger. Her body now felt sore. Neji could hear Hinata's tired breathing and decided to end the match. Once again, he charged while his opponent got into the main house's stance. He simply smirked as he knew what she was going to do, and he already had a counter for the move. As he approached the heiress with a flying kick, Hinata shifted her footing and caught it. She immediately used her fingers to close Neji's tenketsu points on his leg. This infuriated the boy and made him attack even more viciously as he failed to counterattack the move that closed his leg's tenketsu points. He used his other foot for a knee kick and was able to hit the girl in the stomach, making her double in pain and cough out some blood. He took a step back and got into a main house stance. You are within my field of divination, Neji proclaimed, making everyone in the arena gasp. Impossible! He's bluffing. He couldn't possibly know that technique. How did he learn that technique? He's a branch member. How? Many thought to themselves as they watched in anticipation. Hack Rokujuyan Show, Gentle Fist Art, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Neji shouted as he began striking Hinata, closing off her tenketsu points. And I show! Yan show! Hachi show! Jiroka show! Sanjuni show! Rokujuyan show! His last set of attacks hit Hinata square in the chest, sending her crashing to the wall and making her cough out huge amounts of blood. Most of the clan, especially from the main house, were in disbelief of Neji being able to perform the Hack Rokujuyan show, as it was only taught to the main house members. One of the elders who defended Hinata during the meeting was the first one to recover and jumped down to the arena as she saw Neji charging at Hinata with a killing blow. The elder was able to interfere between the two and sealed off the boy's arms and legs tenketsu points. That's enough, Neji. You have already won. There is no need to kill the heiress, the elder said sternly. She is not the heiress. Not anymore, Neji said coldly as he started to walk away. You got lucky today, Hinata. Fate has decided for you to live. But do not worry, I'm going to kill you in another time. Father, forgive me for not being able to do it. I will wait for the time our paths cross again. Only fate knows when. When that happens, I will make sure to kill her. And then you will be avenged, father. The elder watched the boy exit the arena and then looked at Hinata sadly and carefully detached her from the wall. I'm so sorry, Hinata-chan, she told the girl as she waited for the medics to arrive. In the stands, the spectators were starting to recover from their shock. They just witnessed a branch member beat down a main member, and exclusively, the heiress, using one of the main family's technique. Whoa! That was unexpected, said by a branch member. I should have known, said another one. Of course. The main family's right. She's a weakling, commented by another one. Who are we kidding? She just got our hopes up. But in the end, she still lost. We'll never be free from this cursed seal. Not when the heiress is such a weakling. Yeah. Most of the branch members were thinking and saying of the same thing. There were only less than 5 branch members who were still grateful to Hinata even if she lost. Soon the crowd got into an uproar. Buh! Weakling! Welcome to the branch family! Ha ha! The elder and Hinata sadly listened, while the former glared at the crowd. You ungrateful bastards! The elder hissed. Thankfully, the medics finally arrived to take the now former heiress to the hospital to be given medical attention and to get away from the clan members who were now hostile against her. I'm so sorry, Oba-chan. I failed. Hinata weakly whispered as she started to sob. Shhhh, it's all right, Hinata-chan. Do not worry, everything's going to be fine. She tried to calm the girl as she was taken away by the medics. Uzushio Gakure. Uzukage's private training grounds. Kaboom! Explosions could be heard from the Uzukage's mansion. When the people heard it for the first time, a lot of storm quickly gathered to inspect the area. They thought something bad happened but only found the lost Maelstrom training. They were now starting to get used to the explosions. During the last few days, Konan, Nagato, and Yahiko had trained Naruto hard so that he could master a few techniques before they left for their mission to Amegakure. On the last day of their training, Naruto had finally mastered Konan's paper manipulation. He could now create and fold dozens of origami using only chakra and send them flying into a target. Yahiko taught him the substitution jutsu and the transformation jutsu. Naruto could now substitute himself to anything that was within 10-meter radius. He is still training so that he could perform the substitution with another object farther than 10 meters. Surprisingly, Naruto was able to perfect the henge 2 hours after Yahiko showed it to him. Nagato taught him a few basic sealing techniques. He taught Naruto how to make storage seals and weighing seals to be used for training. Nagato was surprised when Naruto showed him an exploding seal. He had no idea how the boy learned about it. He later figured out that the Naruto learned to do it himself from reading the books he got from the bookstore owner, Nami. Nagato silently prayed to the gods that the Uzukage won't kill him because Naruto now knows about explosive seals. Even though the knowledge Naruto has about it were basic, it was still dangerous as he could get himself blown up should he make a mistake with drawing the seal. On their last day to Uzushio, Naruto asked his 3 senseis to watch him perform the techniques they taught him. The boy was also excited to show them something new he learned by himself. The 3 watched in a distance as Naruto showed them his new technique. They were very proud of him when he was able to show them everything they have taught him and perform those techniques perfectly. Look! I got this idea when I learned the exploding seal! Naruto shouted excitedly. Naruto then took out a dozen explosive tags that he made. Using his chakra, he formed the tags into origami. He made 11 cranes and 1 huge fox. Next he set them off flying to a target. Behold! This is my art! You see these origami? I'll show them to my enemies in the battlefield. They will be awed with my art. When the cranes reached their target Naruto trailed off as he made a single hand sign. Katsu! 11 consecutive booms were heard as the cranes reached their dummy target and exploded. They explode! Naruto cheered happily. But wait, there's more! He said as the huge paper fox reached the target. Katsu! Kaboom! Art! Is an explosion! Naruto said happily. Meanwhile, his 3 senseis watched in awe. I'm so proud! Nagato said and trailed off. And scared of him at the same time, Yahiko finished. Yeah. Nagato and Yahiko agreed. They looked at their female friend who had stars in her eyes and a huge blush on her face. Konan? Are you alright? Beautiful. So beautiful, his art, she murmured. I never knew someone would be as indigenous as him. Konan? Why are you shaking? And you're breathing heavily. I just had an orgasm, Konan said as she stared dreamily at Naruto. Note to self, Konan loves explosions. Learn origami, Yahiko thought as he grinned. Nagato noticed his best friend's perverted look and also made a mental note. Yahiko's planning something. Stay away from him until he has mastered exploding origami. Somewhere. I sense a great disturbance in the force, a blonde teenage boy said as he sniffed the wind around him. The gods of explosion has spoken, I must find this kid and teach him the arts. Finally! Someone who appreciates art, the blonde said as he made small clay birds and sent them flying to a tree, exploding. Art is an explosion, he said as he cackled madly and created a giant clay bird. He stood on top of it as the bird took off. Apprentice! Wait for me, I'm going to find you. Uzukage office. Uzukage-sama. A voice hidden in the shadows spoke. Report? The woman inquired as he looked up from her desk. Hi. Our spies in Iwagakure saw that Sasuke's granddaughter and another accomplice leaving the village. They followed the two and found them headed to Konoha. I see. So they have fallen to the bait. It's only two things. They will either try to kidnap Naruto and add him to their forces, turning him against the Leaf and also gaining his dormant bloodline, or those two were sent to assassinate him in revenge to Minato for killing an entire army of their shinobi. Anything else? The Hyuga clan have decided to pit the heiress against a branch member who is believed to be a prodigy. Should the girl lose, her title as heiress will be taken away from her, and she will be branded the caged bird seal, making the heiress' little sister the rightful heiress next. The current clan head believes that his daughter is a weakling and will lose against the branch member. He has already unofficially declared the younger girl as heiress. Tell Hikari to take care of the younger girl. She will know what to do. Hi. There's more. Our spies in Kumagakure has spotted 4 of the Raikage's highest-ranking shinobi leaving the village. Our spies tailed them and found them headed to Konoha as well. We believe that they will try to attempt kidnapping the Hyuga heiress. That's good. It's all good. Everything is going according to plan so far. Make sure that the Iwa and Kumo shinobi gets caught or spotted by Konoha snooping inside their village. The Leaf already suspects both villages for attacking them a week ago, thanks to the specific jutsus our raiding teams used. Should Konoha catch those Kumo and Iwa shinobi in their territory, the Leaf's suspicions will grow stronger, and they will most likely become hostile to both villages, accusing them for attacking during a time of peace. Also, the Raikage and the Tsuchikage will no doubt deny these accusations and will definitely be hostile to Konoha as well for being suspected at. Make sure that my orders regarding this issue reaches our spies in Konoha before the Iwa and Kumo shinobi arrive. Which means before this afternoon, the Uzukage said as she handed the spy a folder. Understood, Uzukage-sama. Before I leave, there's one last thing. Earlier this morning, Konoha admitted a woman to their hospital. Our spies in Konoha were not fooled and believe that the woman is also a spy trying to get to join Konoha's ranks. Nono asked to talk to me specifically and told me her concerns. She believes that the woman was sent by Orochimaru. She told me to ask you for orders regarding the woman. Orochimaru can wait. We are in an important situation at the moment. Tell her to keep an eye out for the snake spy for now. Hi. I'll take my leave, Uzukage-sama. Thank you for the report. I'll hear from you again, she said as she returned her attention to her desk. Kanehigakure borders, late afternoon time. Finally. We're here. Akatsuchi panted. The two had been traveling almost non-stop ever since they left the village. They only stopped for water breaks and snacks. Heh. Yeah. Let's get some rest and wait until evening. It will be too risky to enter in broad daylight, Kuratsuchi replied. But we need to know where the kid is. No problem. We can send mud clones ahead. Of course. Why didn't I think of that? You're a genius. Heh. I have to be smart if I'm marrying the cutie Naruto, right? Oh yeah, whatever. I thought you were not a fangirl. Hey, I'm not. He's the first guy I've ever fawned with. Oh, shhh. Style, mud clone. Style, mud clone. 2 clones materialized for each of the two. You know what to do, Kuratsuchi said as the clones nodded and left, while her partner started to make camp. 7 hours later after Hinata and Neiji's match. Hinata woke up feeling like her world was spinning. She looked at her surroundings and noticed that she was at the hospital. She tried to sit up but still felt a little nauseous. Hinata-sama, you're awake. Here, drink this. It will take away your dizziness. As Hinata finished her drink, memories flooded back and she started crying. Father W was right. I am as such a weakling. I lost, the girl said as she bawled her eyes out. Shhhh, Hinata-sama, you are going to be alright. Please don't cry, the nurse said. Just then, they heard voices on the opposite of the door. You can't do this, a familiar female voice said. No, she lost. She will now be branded with the caged bird seal, the cold voice of the Hyuga clan had said. At least give her some rest. It can wait tomorrow. No. I know what your plans are. You want to delay her branding and make an appeal to the Hokage. But since I am the clan head, I will do what I want. Remember that, Elder Hikari. You may be my dead wife's older sister, but I am still Hinata's father. I have the power to order what happens to her. And my will is to get her branded with the seal. The door flew open with Hayashi kicking it. Hikari followed after the clan head as he strode inside the room. Nurse. I want her released now. We'll bring her to the compound. Oh, of course, Hayashi-sama. Her condition is okay now, the nurse nervously said as she finished fussing over her patient. You may now go, Hinata-sama. Just try not to move too much for a day or your body will suffer pain. Your chakra points are still raw and still needs rest. Hi. Thank you, Nurse-san, Hinata said as she stood up from her bed. She nearly fell down, but a pair of warm arms caught her. Hikari Oba-chan. Sure, it's all right, Hinata-chan. Let me help you. 1 hour later, Hyuga clan compound. The whole clan once again gathered around their private arena. This time, instead of watching a fight, they will witness for the first time someone from the main family, the heiress, to be exact, get branded with the caged bird seal. Hyuga Hinata, Hayashi called. You were deemed unworthy of being the next Hyuga clan head. You do not have the qualities of an heiress. You are weak. You are too soft. Your Byakugan is weak and does not look like the Byakugan at all. And lastly, you were defeated by a mere branch member. Therefore I, Hayashi Hyuga, the clan head, will brand you the caged bird seal as your punishment, he said as 2 branch members stepped forward and held Hinata on both sides. Hayashi made a series of hand seals and pressed his palms on the crying girl. Hinata screamed in pain as she felt her head like it was going to explode. There was a green X glow and then she felt her forehead like it was on fire. Soon the pain died out. Hinata has now been branded with the caged bird seal. Take her away, Hayashi ordered the 2 branch members. As Hinata was dragged away unconscious, the clan head called for Hanabi. As the girl stepped forward, he ordered for the crowd to stand up. Hyuga Hanabi, as the previous heiress was deemed unworthy, you are now the new Hyuga heiress. You shall accept this responsibility, and do everything I tell you to become the perfect clan head in the future. I accept. I will become the new Hyuga heiress and will do everything I can to become the perfect clan head in the future, Hanabi said confidently. In the inside, she was actually nervous and did not want the title. She saw how the clan head and the elders tortured her sister Hinata during her trainings when she was still heiress. Her aunt Hikari talked to her earlier and gave her some confidence boost. Very well. Stand up and take this responsibility, Hayashi ordered. Hanabi stood up and then the crowd applauded for their new heiress. Outside the arena. Where are they? A voice whispered. I don't know, someone replied. Sure, someone's coming, another one said. The voices hidden in the shadows watched as 2 Hyuga Chunin entered the villa carrying an unconscious girl. They watched as the 2 turned to another corridor. That's the heiress, another voice said. Taicho orders? KL, stay here and take watch. M with me. The captain and M followed the corridor where the heiress was brought. They searched each rooms and found the 3 Hyugas on the 5th room. The Kumo shinobi silently crept up to the 2 and slit their throats. The captain took out a sealing scroll and from it a sack appeared. With M's help, they stuffed the unconscious girl inside the sack, not noticing her forehead. Let's go. They returned to the area where they left K and L. That was easy. Let's get the hell out of here. Outside the Hyuga compound. Unknown to the 4 Kumo shinobi, they were being watched. They have the girl. They're heading outside. An Uzushio spy spoke to his radio. Send up the flare when they get near the Uchiha compound's gates. The Konoha patrols must be notified. The Iwa pair are also on the move. Good. The mob will form as soon as they see the boy. Uchiha compound. Sasuke just finished training and ran back to his house from the training grounds. When he got inside, he found his mother nowhere to welcome him. He silently looked around the house and went upstairs. He decided to go to his room to have his clothes changed. As he walked past his parents' room, he heard voices. Sasuke does not possess the fire of the Uchiha clan. He is too kind and is concerned of others. An Uchiha must always keep to himself, the voice of his father said. I know. Sasuke is such a weakling. I'm tired of looking after him. He is such a crybaby. Compared to Sasami, he is nothing. He might as well be banished from the clan and left for the orphanage. I do not want him, Mikoto said. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's heart broke. You too, mother? He thought as his eyes got blurry. He silently went downstairs as tears won't stop flowing from his eyes. He ran outside the house and outside the compound. He did not notice his surroundings and bumped into someone. outside the Uchiha compound. That's them. Send the flare. A voice in the shadow said. Quickly! Let's go! The captain kidnapper said as he carried the bag where the unconscious Hinata was stuffed in. They were now in front of the Uchiha compound. As they ran, Kei bumped into someone. Kei nearly stumbled and looked at what hit her. She glared at it, and noticed it was a boy who looked the same age as the girl they were kidnapping. She noticed that he was wearing a shirt with the Uchiha crest on it. It's an Uchiha! Sasuke still hadn't noticed that he was in danger, as he was too heartbroken to care. Well. What do we have here? This must be a lucky day indeed, the captain said. We are taking the boy as well. L knocked the boy unconscious as M took out another sack. Kei helped her teammates stuff the unconscious boy inside the bag. This is great. We got the Hyuga heiress plus a bonus. We got an Uchiha. Raikage-sama will be pleased. Kei laughed. Hurry up. The Hyuga might have found the dead bodies by now. As if on cue, they heard the alarms ringing from the Hyuga compound. Oh shit! Let's go! Iwa pair's camp, same time when the Kumo shinobi were still inside the Hyuga compound. The Iwa pair will go inside the village in about 2 minutes. They are now demolishing that camp. A voice in the shadow said. Good. Prepare the lure. Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi took down their camp and headed inside the village. As they got inside the village, they immediately hid in the shadows and watched as they saw a mob carrying torches, pitchforks, kunais, and katanas. Die, demon brat! They screamed as they chased the blonde-haired boy. No! Please have mercy! Why would we take mercy on a demon? You killed our family members, in return, you must die! The leader of the mob screamed as they pounced on the boy. The Iwa pair watched in horror as they started to beat the poor boy. Fuck! We need to help him! Kuratsuchi screamed as she jumped out of her hiding spot, not waiting for her partner's answer. She made a series of hand seals and slammed the ground. Earth Relace, Earth Dome, she said as a circular dome erupted around the blonde boy and covered him from his attackers. Doton, Kaido Shikutsu, Earth Style, Erupt. The ground where the mob shook and caused them to tremble and fall. A small hill erupted from where they stood, making them fly away. Akatsuchi jumped to his partner's side and the two of them made 3 earth clones as the mob reformed and charged at them. They are the demon saviors! Kill them! Earth Release, Earth Spikes, both originals and clones said. Huge earth spikes erupted from the ground and skewered the mob. Those who survived the attack were killed by the clones via decapitation. Heh! Serves you right for attacking a defenseless child. Enjoy your stay in hell, fuckers! Kuratsuchi said as she undid the earth dome and revealed an unconscious Naruto. Aw, I'm so sorry I let them attack you. Don't worry, you will be safe in Iwa, she said as she carried the boy. Let me carry him. You're the offensive type. And I'm more of the defensive type. If we get chased, it will be easier for the two of us and safer for the boy, Akatsuchi offered. You're right. She agreed as she gently passed the boy to her partner. Let's go. The fastest and safest way is around the Uchiha compound. What the heck? A new voice said. The Iwa pair looked at the source of the voice and found another mob. Hey, look! That's the demon brat. They are the ones who did this, the leader of the second mob said, pointing to the dead bodies. After them. Outside the Uchiha compound, present time. Oh shit! Let's go! The captain shouted as M lifted the young Uchiha's sack. They were about to run when they heard a rustle from the bushes. Then out from it came 2 Iwa shinobis carrying an unconscious boy. About 10 seconds later, more footsteps were heard. There! That's them! They have the demon brat! The mob leader said as he pointed at the Kumo and the Iwa shinobi. Soon they were surrounded by the mob. Civilians to the rescue, eh? The Kumo captain scoffed. We found them! They are near the Uchiha compound's gates, a new voice said. All kidnappers turned and saw 2 chunins with white eyes. What the dash? One of the Hyugas momentarily stopped as he recognized who were inside the bag and who the Iwa kunoichi was carrying. That's Hinata-sama and Fugaku-sama's son, Sasuke, inside the bags. And they also got the demon brat, the other Hyuga said. Listen, Kuratsuchi said, calling the attention of the Kumo captain. I don't know who you guys are exactly, but I can tell you're from Kumo. From what I can see, we are both kidnappers here. In a few minutes we will have whole of Konoha after our asses. As much as I hate to say this, but we are going to need each other's help in order to fulfill our missions. We could help each other out until we get a safe distance from the leaf. After that we go our separate ways. No bullshit, no backstabbing. Deal? I'd really hate to admit it too, but yeah. We could really use some help. So yeah, deal. Now let's get the fuck out of here, the Kumo captain said. The Iwa pair nodded and left with the Kumo team. With a couple of Doton and Right Jutsus, they easily killed the mob that surrounded them as they were only civilians. They were gone for a good 3 minutes before a dozen squads of A and BU, Uchiha, and Hyuga arrived. Bloody hell! These people are civilians! One of the Uchihas said. Please. Help me. All of them turned and saw a civilian who was barely breathing. It was the leader of the second mob. He had multiple bone fractures and his heart was impaled. They took the Hyuga heiress, Fugaku-sama's son. And the blonde kid. Keikami-sama, please forgive me. The civilian whispered as his soul left his body. Before he died, he realized his mistake and finally figured out that the blonde boy whom they hated and tried to murder was actually a human in the container, not the Kyubi no Yoko itself. This way, quick! The Hyuga said as they found the kidnappers with their Byakugan. They motioned for the others to follow and jumped into the bushes leading to the forest. Hokage office. Hokage-sama! A jonin entered the office without knocking on the door. He was panting as he kneeled. The demon brat, the Hyuga heiress, and Fugaku-sama's youngest son were kidnapped. Dozens of dead bodies were found near the market district and the Uchiha compound gates. All of them were civilians. The Hyuga clan have also reported 2 dead shunins whose throats were slit. The kidnappers have escaped through the forest from the Uchiha compound. A dozen squad are currently chasing them. Thank you. You may now leave, the Hokage said as he pointed at his crystal ball, indicating he already knew a part of the news. Hi. The jonin bowed and left the office, closing the door. Sarutobi stood up from his seat and inhaled from his pipe. He faced the windows and looked at the village as he exhaled the smoke. Iwagakure and Kumagakure. Is this a coincidence? Or are they the ones responsible for the raid? Anoki. What are you two up to? The professor mumbled as he blew another from his pipe. Chapter 9. A Place to Call Home. Takigakure, same time the kidnapping was happening. This way, follow me. Fu whispered to her Yuzu companions as they entered the village once again. They have made preparations and waited for nighttime to fulfill them. As someone who used to run and hide ever since she was able to walk and talk, Fu knew all the passages in the village. Be it a secret passageway or not, the girl knows about them as she had been there when hiding from mobs. Fu and the 4 Storm crept into a narrow passageway hidden from the night patrols. There were only a few since the village was peaceful, except for the fact that they were hostile against one girl. There's nobody here, the captain of the team commented. You really know your way, huh? Of course. Now we take this secret passage. This leads inside the Takaki's mansion, Fu replied as she pointed at a corner with a small puddle of water. If someone would look closely, they will see nothing but a simply puddle of water. But in Fu's case, she found out about it. Fu and the Yuzu retrieval team entered the secret passage. They got inside the mansion and immediately headed to the safe. With the use of some blood seals, they were able to open the safe and immediately created copies of the scrolls ranking from 8 to Kinjutsu. They took the original ones and placed the copies inside the vault. The copies will remain there just for the Takakage to see if he decides to check. Once he have checked the scrolls and found them there, the fake scrolls will vanish. They exited the mansion without a problem. They sneaked into the shack where the gathered heroes' water was being kept. They took everything and placed it inside a special sealing scroll and not a single drop was left from the container. We're done here. Thank you. Now let's go to your place, Fu said as they got back inside the forest where they made camp for the day. Sounds good. Let's go. The captain nodded. They jumped off, leaving the village hidden in the waterfall behind. Takigakure, Konoha border. Fu and Storm's POV. The 5 were speeding back to Uzushio Gakure when they felt 6 strong chakra signatures and 3 faint ones. Weird. I can sense my sister's chakra. But it seems faint. Incomplete. The Nanabai spoke through her container's mind. There's another one like me? Fu asked. Yes. And if I am not mistaken, it is the Kyubi, Nanabai said, not mentioning her sister's real name as it was a rule. The demon or demoness itself shall be the one to tell a mortal of their name. Halt. I sense a familiar chakra signature, the Yuzu captain said as she and her 4 companions stopped. Nanabai said she can sense the Kyubi. Fu informed the 4 Storm, making their eyes widen. Naruto-sama? What is this? The chakra signatures with him are not familiar. The captain muttered and then realized. Something has happened. Everyone, conceal yourselves. Fu, you stay away and hide! She barked to her teammates as they got into an ambush formation. Wait! What's happening? Are those people enemies? Fu inquired. Yes. The chakra signatures around Naruto-sama are not familiar. Naruto-sama? Who is he? Oh, right. You do not know. Well, he's like you, a Jinchuriki. He has the Kyubi no Yoko. We'll explain more about him later. For now you need to hide while we rescue him. The 6 chakra signatures with him are high Jonin level, in normal standards. Taicho! There are friendly chakra signatures chasing after them, one of the storms said. Wait. Normal standards? Fu asked, bewildered. We'll explain later. Hide and conceal your chakra, go! Fu nodded and went to find a spot to hide. The 4 storm activated their Rinnegan behind their masks and waited for their guests. Iwa and Kumo Shinobi POV. We're passing through the borders, the Kumo captain said as he adjusted the sack over his shoulder. They are still after us. We'll need to do something, Kuratsuchi said. Let's stop here. KL, watch over the kids. M with me. We're fighting the pursuers. All right. Akatsuchi, please watch over my future husband. Prepare to do support. Konoha pursuers POV. Unknown to the kidnappers, the Konoha shinobi have long stopped from pursuing them. Instead, it was the Uzanines who were chasing after them, only wearing Konoha gear. Taicho. They have stopped. They are probably thinking of engaging us now. There are 4 friendly chakra signatures ahead them, and another strong one unfamiliar. Wait, 4? And another strong one. That's the Nanabai Jinchuriki retrieval team. I think they have also sensed us and the ones we are pursuing. You there, I need you to go ahead around and inform the other team of the current situation. Quickly. Go! Hi! Real Konoha pursuers POV earlier. Wait, no! Stop! A Hyuga shouted as a Chunin stepped on something. Boom! Damn it! This place is rigged with traps. If we go around, they will be too far away to catch, an Uchiha said. We have no choice. We need to go around where there are no traps. I'm sure we can still catch them, another one said. Well then, let's go! Before the pursuers could begin to move, they felt unfriendly chakra signatures around them, and were many. Well. Looky here. We got some Konoha nin inside our camp, a heavy raspy voice said. Hehe. Let's kill them, cackled by a high-pitched voice that sounded like a fangirl. The Konoha pursuers got into a defensive position and prepared. Damn it! We let ourselves get ambushed, said by a Chunin. The Leaf found themselves surrounded as the owner of the voices came out. There were 100 of them. Bandits? Let's deal with them quickly. Oh. Looky. They think they can beat us. Let's show them why they should fear us, the leader said as they stepped out from the shadows of their hiding spots. As they surrounded the Konoha nin, the ANBU recognized them. You're Kumo and Iwa nin. So you really are working together, the ANBU commented. Heh. Quite right, the fangirly voiced male said. So the woman we admitted to the hospital earlier. Girl? Wait, I think I remember. Wearing a purple dress? Exactly. So she was telling the whole truth then. You ambushed her and her family. I must say, her father was a tough fighter. But we still managed to kill him. So you got our prize. We will take her from your hospital once we deal with you, the leader said as he drew his weapon, unsheathing 2 katanas. The other rogue nins followed him and unsheathed their weapons as well. May the best men win, the leader said as the rogue ninjas charged at the Konoha nin. Fu Retrieval Squad POV, back to normal time. One friendly incoming, one of the hidden storms said as they felt one of their comrades' chakra signature. They waited until he came to their position and also hid himself. Finally. I got to you. Here's the situation, he said as he held out his palm to let his comrades know, showing them his memories of the kidnapping and the mission that was assigned to them. Flashback. Kaa-chan. Naruto-kun. I would like to ask you something. This is very important. Please sit down, the Uzukage said as she motioned for her youngest to take a sit. All right, what is it, Kaa-chan? Kurama-san needs to hear this as well. Okay, Naruto said as he concentrated and woke up his friend. Okay, she's listening. The Uzukage then told her son about Iwagakure, Kumagakure, and Konoha. She told him about the planned kidnappings and asked her son for some blood and chakra from Kurama that would be used for a Naruto blood clone. The girl who is going to get kidnapped is my goddaughter, Her mother, Hitomi, is an old friend of mine and was my teammate when I was still a genin. The reason why we're interfering is that she's part Uzumaki. There is a chance that her children might also have gained our bloodline. We cannot let it fall into the hands of another village. I understand. So the clone will be used as bait for Iwa? Yes. Alright. I'll help. Naruto grinned as his mother hugged him in thanks. The Uzukage then motioned for the storm that was hidden and called for the team that was assigned for the mission. She then briefed them about the intervention they will be doing during the supposed kidnapping of the Naruto blood clone and the daughter of Hitomi, Hinata Uzumaki Hyuga. End flashback. I see. We were worried that the lost maelstrom had been kidnapped again. Thanks for the information, the captain said and motioned for her team. Alright. We're going to assist retaking back the kidnapped children as Konoha shinobi. Iwa and Kumo shinobi POV. Here they come, one of the Kumo shinobi said. Hand us over the children, and we will our separate ways and forget this incident this ever happened. Like hell we will, Kuratsuchi and the Kumo captain both said. Alright then, the storm captain said as two of his comrades appeared, getting into a stance. You sure you guys want to fight us? Kuratsuchi taunted. Not really. We just want the children back. You're not taking any children. These kids are ours now, and we will take them back to our village, Kei said. Dai! The Kumo captain charged as he decided to cut the talk and fight. As the captain said the word, he and his comrades were sent away flying by an invisible force. The three storm immediately blinked and grabbed the children before another storm who was hidden casted the Shinra Tensei. Full retrieval team. Okay, they got the children, the captain whispered through her radio. Prepared to spring the trap. They waited as the first team went to their direction with the children. The first team slowed down as they waited for the kidnappers to recover and spot them, only to lead them into the trap. They got our packages, the one who was carrying Sasuke earlier said. After them. I did not come this far only for the mission to fail, Kuratsuchi screamed. As the kidnappers got into the trap perimeter, the second storm team who were hidden in a square formation activated it. Furin false world. The kidnappers found themselves surrounded by a huge group of Konoha shinobi and got into a stance. They battled for a good 10 minutes and destroyed the forest in the process. Raiton and Doton jutsus fought against Katon. In the end they stood no chance against the Byakugan and the Sharingan. Their Tenketsu points were sealed off and they were hit by the Uchiha's Katon jutsus. Before they lost consciousness, they saw the Konoha Nin fell dead around them. Normal POV. The 8th storm plus 1 Jinchuriki came out of their hiding spots and checked on the kidnappers. They'll be out for about 3 hours. We will be very far away from them then, the first captain, fake Konoha team, said. Is it over? A muffled voice asked. The storm remembered about the children and opened the bags, revealing the Naruto Kai Bunshin, a crying Hyuga, and a young Uchiha who looked like he was in a daze. I see it's over then, the Naruto clone said as he inspected the area and prepared to dispel himself. Alright then. Good job. I'll report to the boss now. Wait. Fu shouted at Naruto. Huh? Are you the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi? The blood clone did not respond and stared at the storm questioningly. My name is Fu. I'm the Jinchuriki of the Nanabai. She felt your chakra inside you so she told me about you. I see. Well, to clarify things, I'm just a clone. A percentage of blood and chakra that came from my son and the Kyuubi were used to create me. Most of the blood used was from my original. What? Fu asked, totally confused. The Naruto clone chuckled and formed a hand sign. There was a poof of smoke and from where the Naruto clone was, a beautiful woman with long red hair now stood. I'm sure your rescuers have already told you about us being on good terms with Jinchuriki. My son, Naruto, is the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. I am the leader of the village that you are going to. My name is Uzumaki Namikaze Kushina, Shodame Uzukage of the new Uzushio Gakure. Uzumaki? Uzushio Gakure? Fu's eyebrows scrunched as she got into a deep thought. I think I've read those names before. Sure, we'll talk more about that later. For now you need to move. You will meet my son later. She smiled as she made a hand sign and dissolved into a puddle of blood. The blood soon dissipated into smoke. We need to get moving. The pickup area is an hour's worth of travel ahead, the first captain said. The kids looked distraught. What happened to them? The second captain inquired. The girl's gone into a tough experience, he replied, not elaborating as they already knew about Hinata. We do not know about the boy. We need to check him first. He may be a kid, but we cannot just trust someone from Konoha. Yeah, you're right, he said as he placed his palm on top of the boy's head and scanned through Sasuke's memories. Oh dear. Poor boy. He mumbled as he unplaced his hand from the boy's head and held it out for his teammates to see. Oh. Poor boy indeed. We'll take him with us. Naruto-sama and he will be great friends. Uzukage-sama will be pleased about him as well. Let's go. Just cast a sleeping jutsu on them. 1 hour later. They had been running non-stop for an hour and slowed down as they approached a huge waterfall. We're here, the first captain said as he walked inside into an opening that was behind the waterfall. This is Uzushio Gakure? You're located inside a waterfall? Fu asked, feeling incredulous. However, she still followed inside and heard someone laughing. This is just the pickup point. From here I'm going to transport you to Uzushio Gakure, a new voice said as he stopped laughing. Fu looked for the owner of the voice and found a man with long blonde hair wearing a white cloak with flame patterns on the bottom of it. Hello, Fu. My name is Minato Namikaze. I'm the Uzukage's husband. You look like an elder version of Naruto. Minato chuckled and replied, Haha, yes. You'll finally meet him later, he said as he stared at the 2 sleeping children the storm was carrying. Poor kids. They need immediate medical treatment. I'll take them first, he said as the storm gently laid them on the ground. Minato carried Hinata over his left shoulder, while he carried Sasuke on his right. Fu's jaw dropped as the man vanished in a yellow flash along with the children he was carrying. What the dash? After about 10 seconds, there was another yellow flash of lightning. Alright, hold hands everyone. We're going to Uzushio Gakure. Uzushio Gakure, Uzukage office, and finally, back to Yuzu LOL. Whoa! Fu gasped. What was that? That was my Haration, Minato replied as Fu took in her surroundings. Welcome home, Fu, the Uzukage greeted, calling the attention of everyone. Uzukage-sama, I do thank you for the warm welcome. I also thank you for sending people to take me away from Taki, Fu said as she bowed. I cannot just do nothing knowing that someone like you isn't treated very well. From now on, Uzushio Gakure will be your home. I know what you've been through, so I understand it will take you time to get used to our village. As you grow older, you will know why the Uzumakis are friendly with the tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki. For now, I want you to enjoy your stay here. You will be living in the mansion with us, the Uzukage said as she now turned to the storm who now kneeled. You 8 have done Uzushio Gakure a great service. I thank you and commend you for doing your duty well. You will receive twice the pay of an S-rank mission. I want the full report of your mission tomorrow afternoon. Dismissed. Hi. Thank you, Uzukage-sama. The storm bowed and shined out of the office. Just then, the office door opened revealing a panting blonde boy. Kaa-chan! Naruto squeaked as he entered the room. Naruto-kun, what is it? Kushina asked, a bit worried. Minato immediately ushered after him and led him into a seat. Kurama-chan told me she felt her sister's chakra. So I went to tell you, the boy said, still not noticing the green-haired girl in the room. Oh. Well, I wanted to surprise you both. But I guess it can't be helped, the Uzukage said as she motioned for Fu to come near. Naruto-kun, please meet Fu. Fu, meet my youngest son, Naruto. It's her. She's really sealed inside him, Chome said excitedly. Naruto-kun, my sister is sealed inside her. Like you, Fu is also a Jinchuriki. She has the Nanabai, Kurama told Naruto. It's nice to meet you, Fu-chan. Kurama-chan also says she missed Komi-san. It's also nice to finally meet you, Naruto-sama. Hey, wait. Not you too. Please, no, Sama. You may call me by name. After all, we're technically siblings in a manner of, status? Alright then, Naruto-kun, Fu said cheerfully. Kurama-chan says she would like to talk to her sister, Naruto said as he raised his right fist and waited for his new sister to fist bump with him. Fu understood what he wanted and bumped fists with her brother. As they connected, a mental link was formed that allowed the 2 demons to talk each other. As the sisters talked through the link, the Uzukage cleared her throat and talked. Fu, I understand that you do not have a family. So, what do you think of being part of our family? She asked. Family? Yes. Family. From now on, you will be treated as our own daughter. What do you think? Minato asked. And me? Why you want to adopt me? Yes. Minato and Kushina replied. Yes. Fu squealed in happiness as tears won't stop from flowing down her face. I finally have a family. I've always wanted a family. And I got a brother too. Well then, how does Uzumaki Namikaze Fu sound? I like it. Ka-chan. Tu-chan, she said as she hugged her new parents. Yay! I got another sister! Naruto cheered as he joined the group hug. Now I know you two are probably tired and hungry, so we're going out together with the rest of the family and introduce you to them, Kushina said as she made a clone to do her paperwork. Ramen! Naruto cheered happily as they exited the office. Afternoon time, Uzushio Gakure Hospital. Hinata's room. Uzukage-sama, their health condition is fine now. The boy is still asleep because of the medicine we gave him when he woke up earlier crying. The girl should wake up in a few moments, the nurse said as she led the Uzukage and Minato into Hinata's room. Ugh! Hinata mumbled as she slowly opened her eyes. She looked at her surroundings and realized she was at the hospital. She hasn't noticed the two people standing near her bed yet. Hello, how are you? A voice asked, making the girl squeak in surprise. Oh. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to startle you, Kushina said gently. My name is Uzumaki Namikaze Kushina. I had you saved from being kidnapped by Kumo. Do not worry, you're safe now. Your wounds have been also healed. Please, let me stay here. I don't want to go back to them, she whispered as she curled into a ball and started to cry. Shhhhh, don't worry, Hinata, I'm not sending you back. Did you know I'm your godmother? As your godmother, I'm not going to let any more harm come to you. I will protect you. Godmother? Yes, Hinata-chan. Hitomi named me your godmother before we got separated. You know my Ka-chan? Yes, I did know her. Your mother and I were best friends. She was also my teammate back when we were genin until we made jonin. See, can you tell me more about her? Of course, Kushina said as she smiled warmly at the girl. For the past hour, she spent it by telling Hinata stories about Hitomi. When she was done, Hinata was once again crying. I miss her so much. She sniffled as Kushina embraced her. Hinata unconsciously touched her forehead and rubbed it. It doesn't hurt anymore, she whispered as her godmother released her from the hug. The caged bird seal has been removed from you. I took the liberty of having it removed when you were still asleep, Kushina informed the girl, making her cry again, but this time, Hinata cried in relief. Thank you. She will pay for doing this to you. Also, do not worry about your sister. I'll have someone take care of her and keep her away from harm. Hinata nodded in thanks and relaxed. Just then, the door opened and more people who looked like Minato and Kushina went inside. Ka-chan! Is she awake? May I see her now? Naruto asked excitedly. You! Hinata pointed to the boy as her face turned red. Kushina became worried that Hinata might have been brainwashed about her son as well, and got ready to defend her youngest. I never knew your name, she mumbled. Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. The future Uzukage. Believe it. Hi. And Naruto-kun. I never got the chance to thank you. Thank me for what? Naruto asked as he sat on Hinata's bed, making the girl blush even more. Why you saved me? Why you're my Naruto-kun. She stuttered as she lost consciousness, fainting. She meant to say, you're my hero. But due to Naruto being too close to her, her mind overloaded and caused her to faint. You're my Naruto-kun? What? Narumi, who was also there, giggled. I always knew our Naruto-kun's the lady killer. Minako snickered. Wow. We found another member of our Otuto's fan club. Miho and Mio both said at the same time as they also giggled. Wow, son. That was impressive. Minato thought as he also grinned. So they have met before? I wonder what happened the first time they met. Kushina thought. So, Naruto-kun, care to explain? I really don't know what you mean. Everyone turned to the girl as she regained consciousness. He saved my life. When I was 3 years old. Flashback. It was a night of festival in Konoha. A celebration was held as the ambassador of Kumo arrived for the peace talks and the possible alliance between both villages. As for Naruto, it was just a normal night for him as he just escaped another mob that was trying to murder him. As he turned into a corner, he did not realize he was near the Hyuga compound. The boy immediately jumped in alarm and hid as he heard hushed whispers. Quickly! We need to get out of this village now! Naruto, being the child he was, got curious and went out from his hiding spot and checked out the voices. What are you doing? he asked as he approached two people with the other one carrying a crying girl. Help me! The girl cried as she heard Naruto's voice. Hey, let her go! What are you doing to her? Naruto demanded. Get lost, kid! One of the kidnappers said as he hit the boy in the head, knocking him out. No! What did you do to him? You're bad people! You killed him! Come on, we need to go! The one who hit Naruto said. You're not going anywhere! The kidnappers nearly jumped in fright as they heard a voice that carried a very strong aura. They turned around and noticed the blonde boy floating in midair with his head hung low. As he raised his head and glared at the kidnappers, the Kumo-nin knew they were going to die. They stared in awe and in total fear as the unconscious floating boy opened his eyes, revealing purple ones with ring patterns on it. The blonde boy vanished and reappeared beside the one carrying the girl and gently grabbed her from him. He once again vanished and reappeared in front of the kidnappers about 5 meters away from them. It happened so fast that the Kumo-nin did not know what happened and only realized it when they saw the boy in front of them carrying the girl they were kidnapping. He quickly set the girl down and stared at the kidnappers. They were about to charge at the boy when he raised both arms with his hands opened. Shinra Tensei. Heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent God or almighty push. The kidnappers were blasted off from their feet by an invisible force, causing them to crash into a wall. Bansho Tenon. Heavenly attraction of all creation or universal pull. About a second passed after they crashed into the wall. They felt themselves being pulled to the boy this time. Take notice that there was no interval. Naruto caught the two in their necks and choke slammed them to the ground. Ninjendo, human path. He said as he placed each hand on top of their heads in a grip-like hold. He raised his arms as he pulled the souls of the two kidnappers, immediately causing their bodies to drop dead. You're safe now, he told the girl as he turned to her and helped her get up to her feet. Your family will be arriving soon, I can sense them. Naruto started to walk away but smiled at the girl before he left the area. The girl was fascinated with the boy's purple eyes. Hinata will forever remember this incident, and wait to see her savior once again and to thank him. Ever since the failed kidnapping, she had developed a liking for Naruto. End flashback. HEW was so amazing. He defeated the bad guys, she said, no longer stuttering. Those who were listening to her story, however, were silent. Kushina excused herself and went outside. As she got out of the room, she couldn't hold it back and finally broke down crying. Her sobs were heard by the people inside and Minato immediately went after his wife. I should have known. Our baby boy. He's been through a lot already. For someone such as him to be able to awaken it at age 3. I will never forgive Konoha for this, she said as she sobbed. Naruto, meanwhile, was a little confused. He could not remember fighting the Kumo kidnappers. He only remembered trying to figure out what they were doing and then blacking out when one of them hit him in the head. He was now close to figuring out when he heard his mother crying. What is she talking about? Based on the girl's story, he battled the kidnappers by sending them away flying and back, defeated them by touching their heads. Kushina also said something about him awakening something. Has Naruto-kun awakened it? How come I never noticed? Kurama thought silently as she was also listening to the story. She was pacing inside her mansion that Naruto made for her. I need to look into this memory. The Rinnegan, it normally awakens when an Uzumaki reaches the age 18. If the person undergoes harsh training, he or she could awaken it earlier. In extreme cases, like the Uchiha clan's Manjikyu Sharingan, the Rinnegan can be also awakened if the person experiences very traumatic physical, mental, and emotional pain. This was the case for Naruto. Is that Kaa-chan? Why is she crying? Naruto asked his siblings worriedly. They understood why their mother was very hurt at the moment, and decided not to disturb her, while their father tried to comfort her. Kaa-chan's alright. I think it was just someone else who sounded like her. Don't worry, Naruto-kun, Minako said. Are you sure? The boy asked, doubtful of his brother's answer. Yeah, we're sure, Narumi said as she smiled at Naruto. Okay then. Naruto decided to ask about his mother because he was sure he felt his mother's distressed emotions. For now he just pretended to believe his older siblings. You know, Naruto, there is also this boy admitted to the other room. He was also from Konoha. Would you and Hinata like to meet him? Narumi asked as she tried to divert the attention from their mother. Do you know him, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked the girl. The girl shook her head and told him she thought she was the only one who'd been kidnapped. Alright then, let's go meet him, he said cheerfully as Mio and Miho led them to another door that led to the next room. Narumi went to the other door that their parents used to check on her mother. Minako waited until Naruto and the others got inside Sasuke's room before following after his older sister. Sasuke's room. The young Uchiha could be seen staring at the wall opposite his bed. He knew he was kidnapped and was saved and was brought to another village. He was currently thinking of his family, or if he should still call them his family. His father and his siblings never showed any kind of affection for him, while his mother also said she no longer wanted him. When he got out of the compound and bumped into the Kumo kidnapper, he knew he was in danger but shrugged it off because a huge part of him wanted to get kidnapped and be taken away from Konoha. When he regained consciousness, he now found himself in a foreign place. Although new, he felt the people were friendly and nice to him. He had already developed a liking to the new place he currently was and couldn't wait to get out of his bed to make a tour. He was interrupted from his thoughts when he heard the door of his room open. "Hello? May we come in?" A familiar blonde boy poked his head inside and asked him. Sure, please come in," Sasuke said as he got into a sitting position. "Hello, I'm Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto," the blonde said as he came near his bed and offered a hand. Sasuke shook it and smiled. He finally recalled who the boy was. "My name's Uchi. My name's Sasuke." He did not tell his surname because deep inside he knew he was already an outcast and his parents no longer wanted him. "An Uchiha, huh?" Kurama said through Naruto's mind. She immediately perked up when she heard the boy mention Uchi. She knew it was Uchiha if he finished it. The boy also looked familiar, as he strongly resembled the human being she hated the most. "I finally got to know you. I've always wanted to get to know you, you know." "Oh wow. Really?" "Yeah. I saw you a couple of times being chased by a mob. I'm so sorry about that, I really wanted to help you, you know. I know you're not a demon despite what they say." "Never mind that. You do not have to apologize. You did me no wrong. But I really wanted to help. HMMPF, I'm thinking Sasami was right. I'm too weak. And if I'm too weak, I cannot help myself and others. Hey, we're still young. We can still get stronger." You're right. Anyway, I'd like to ask you if you'd like to be friends with me." "Friends? Of course. I like friends. You know, someone once told me that having friends also means having someone to motivate you to become stronger so you can protect them." "That's great then," Sasuke cheered happily. He now noticed 3 other people who entered the room after Naruto. "Oh, I'm so sorry I haven't been talking to you." "Oh. It's alright. Don't worry about it," Mio and Miho said. "A polite Uchiha besides Tobi? Now that's new," they both thought as they looked at the boy. Hello. I am Hinata," the girl said as she stuttered a little. "Hi. I'm Sasuke. I remember you, you're also from Konoha." "Why yes. But I'm no longer wanted there. And I've already decided I'm staying here." "You too, huh?" "Yeah. So your clan also banished you?" "Pretty much, yeah. I guess I can also call this place my new home now," he said as he looked at Naruto. "Where are we?" I guess I can trust you. We are in Uzushio Gakure no Sato. And this village is literally hidden since no other village know it still exists." "Still exists?" For the next hour, with the two promising not to tell anybody, Naruto spent the time by explaining to Sasuke and Hinata the story about Uzushio Gakure, including Konoha's betrayal and the village's supposed downfall back during the war. Mio and Miho excused themselves earlier to check on their mother. "Wow. I knew there was something wrong in Konoha. And I was right. They are players and traitors. And wow, Naruto, your clan must be very strong to be able to defeat 3 armies." I guess so." Their thoughts were interrupted when they heard their stomachs growl. "Hee hee. We're all hungry. I know a good place where we can eat. Follow me," Naruto said as he led the 2 out of the hospital and headed to Ichiraka's Uzukage office. "So Naruto-kun's awakened the Rinnegan," Minato said as he leaned on a wall. "Yes. But it's been dormant. I could not sense it in him as active. I do not know what exactly happened. I need to watch the memory," Kushina replied as she massaged her head while she sat behind the desk. "We need to ask Hinata for it." "Yes, we will. But the girl has yet to recover first. She's been through a traumatizing incident." Naruto's siblings were also inside the room listening to their parents' conversation. They were worried about their younger brother as well. They had been trying to figure out Naruto's case of Rinnegan. Ichiraka's. Naruto led Sasuke and Hinata out of the hospital and started to walk towards his favorite restaurant. Along the way, he saw Fu near someone's garden and was watching the insects. "Yo, Fu-ne-chan!" Fu looked up and saw her little brother and 2 other kids with him. Hello, Naruto-kun. Where are you going? We're going to Ichiraku's. Nei-chan, meet my new friends Hinata and Sasuke. Hinata, Sasuke, this is my sister Fu. Hello, Hinata-san, Sasuke-san, it's nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you too. Nei-chan, would you like to come with us? Alright. Let's go. The four children talked along the way to Ichiraku's. As they got there, Naruto was the first to enter the restaurant. Good afternoon, Tuchi-san. Oh. Good afternoon, Naruto-sama. Tuchi-se ayawayan. I thought you said you'll no longer call me that. Haha. I'm just kidding, Naruto-kun. I am Chan. Come out here. Look who visited us today, the restaurant owner said as he called for his daughter over the counter. Oh. It's you, Naruto-kun, Ayam said as she came out of the kitchen. And you brought friends. Yeah. They are new here to Uzushio. Excuse me, Naruto-kun, Tuchi said as he turned to his daughter. I am Chan, you're relieved for the day. Accompany Naruto-kun and his friends. That's great. Thanks, Tuchi-san. Naruto cheered happily as they found a table for 5 persons. This is Fu. We're not blood related, but I consider her as my sister, Naruto said while indicating a little bit on his stomach, silently telling Ayam the message so Hinata and Sasuke won't know. At least he would not tell them yet. Oh, I see. That's nice. I'm Ichiraku Ayam. It's a pleasure meeting you, Fu. So what number are you? Ayam asked Fu while winking. Fu's eyes widened as she realized what Ayam was asking her. She smirked at her as she replied. 7. This is Sasuke and Hinata. They are also from Konoha, while Fu's from Taki. Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, Fu, and Ayam spent the afternoon sharing stories about their lives back from their previous villages. They got closer to each other, as they found themselves having each experienced an awful life. Although Fu had the worst while Naruto had the worst. Konoha Council Meeting. The Hokage was now having a strong headache. If he had problems to worry about for the last few days, he was now facing more. Sarutobi have decided to call for another meeting regarding the events that has transpired last night, and also excluded the civilian council. He just wanted to talk to the shinobi council as the matters were more related to military than civil. Alright. Now let us get this started. Yesterday morning, 2 gate guards called for a medic team and had a woman admitted to the hospital. I also came to the gate when the team was summoned. From what the women have said, she was from a traveling family that were also merchants. They got ambushed just a few kilometers away from our main gate. The ambushers, apparently, were not regular bandits. They were Kumo and Iiwa Rouge Nin, the Hokage said as he blew on his pipe and stared at Hayashi. Hayashi. I want to know what happened about your clan, Sarutobi said. Although he had an idea it was about the caged bird seal, he wanted to know more. The Hyuga elders and I have seen Hinata unfit as heiress. An agreement was made that should she lost against Neji, a branch member, Hinata will be stripped off her title as heiress and will be branded the caged bird seal. The fight between the two occurred yesterday. She lost the fight and it was I myself who branded her with the seal. I proclaimed Hanabi as the new heiress, he said as he straightened up on his seat and cleared his throat. After the branding, I had 2 branch members escort her out. After the ceremony about Hanabi, all Hyugas returned to their own businesses. Only a few minutes passed, another member reported about the deaths of the 2 branch members. There was no sign of battle. We found their heads slit from their bodies. They had been killed silently. We figured that the killers had been inside the compound ever since the match started. Thank you for telling me that. Now Fugaku, tell me about your side. The murder of about 30 civilians happened near your compound, the Hokage said while glaring at the Uchiha head. Well, I was having a meeting with my wife. We were interrupted when some of the patrol reported to me about a recent slaughter of civilians that was near the marketplace. When they went to investigate, they spotted a group of Hyugas along the way. They were told about the 2 murders before 2 of them spotted the ones responsible near the Uchiha compound. They identified the 3 children the Iiwa and Kumo Nin got inside their bags, one of them being the Kyubi brat. When we chased after them, we were surrounded by more Kumo and Iiwa Nin and had to battle our way out since they were too many. So the woman was not lying then. Those rogues you fought were probably the ones responsible for killing her family. Yes. They mentioned something about us admitting a woman to the hospital. They threatened us of hitting the village, so we had to fight them. By the time we killed every last one of them, the kidnappers were already too far away and we could not locate them. I see. So Kumo and Iiwa have teamed up to kidnap 1 Hyuga, 1 Uchiha, and our ultimate weapon, Shikaku? Sarutobi said as he turned to the lazy head. TSK. This is too troublesome. but I'll put this together. So, last week, we got a surprise raid from unknown attackers. The raid resulted multiple property damage and stolen important items, 3 elders put into a coma, and the whole village got into an epidemic. The most notable part here is that the Namikaze and the Uzumaki mansions were destroyed, and the Yondaime's face on the mountain was blown up. Back then, we had no idea who the attackers were. We had our suspicions on Kumo and Iiwa since the jutsus that were used were pure Doton and Raiden. Kumo was also suspected because of their hate on Uzumaki Kushina for single-handedly destroying their army. Iiwa is also a candidate because of their hate on the Yondaime for also single-handedly wiping out their army. Then this incident happened yesterday. A traveling woman was admitted to our hospital because of rogue shinobi attacking her family and caravan. Night came, Kumo Nin were spotted trying to flee with the Hyuga heiress and Fugaku-san's youngest son. Iiwa Nin were also spotted carrying the demon brat. They easily killed off civilians that were trying to attack the brat. The kidnappers were able to flee the village while Konoha Nin followed them. As the Konoha Nin tried to get to the kidnappers, they were ambushed by bandits that are now identified as Kumo and Iiwa rogue Nins. The Leaf had been forced to kill all Nuke Nins, but the kidnappers had successfully fled back to their village with the children they took. The Nara had stopped and yawned lazily before continuing. So to sum this up, Iiwa and Kumo are probably working together and are the ones responsible for the raid. Yes. The chances for them being the suspects have been raised to 90% from 70%, the Hokage said. What are your plans, Hokage-sama? What are we going to do with Kumo and Iiwa? We cannot go into a physical confrontation yet. For now we will try to pressure them in political ways. We'll insist on them giving us back what they have taken. But we will also prepare for war. Just discreetly. I want everyone in active duty on high alert. All Chunin and Jounin that has a genin team must double their training. As of this day, I want both Uchiha and Hyuga clan working together for the security. With the help of the Byakugan, trespassers will have a harder time sneaking in. All clan heads nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Shikaka Nara was silently thinking. Kumo and Iiwa Nin. They destroyed the Yondaime's monument, as well as the Namikaze and the Uzumaki estates. The kidnapping of Hyuga Hinata and Uchiha Sasuke I could understand, since they came from 2 clans with the most powerful dojutsu here in Konoha. What bothers me here is that demon brat. Why would they want it? What would they gain? Aside from it being a demon, there must be something else. Chapter 10, The Madness Within. Tsunade, Kazekage Office. Are you kids ready? Hi. Please, let us get to Uzushio Gakure already. My headache's getting worse because of the Shikaku. It won't stop screaming, Gaara said impatiently as he scratched his head. All right then, Minato replied as he chuckled. Kazekage-dano, we will take good care of your children, so you have nothing to worry about. I know you will, Minato-san. I trust they will be in good hands and will learn a lot. And thank you, the Kazekage replied as he bid his children goodbye. Right then. Gaara, Temari, Kankuro. Hold hands. Minato ordered and waited for them to. Gaara was in the middle, so Minato held Temari and Kankuro's other free hand and channeled his jutsu. A few moments later there was a flash of yellow, and the Kazekage was left alone at his office. Soon, Tsunade will rise higher than the leaf. Konoha, you will pay for your crimes, the Kazekage thought as he sat down and returned to his paperwork. Uzushio Gakure, Uzukage office. The Uzukage along with her 4 older children were waiting for the arrival of the Kazekage's children. They should be here in a few moments. Where are Naruto-kun and Fu-chan? She asked as she tapped at her desk. Everyone looked up as the door of the office opened and revealed Naruto and Fu with Sasuke and Hinata following behind. Sasuke and Hinata have been already informed about Naruto and Fu's Jinchuriki statuses. Sasuke, Hinata, and Naruto have become easily attached to each other and were inseparable. Since they were all from Konoha, they had something that linked the 3 of them with each other. When Sasuke and Hinata were taught about the tailed beasts and the Jinchurikis, they immediately understood their kind of situation. They felt sorry for the Jinchuriki as their life was harsh and had to endure something great at a young age. Thankfully, they also figured out that the Jinchurikis were not harmful and were not the tailed beasts themselves. As they thought more about it, they realized that the description about them could be related with Naruto and Fu. After a while, the 2 newcomers were summoned at the Uzukage's office and were informed about her 2 children's Jinchuriki status. Sasuke and Hinata, thankfully, did not become hostile after and became friendlier with Naruto and Fu. This made the 2 Jinchurikis happy and made their bonds stronger together. Now that another Jinchuriki was coming, they now know something about their kind. Sorry we're late. Naruto grinned as they entered the room. Where are they? Just as he asked his question, there was a flash of yellow, and out came his father along with 3 children. One of them was a girl with a fan on her back. One was a boy who looked like a cat because of his clothing, and the last one was a red-haired boy who radiated an aura and had dark circles around his eyes. As the 4 newcomers got familiar with the new place, Naruto was the first to greet them. "Hello? Welcome to Uzushio. The name's Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, the future Uzukage. Believe it," Naruto cheerfully said, making the other people in the room smile. "Hello, I'm Kankuro," the Catman said as he offered a hand. "Wow. Seriously, for a moment I thought you were a half-cat with makeup," the blonde muttered as he shook hands with him. Kankuro's sweat dropped while his siblings tried not to laugh but failed at it. "Ha! Whoa, cutie. I like you already? I'm Sabaka no Tamari," the girl said while she was still trying to stifle her laugh. Commenting about Kankuro's looks at first sight. "Ha! I like you, yes I do." "Hee, sorry about that, Kankuro-san." "Don't worry about it. Everyone thinks he is a Catman with makeup," the red-haired boy said as he tried to quit laughing. "I'm Sabaka no Gara." The 2 young Jinchuriki shook hands as they shared their laughter. The Kazekage's children were acquainted with the other people in the room after their interaction with Naruto. The Uzukage formally welcomed them to Uzushio Gakure, and they got into a friendly conversation. As the Uzukage children were talking with the Uzumaki Namikaze family members, a certain someone was screaming for bloody murder. Naruto was telling them a story when suddenly he became silent. Naruto and Fu got tense and stared at Gaara. "Naruto-kun / Fu, there's something wrong. Gaara has something sealed inside him aside our brother Shikaku," Chomei and Kurama both said to their hosts. The Uzukage noticed her son's tense stance and inquired. "Naruto-kun, what's wrong?" Naruto stared at his mother and was not able to respond, only giving her a scared look. This made the Uzukage, Minato, and Naruto's siblings alert. "Your head hurts, doesn't it? And you're also sleepy?" Naruto asked the red-haired boy, making him widen his eyes in surprise. "How did you know?" Gaara asked. "Kurama-chan and I can feel it. Shikaku's screaming, we can almost hear it. Something off is radiating." "Yes. Chomei says the same thing," Fu added. "Ka-chan, something is wrong. We need to get Gaara-san into an open area where there are no people. Now." The Uzukage understood what her son meant and immediately called for the storm hidden inside the office. "I want 2 sealing teams at the sealing ground 1 immediately." Minato made 2 clones and had one of them Hiraition Hinata and Sasuke out of the office and brought to the mansion, while the other clone went for Mio and Miho. "2-san, we're coming. We'd like to help," Minako and Narumi said. "Hey, what's going on?" Tamari asked, now worried. "Shikaku and another one is going out of Gaara-san," replied Naruto. "Another one?" Kankuro asked, completely baffled. "Yes," Fu replied. Just then, Gaara screamed in agony while he clutched his head. Minato grabbed him and quickly Hirashined to sealing ground 1. Kushina followed and vanished in a red flash. Minako grabbed Naruto and Fu while Narumi took Kankuro and Tamari's hands. They followed the Uzukage and Hirashined out of the office. Sealing ground 1. Sealing ground 1 is a huge open space meant for sealing tailed beasts and keeping them at bay. It has been applied with numerous amounts of seals in order to suppress a tailed beast's chakra and to keep it from rampaging. The place is located on another island away from the village for added safety. Minato quickly put down Gaara in the middle of the island where a hexagonal seal was drawn. As soon as Gaara touched the floor, the seals in the island began to glow. The hexagonal seal in the middle rose and formed a prism, holding the red-haired boy in a grip-like hold but not hurting him. The Uzukage appeared in a red flash followed by Naruto and the others. A few moments later 8 more people came via Shunshin. "Blood! Yes! Blood! Kill them all! Prove our existence!" Gaara screamed in pain and lost consciousness. This caused the Shikaku to come out of his seal faster. "Freedom! Yes! Buwahaha! Time to kill! Yes! Let us kill some filthy mortals! Buwahaha ick! What is this? Get this seals off! Aok! We cannot be fully awake with these seals! What is this?" Kurama wondered. "I can feel another presence. It's the same one earlier. It's not from the boy. It radiates from Shikaku himself." "Yo sis," Chomei said as Naruto and Fu got linked. "The aura doesn't feel like it's immortal." "Yes. It's only mortal, but powerful. I wonder." "Prepare to knock out the Shikaku," the Uzukage ordered as she, Minato, Minako, Narumi, and the 8 other storm got into a double hexagonal formation with the beast at the middle. Kankuro and Temari were ordered to keep distance as they restrained the giant raccoon. Uzumaki art, double hexagonal seal. No! I just woke up. My existence! I have to prove my existence! Shikaku bellowed as a double hexagonal seal lit up. From the 12 people's positions, a different colored beam shot out of the sky and connected, forming 2 hexagonal prisms. One inside and another one bigger outside. The prism started to move towards the middle as it slowly shrunk, encasing the one-tailed beast and causing it to lose hold. Let us out! We need to prove our existence! Die, you filthy mortals! I shall punish you with the light! Ach! It stopped screaming as its head hit the ceiling of the prism and got pushed down. The prism glowed a brighter color, and more seals appeared inside the prism. The Ichibi tried to fight but was overpowered by the seal. After a few minutes it lost consciousness, and returned back inside Gaara's seal. The prison remained active for about 3 more minutes to make sure the Ichibi was resealed back inside and will go to sleep. Gaara woke up a few minutes after the seals went off. Temari and Kankuro was immediately by his side and was fussing over him. Okay, whoever did your seal, he or she really sucked, Naruto commented as he too got near Gaara. The seal was faulty. The one who did it must have been a low-level sealer or probably wanted Gaara dead, Minato told the Sabaka's siblings while Kushina applied some healing seals on Gaara. Gaara, how are you feeling now? I'm fine now. Thank you, Uzukage-sama. The Shikaka has gone silent now. I think it's asleep. Let's go back to the village. I want you and your siblings to stay at the hospital for a while as we check on your health conditions. We will also have your seal checked so we can begin overriding it as soon as possible. They all returned to the village and the Sabaka's siblings were confined to the hospital for a few hours before they got released. Gaara was placed inside a room with seals to keep the Shikaku at bay and not bother him. Sasuke, Hinata, Naruto, and Fu visited the red-haired boy and they shared stories. Meanwhile, Chomei and Kurama was having a conversation through their host's mental links. They were discussing about the strange entity they felt earlier when their brother Shikaku got out from Gaara's seal. They noticed that the beast was talking strangely and was saying, "we," instead of "I." They didn't fail to take note when he screamed something about punishing mortals with the light. It was just not him. They knew Shikaku never talked like that. Kumagakure. It was a normal day at Kumagakure. The villagers and shinobi were doing their own businesses when one of the glasses of the Raikage's office exploded, followed by what looked like a human being tossed out. Everyone in the village could almost hear their leader's angry outburst. What? What do you mean you do not have the heiress? Mabui, the Raikage's assistant, can also be heard trying to calm her boss down so the whole village won't have to hear him. Raikage-sama, please, you need to calm down. And please put down Jay down. He's going to die from suffocation. The Raikage just grunted in response, but thankfully he put down the Kumo kidnapper captain. Raikage office. The Raikage took a deep breath and ordered his shinobi to report. Jay coughed up a bit and straightened himself before taking a long breath. Report. We were successfully able to infiltrate Konoha without any problems. We got inside the Hyuga compound and saw it empty. We waited in the shadows for some time and finally saw the heiress unconscious carried by 2 Hyuga slaves. 2 of us followed them and silently killed the 2 branch members and then placed the heiress inside the bag. We got outside the Hyuga compound without any problems and immediately headed for the way out. As we were escaping, the alarms went on, and we found ourselves cornered near the Uchiha compound. Before we got cornered, we bumped into one of the Uchiha heir. We also had him knocked unconscious and placed inside our sack for bonus. As we prepared to fight, we also found 2 Iwanins, one of them carrying an unconscious boy. The leader of the 2 asked for a team-up as we escaped Konoha. She figured that we were also kidnapping someone and didn't give a thing about it as long as we helped each other out. I agreed and both of our teams battled together against Konoha Nin and some civilians who decided to get in our way. We easily wiped them out and managed to escape to the forests. We lost the pursuers for some time, but they were able to catch up on us as we got near the fire border. There we decided to halt and face our pursuers. As we prepared for a fight, they were able to snatch the children we were kidnapping and we had to chase after them. We followed them and found ourselves cornered by more Konoha Nin. We battled for a good 10 minutes and destroyed the forest in the process. In the end, we got our Tenketsu points sealed off by the Hyuga and we got overpowered by the Uchiha's Sharingan. Before we lost consciousness, we saw the Konoha Nin get killed. When we woke up, we found their dead bodies and the children we were kidnapping gone. My team suspected Iwa of treachery but decided to call it off as we saw them as confused as we were when we woke up. We all woke up the same time and searched the area for some traces but found none. In the end we decided to call the search off and go our separate ways and go back to our own villages. So that's it? That's how you lost your captives? Hi. Raikage-sama. Jay replied nervously as he could feel his boss killer intent leaking again. Bro, you need to calm down. I don't want you to throw out another fool outside. These poor fools are saying the truth. I know because I am Killer B, the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi. Yeah, baby. Raikage's brother, B said while rapping. I wonder who killed those Konoha nin? We do not know yet, brother. Hachibi says he's also trying to figure it out, yo. Their meeting was interrupted when the door flew open, revealing a panting Jonin who looked nervous. Raikage-sama, forgive me for the sudden intrusion. But I got urgent news. We just received a letter from the Hokage delivered by one of their fastest messenger birds. The Jonin said as he shakily handed the letter to the Raikage. The Raikage took the scroll and glared at the Jonin. Well? What are you waiting for? Get the hell out of here! The Raikage shouted as he grabbed the poor Jonin and threw him outside his office by the glass window. Killer B watched in amusement as the Jonin got thrown outside. He took out a notepad and began writing rhymes on it. Iwagakure. Tsuchikage office. The Tsuchikage was happily waiting inside his office when he heard that his granddaughter and her partner have returned from their mission. His happy face immediately fell when Kuratsuchi entered the office with a smug look, followed by Akatsuchi who looked nervous. Do I need to ask that you do not have the boy? Anoki looked at his granddaughter with a frown. Kuratsuchi didn't respond but instead sat by the chair opposite her grandfather's. Tsuchikage-sama, Akatsuchi said as he bowed. Anoki nodded in response and motioned for him to take a seat. All right, tell me what happened. Report. We managed to get inside the fire country without any problems. We made camp near Konoha's forests and had 4 clones scout the village. By nightfall we took down our camp and infiltrated the village. As we got inside we immediately saw a huge mob chasing after a boy. That boy was our target, Uzumaki Namikaze's Naruto. Kuratsuchi immediately sprung in action to help, attacking the mob and summoning a dome to protect the boy. I rushed by her side and fought the civilians. We had to kill them since we could not risk the boy getting harmed. And they were also bent on trying to murder us too as well. We easily killed the mob and urgently headed out. As we got near the Uchiha compound, we found ourselves face to face with a team of Kumo shinobi who happened to be kidnapping the Hyuga heiress and the Uchiha head's youngest son. We got cornered by more civilians who tried to fight us and by some Konoha nin who were chasing the Kumo nin. We easily killed them off as we have decided to team up. We got outside to the forests and were pursued by Konoha nin. As we got nearby the fire border, we decided to fight our pursuers. They managed to snatch the children from our grasps and we had to chase after them. We got surrounded by more Konoha nin and battled them for a good 10 minutes. We destroyed the forest in the process, but in the end we got defeated by the combined power of the Byakugan and the Sharingan. Before we lost consciousness, we saw the Konoha nin get slaughtered. When we woke up, we found their dead bodies, but there was no sign of the children we were kidnapping. We searched for them but found no trace. Kuratsuchi and I suspected Kumo of treachery but decided to call it off as we realized they were as just confused as we were. Both our teams woke up at the same time. In the end we decided to part ways and head back to our own villages. I see. I wonder. Curious. Very curious. Could be Konoha trying to misguide us. The Tsuchikage murmured to himself while the two watched him. He was interrupted from his thoughts when he heard a knock. The knock sounded urgent, so he immediately ordered for the person to get inside the office. Tsuchikage-sama. Urgent message from Konoha. It was brought by one of their fastest messenger birds. The Jonin said as he handed his leader a scroll. Thank you, Anoki said as the Jonin nodded and exited the room. He unsealed the scroll and began reading it. Kanehigakure. Hokage office. Hokage-sama. The messenger birds have returned. They have gotten our messages, a figure said as he kneeled. The Hokage was facing the window while he blew on his pipe. Good. Now I want you to find Jiraiya and tell him to see me immediately, the Hokage replied without looking at the NBU. Hi. Flashback last night. Raikage Dano / Susage Dano. I regret to inform you that I am deeply offended by your recent actions. To attack Konoha during a time of peace is simply outrageous. When you raided the village we were obviously caught off guard and were surprised. And to add to the fact that you took some of our scrolls, the Uzumaki and the Namikaze clan's scrolls, to be exact. You also had the gall to blow up the Yondaime Hokage's face and destroyed the Uzumaki and Namikaze clan's mansions after you took what you wanted. We had our suspicions that Iwa and Kumo were the ones who did the raid on us, but I decided not to press on it as I didn't want our villages to get into a misunderstanding. But now that you have returned and decided to kidnap important people from our village, I can no longer ignore the fact that you have committed great offenses against us. I am a peaceful man. I wish to keep the peace between the 5 great nations. I hope you feel the same. Konoha would be very grateful if you return the items and people that you have taken. I would also like to let you know that I, the Sandaime Hokage, still respects the treaty and wishes for it to continue. Return what you have taken and Konoha will forget about the recent events. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sandaime Hokage. The Hokage straightened up as he finished writing the letters addressed to the Iwa and Kumo leaders. Shikaku, I would like you to read this and tell me if it is all right. The lazy Nara had yawned and thought it was too troublesome but took the letter from the Hokage and read it anyway. Seems fine to me. The threat is still there even if it is hidden. The Hokage nodded and looked at Shikaku. Tell me, what do you think shall we do if they do not return them? We cannot go into physical confrontation at the moment. So our best move against them would be politically. We'll try to drag other nations to this and ask them for help. We'll try to pressure them as much as possible. We'll threaten to cut off trades and routes if they do not cooperate. That should work. That's a bit risky, Sarutobi commented. Risky, yes. But it is our best option. Shikaku shrugged as he told the Hokage. By the way, Hokage-sama, how are the talks going with Suna? Suna hasn't responded to any of our messages ever since the raid. You don't think dash? Shikaku said, not finishing the sentence as it was already obvious. I hope not, Shikaku. If Suna is also involved, then I'm afraid to say that Konoha would be at a disadvantage. We could take on 2 villages at the same time. But if you'll make it 3, we will have problems. Even if we say we have allies, fighting against 3 of the 5 great nations will be difficult. That's unless we ally with Kirigakure. An alliance with Kiri would be beneficial if Suna is really our possible enemy now. Yes. I'll look into that. I'll start making preparations for a possible alliance between Konoha and Kiri. For now let us hope that Kumo and Iwa return what they have taken from us, Sarutobi said, deciding to finish the meeting. Shikaku, have these letters sent by our fastest messengers birds, the Hokage ordered as he finished sealing the scrolls. 1 copy for the Raikage, and another one for the Tsukage. Hi. Good night, Hokage-sama. I'll see you again tomorrow. Good night, Shikaku, Sarutobi said as the Nara had exited the office. The Hokage cleaned up his desk and also got out of the office for bed. Flashback end. Uzushio Gakure. We will have to set the Shikaku free. We will contain it while we erase the seal from Gaara. After erasing the seal, we will immediately perform the double hexagonal sealing on him so the Shikaku won't bother Gaara too much when he gets sealed once again. The Uzukage explained to Gaara and his siblings with Naruto and Fu also there listening. Kaa-chan. Kurama-chan says she's got something important to tell you, Naruto said as he waited for his mother's response. Alright, what is it? Naruto closed his eyes and concentrated, letting Kurama take over for the moment so she could relay the message easier. Kushina. When my brother Shikaku got out of his seal earlier, Chome and I noticed something. Shikaku was talking in a manner he shouldn't be. He was talking about himself but saying we instead of I. He also mentioned something about purging mortals with the light. Shikaku was never the religious type. There was something else in him. Yes, Chome said through Fu, who also joined in the conversation. If I recall correctly, Shikaku's first Jinchuriki was a priest. And the seal was unstable. Ever since, Shikaku changed and became weird. From what we have observed, Shikaku's probably channeling the spirit of his first Jinchuriki. It is also possible that a part of the priest's soul has been sealed within Shikaku's mind as the seal was a failure, Kurama said. If we're going to unleash Shikaku, we must extract the priest from him first before we reseal him back inside Gaara. Kurama and Chome finished, switching back and allowing Naruto and Fu regain control of their bodies. So the story about the priest is true then, Kushina said to herself. Has the priest always been mad? The Uzukage asked. Kurama-chan says she's not sure. Alright. So we will have to extract the priest from Shikaku first before we reseal him inside Gaara. Excuse me, Gaara interrupted. I can feel the Shikaku stirring. I think he is about to wake up. Alright then. We will do it in 10 minutes. I'll have some people come over to assist. Kaa-chan. I would like to watch. I want to be there with Gaara for some support, Naruto requested to his mother while doing the puppy eyes jutsu, making his mother's heart melt. Alright, Naruto-kun. Just stay on a distance when the process start, alright? Alright. Thanks, Ka-chan. The boy replied and hugged his mother. Can I come too? Fu said. 10 minutes later, back to sealing ground 1. Gaara, are you ready? The Uzukage asked as the boy lay down with his shirt off, making the seal on his stomach visible. Hi, Uzukage-sama. Please begin. The Uzukage nodded to the storm in the island, signaling them to get ready as she made hand seals. Fuin, release! She said as she slammed her palm on Gaara's seal, making it glow. The Uzukage also applied a sleeping seal on Gaara to help Shikaka get out faster. Within a few minutes the Ichibi have finally got out. Gaara was immediately brought to a safe distance, and was surrounded by storm where 2 of them were erasing his current seal. Bwahahaha! Yes! Freedom, at last! Now, we can prove our existence! Wahahaha! The Ichibi cackled madly as it began scanning its surroundings. It sensed the other living beings in the island and immediately headed to the location where the Uzukage was waiting. Ha ha! We found you, mortal! You suck at hiding! Mwahahaha! Now, time to prove our existence! Die, mortal! Die by the light! Mwahahaha! It laughed madly as it opened its mouth, gathering chakra. The Uzukage immediately recognized it as a Baijidama. She activated her Rinnegan and waited for the attack to be unleashed at her. Gakido, Petropath! The Uzukage called as the Baijidama headed towards her. She held out her palms as the tailed beast bomb neared her. A vacuum-like sphere appeared in front of her palms and began sucking the energy ball. The Baijidama began to shrink as it got sucked by the Gakido. This is too much chakra. The Uzukage thought as the ball got fully absorbed. She now felt dizzy and heavy. What? You absorbed it! Oh, never mind. We will see if you can absorb another one. The demon laughed as it began to create another tailed beast bomb. The Ichibi blasted it towards the Uzukage and once again she tried to absorb it, but as it got smaller, about 1/4 the size of it before, it exploded, sending her flying away and crashing into a wall. I am such an idiot. Note to self, the Petropath isn't that effective against Baijidamas. Kushina thought as she scrambled up. She now released the chakra she absorbed earlier and felt light again. Here it comes! She thought as the Ichibi found her and roared towards her. You're still alive? Rohei where? It forgot about making another tailed beast bomb and simply decided to attack the Uzukage using physical attacks. Kushina dodged a tail swipe that was aimed towards her, destroying the wall in the process. Alright. You wanna play, huh? She said as she unsheathed her katana. Now, Ichibi-san, let me show you why I'm called the Red Death. She smirked and began laughing maniacally. Let's dance, she said as she bowed and vanished. The Uzukage began slashing and stabbing at the Ichibi at random spots, vanishing and reappearing with a flash of red. This infuriated the Ichibi, making it roar in frustration. Now, to level up this dance session, she said as she produced 3 shadow clones. The 4 Kushinas charged at the demon and began attacking it relentlessly, while the Shikaka got annoyed and started shooting small-tailed beast bombs at random locations, hoping it will hit the mortal attacking it. Wah! We cannot lose to a mortal! It roared in frustration as the Uzukage continued on with her dance. Great! I'll just have to tire it so I could begin with the extraction, she thought as she made 5 more clones and had them attack the Ichibi using the 5 different elements. The battle have been ongoing for 10 minutes now. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, Naruto was watching the storm as they finished erasing the current seal drawn on Gaara. They were now preparing to place a new and stable seal on him. I wonder how Ka-chan is doing, Naruto said as he looked at the other side of the island where explosions are coming from. She'll be fine, Fu, who was also watching, said. Chomei insisted on her coming as she was curious about the new seal the Yuzu people were going to apply on Gaara. Then without warning, Naruto just dropped to the floor unconscious. Naruto-kun! Fu shouted in panic as she tried to wake the boy. Suddenly, Naruto began floating with his head hung low. The storm who was with them watched in awe and fear as Naruto opened his eyes, revealing purple ringed ones. By the gods! Chomei said as she watched the scene happen through Fu's eyes. Fu's inner mindscape. What the dash? How come I can see Naruto-kun on a different point of view? Kurama asked herself and looked around. She noticed that she was on a different place. Who's there? How come you're inside Fu's mind? A voice said. Komi-ai-kun? Kurama asked, recognizing her sister's voice. Kurama-ne-chan, what are you doing here? How is this possible? I do not know. Outside Fu's mindscape. Everyone in the area was now shaking in fear as Naruto was radiating a very powerful aura. "Fear not," Naruto said as he made the peace sign towards the storm. His voice sounded deep and ancient and echoed. "Return to your work. The seal must be ready when I extract the priest from my son." "What in the world dash?" Kurama and Chomei both said as they watched the scene unfold. Naruto then began floating towards the area where his mother and the Ichibi were battling. "Fu! Follow him!" Chomei said as she channeled her chakra out for Fu. The girl then grew wings and flew after Naruto. Kushina's POV. Kushina had been battling the Ichibi for 20 minutes now and noticed that her attacks were doing little damage. Every time she lands a hit on the Ichibi, a whitish aura comes out of it. She figured that it was some kind of shield. After some time, she found out that it was probably the light that the priest inside Shikaku that was talking about that was protecting it, as she could not recognize it as one of the Ichibi's powers. "My child, let me handle this. Bring the boy here and prepare to reseal my son inside him. I will be the one to extract the priest from Shikaku." Normal POV. Naruto did not wait for a reply and immediately floated towards the Ichibi. "What is this? Reiwa. Time for you to go to the afterlife. You have prolonged your stay in this realm. Leave my son be," Naruto said as he floated towards the Shikaku's head and held out his hand. "Ninjendo, human path." "No. I don't want to go there yet. I am protected by the Lord's light. I shall stay here as he commands. I must prove my existence," a voice said as Naruto began to pull out something that looked like a soul. Soon it materialized and formed into a bald man wearing a suit and tie. "Seal hold," Naruto said as a ghost-like chain wrapped around the priest preventing it from moving. "Kuchios, Shinigami." A huge spectral form appeared in front of him and bowed. Naruto nodded and held out his arm and motioned at the priest. The creature then bowed and floated towards the mad priest. The priest started to scream in panic as the Shinigami grabbed him. He was eaten and was locked inside its stomach the same way Minato experienced when he sealed the Kyuubi inside Naruto. "Now you are finally free of your burden," Naruto spoke to the Ichibi as it started to stir. "Sleep, my son. When you wake, you will be sealed inside Gaara once again. Be friends with him," he said as his voice started to fade off. Kushina, who was too dumbstruck, did not move earlier to fetch Gaara. She was rooted at her spot and watched as her son talked in a different kind of way and extracted the priest out of Shikaku. Thankfully, the storm followed after Naruto and Fu and carried Gaara with them. Kushina began to regain herself as she watched Naruto's aura began to weaken and return to normal. She was able to catch her son when he finally lost consciousness. Fu's mindscape. "Oh look! What is this?" Kurama said as she felt a tugging sensation. "I guess I'm going back inside Naruto-kun." Chomei, who was also dumbstruck, wasn't able to respond as Kurama vanished and returned to Naruto's mind. Outside Fu's mindscape. Everyone was staring at Naruto's unconscious form in disbelief. Most of the storm were still shaken after witnessing the things he did earlier. They were awakened from their stupor as they heard the Shikaku roar. "Everyone on your positions!" Kushina said as she made a clone and had it carry Naruto away. Fu followed after them while the Uzukage and the storm started resealing the Ichibi back inside Gaara. Uzumaki art, double hexagonal seal. 2 hexagonal prisms appeared, one bigger and one smaller. The bigger one floated towards the Ichibi and trapped it inside, while the smaller one floated towards Gaara and did the same thing. A double hexagonal seal appeared on the boy's stomach and connected with the 2 prisms. The bigger prism started to shrink as Shikaku was once again sealed inside Gaara. The seal glowed brightly and slowly died out as the seal began to stabilize. "We're done here. Everyone, come with me immediately to my office," the Uzukage said seriously as she made 2 clones and had the one carry Gaara and the other one go after Fu. The next day. Konoha. The Hokage was puffing smoke with his pipe as he thought of words to write in his letter for the Mizukage. Shikaku, along with the other clan heads, were also there present. They have been discussing about their planned alliance proposal with Kiri. They have been also waiting for a response from the Iwa and Kyuma leaders. Hayashi have already assured the other people in the room about the caged bird seal. He told them about it being branded on Hinata. Konoha wouldn't have to worry about Kumo now discovering the Byakugan's secrets, and making more by having Hinata used by Kumo as a breeding factory. The Uchiha, on the other hand, have expressed their concerns about the Sharingan. Fugaku couldn't care less about his son but was worried about their Kekkai Genkai being stolen by other people not from Konoha. The Hokage straightened up as he finished his letter and called for one ANBU and ordered it to have the letter delivered to Kirigakure. A few seconds after the ANBU left, there was a knock on the door. A jonin entered the room and handed Sarutobi a scroll. The old monkey inspected it and found the earth seal inscribed on it, meaning it was from the Uzushio. Iwagakure has responded, the Hokage announced, calling the attention of everyone inside the room. He unsealed it and read it aloud for everyone in the room to hear. Greetings, Hokage Dano. First of all, I would like to inform you that I am deeply wounded by your words. You accused Iwa of attacking Konoha while my village has nothing to do about it. I too am a man of peace. I do not wish war between the 5 great nations. So I would like to tell you that Iwa is innocent. Second, we have received intelligence about Iwane near your village. I want Konoha to know that those shinobi are rogue and were no longer affiliated with Iwa when the attacks on your village happened. It could be possible that it was them who did it, but once again, I tell you that Iwa has nothing to do about the offensive moves against Konohagakure. I do hope that we could continue the peace between both our villages and clear some misunderstandings that have begun to form. Anoki of both scales. Sandaimet Uzushio. The Hokage finished reading and put the scroll down. He stared at the council before him and took a deep breath. Iwa has chosen to play as innocent, he remarked. Hi. We can just pretend that we did not receive the Uzushio's reply, Shikaku suggested. I was thinking of the same thing. Ignore the letter and send another one after a few days, replied Sarutobi. Just then, there was another knock on the door. The person was let inside and handed the Hokage another scroll. Hokage-sama, a message from Kumo, the jonin said as he presented a scroll with the Rai seal on it. The Hokage took it from the jonin and unsealed it, reading its content. Compared to the Uzushio's message, the Raikage's response was obviously more aggressive and straightforward. Hokage Dano. You are making grave accusations. Kumo does not like it. We may have tried something 3 years ago, but raiding and stealing from Konoha is simply not our style. I have heard about the Yondaime's face getting blown up and the Namikaze and Uzumaki's belongings taken. Kumo has nothing to do with it. Feel free to visit Kumo and inspect every single area here, and you will only find nothing. Perhaps you should try considering looking for your lost items again. Search your whole village. I do not wish for our current status to go into an unfriendly state. As the Raikage, I only wish what's best for my village. And including that is not going to war. Yondaime Raikage. Sarutobi just sighed and announced. Kumo also wants to play innocent. But they are obviously hinting war. I think it would be best if we do not respond for now. Our top priority will be Kirigakure. We need to make a deal with the Mizukage. And fast. Shikaku stated, earning nods of agreement from the other clan heads. I did not expect them to respond like this. If we insist about them being guilty, it will only give them reason to declare open war, the Hokage said. For now we will need to contact Kiri and make an alliance with them as soon as possible. Hayashi and Fugaku, I am assigning you 2 as diplomats to Kirigakure. You will deliver the letter I will be writing and some gifts for them. Understood. The 2 Dojutsu clan heads replied. Uzushio Gakure. A day has passed since the incident about Naruto happened. The Uzukage immediately called for a meeting with the storm that was present in the island. She made a strict order for them to keep everything a secret. They are not to tell anyone about what they saw. Kushina also spoke to Fu and also told her the same thing. The girl understood and agreed, as Chome also told her to keep things secret. Chome and Kurama were still shocked about what happened and still needed time to think about it. Naruto was currently at the Uzukage mansion, his room surrounded by 3 squads of storm. Ever since his mysterious transformation yesterday, he still hasn't regained consciousness. His mother was now extremely worried for his well-being. Doctors are checking up on him 24/7. Kushina also showed the memory of the events yesterday to her family. After watching the memory, Erishur left the room speechless while Minato, Minako, Narumi, Miho, and Mio remained inside the room with Kushina and discussed about it. Kid left the room some time later after hearing Minato and Kushina suggest some theories and went to the library to check some books. Gaara was now stable and had no memories of the events yesterday. He woke up in the morning feeling far better than before. He could hear the Shikaku peacefully snoring inside his mind. Gaara decided to try and contact his Biju later. He was currently with his siblings Kankuro and Temari strolling around the village. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Hinata were with Fu, currently at a private room in the library reading books about the Uzumaki clan and the Sage of the 6 Paths. The Uzukage have already explained to them about their clan's secret dojutsu, and some information about it. So here they are, at the library reading for more information while waiting for their friend Naruto to recover, since nobody was allowed to enter his room except the Uzukage, her husband, the former Uzukage, and the head of the storm. Uzushio Gakure office. A Kushina clone was currently doing paperwork while her original was watching over Naruto. Minato was also at the office reading books about the sage's connection with the tailed beasts, while he was also helping the Kushina clone at the same time. Just then, a ripple of water appeared on the floor and on it a kneeling figure appeared. Uzukage-sama, we have received intelligence about Konoha contacting Kumo and Iiwa. The Hokage planned on blackmailing them, but apparently it backfired. Here are the copies of the message and their responses, the watery figure said as it took out 4 scrolls and handed it to the Uzukage. The Kushina clone and Minato unsealed the scrolls and read them. After reading, the clone dispelled herself and transferred the memories to the original. Good. Kumo and Iiwa will be acting cold against Konoha while the Leaf will do the same. Their relationship with each other will be now on thin ice that is about to break. When the time comes, it will be easier for Uzushio Gakure to destroy them all at the same time. The Uzukage thought to herself as she waited for Naruto to wake up. Chapter 11, Oni no Kuni. Uzushio Gakure. A few days have passed since Gaara's seal had been fixed. Naruto woke up 2 days later with no recollection of what happened. The Uzukage then decided to keep it secret from him for his own good. Fu had been told not to tell Naruto, and through their mental link, Chomei also told Kurama not to mention it to her host. Life in Uzushio Gakure became nicer for Naruto, as he has now more friends around his age. There were also 2 Jinchurikis like him who will become a part of his life as he grows older. Naruto and his friends have started learning about the basic fundamentals of chakra with the help of some tutors. Since Naruto already knew about the basics, he along with Sasuke had been grouped with Temari and Kankuro for some history lessons and theories while they waited for the others to catch up. Uzushio Gakure Academy. The school semester will begin in a week. Naruto and the others have been enrolled, and were currently taking an orientation. Their proctor was currently telling them about the ranking system. Now, here in Uzushio Gakure, our standards are higher compared to the other schools from other villages. Students take 7 years of studying in the academy. Those who just started school are called academy students. After 3 years as an academy student, they must take a test to be able to go to their 4th year. If they pass the test, they will be now registered to the village as genins. In their 4th year, students are teamed with other students. Each team consists of 3 genins and an instructor. Here they will now begin doing simple missions and apply everything they have learned in their first 3 years as an academy student, while also learning to work with a team. During the first 3 months of their 4th year, the instructor will observe the team and see if they are compatible with each other. In this stage, team members could still be changed if the instructor finds them incompatible. As they progress to their 6th year, they should be now prepared to do missions outside the village. In their 7th and final year, they will be now taking missions outside the village. Here they will be sent to other villages to spy, assassinate, steal, or deliver something. If they survive the year, they will now graduate the academy and will be registered with the rank of High Genin or Chunin depending on their performance for their 7 years. The proctor said as he stopped walking and faced Naruto and his group. If you're confused, here is a brochure about the level system. The proctor then gave them a leaflet about the ranking system. Naruto and his friends took a copy and read. Year level and rank. Year 1, Grade 1 Academy Student. Year 2, Grade 2 Academy Student. Year 3, Grade 3 Academy Student. Year 4, Grade 1 Genin. Year 5, Grade 2 Genin. Year 6, Grade 3 Genin. Year 7, Senior Genin. Graduate, High Genin or Low Chunin. Are you guys finished? Good. Moving on. The proctor then opened the door and led them outside the room. The proctor then led them to a huge open area. Here is our track and field area. Physical education classes are usually held here. Seals have been applied to the ground for changing the terrain depending on what kind of body training the class is having. For example, if I want to strengthen my resistance to cold. The proctor then made hand seals and slammed his palms to the ground. The field then turned into a frozen field. Snow began to fall and the winds picked up, sending chilling breezes. The proctor made a single hand seal and returned the terrain back to normal. There. You guys got it? Good. Moving on. Next they went to another huge open area. Here is our school's training ground number 1. Ninjutsu classes are usually held here. The grounds of this area had been applied with repairing seals. After every session, the ground automatically restores itself. They moved on to the next and were now beside a lake. This is our training ground number 2, also used for ninjutsu classes. Here students also learn water walking and other things related to Suiton jutsus. Next is our training ground number 3. The proctor then led them to a huge forest. This is where students do the combined sparring, taijutsu, ninjutsu, kenjutsu, and other shinobi-related things. Capture the flag, defend the base, capture the base, war games, stealth, and other things are done here. Like the training ground number 1, seals have been also applied here. The difference now is that the seals restore and reconstruct the area. Every week, the terrain changes to another so the students will get used to different kinds of unfamiliar areas and new ones. The proctor then said. Imagine if the area doesn't change, that will be boring, right? We will get so used to it and learn nothing new. Now if the area changes, students will learn to adapt to new areas and it will be easier for them when they go outside on their 7th year. You guys get my point? Perfect. Now let us move on. The proctor then led the group to a building. The building was huge with divisions for each section on it. Here is our dojo. This is where we learn kenjutsu. During your years as a student, you will learn to use different kinds of weapons. You will be prompted to choose a primary weapon, but you'd still be required to learn using everything. Alright. Let's move on. The proctor then led the group back to the first building where they held the orientation. The group followed him to a room about the size of a regular classroom. Alright. This room is applied with seals that will transport us to another location, the proctor said as he activated a switch, and the room glowed red as the seals activated. Soon the group found themselves on a very large clearing. On the far side there was a forest. On the other side there was a lake. Another side was a group of mountains with lava flowing down. On the last side were a huge gathering of storm clouds. Naruto and his friends inspected their new area in awe and with interest. Where are we? Asked Fu. My dear students, welcome to training ground number 4. This is where you will be training with your summons. As you have learned from your Uzushio Gakure orientation, all villagers, civilians and shinobi alike, are bound to a personal summon. For students, this is where we train with our summons. Here you will learn collaborating attacks with them, fighting with them, and also strengthening your bonds with them. Now please follow me, the proctor said as they headed to the forest. After about 10 minutes of walking, they stopped in front of a medium-sized 2-story cabin. Now, this is where our orientation ends, he said as the door of the house opened. Welcome everyone. I hope you liked your orientation, a familiar voice said. Ka-chan! Tu-chan! Naruto squealed in excitement. What are you doing here? Well, since you're all new to Uzushio Gakure and entering the academy, you'll need summons. We're here to have you sign your summoning contract, the Uzukage replied as she took out a scroll from her pocket. All right, Naruto exclaimed as he pumped his fist in the air. What shall we do? Kushina just smiled at her son as Minato opened the door of the cabin and ushered the group inside. We will have lunch first. Come in. Naruto and his group followed inside and were amazed by the house. It looked more spacious compared to how it looked outside. They were also greeted by Naruto's siblings as they got into the dining area. Nei-chan, Ni-san, what are you doing here? Naruto asked his siblings happily. Well, since you're finally having your contract with the dragons active, we're here to accompany you, Minako replied. The ceremony requires all family members of the Uzukage family present if one of them is signing the contract, Narumi explained. And besides, we can't miss our baby brother's initiation with the Dragon Clan, can we? Mio and Miho both said. Alright, let's have lunch, Kushina said as servers entered the room carrying platters of food. Tsunade outskirts. A mild sandstorm was brewing at the desert. Sand dust flew all over as the winds picked up. A lone hooded figure could be barely seen as it walked hurriedly towards the city's walls. As it got nearer, it looked around and checked if there were sentries watching. Finding none, the hooded figure took out a kunai and a scaling rope with a hook from his robe. The unknown person walked nearer to the wall and prepared to throw the rope. Before the intruder could toss it up, he exploded into blood and gore. Tsunade. Tsunade main gate. 3 gate guards were stationed at the main gate. 2 of them watched in a far distance as the sandstorm blew. The silence was broken when their other companion called for their attention as he saw the seal glow. There was a miniature city placed by the desk in the guardhouse. A certain part of the wall in the mini-city was glowing red. Look! An intruder! He said as he pointed at the glowing area. Call for the ANBU. All right. You stay here, one of the 2 said. I'll report to the Kazekage immediately. You go to the ANBU, the other one said. The 2 guards jumped off towards the village and left their other companion alone. Tsunade Hospital, cremation room, 20 minutes later. We found his remains by the southern wall. Here are the spy's scrolls. An ANBU reported as the Kazekage took the scrolls and began to read some. So this one's from Konoha, eh? They have sent a spy since we were not responding to any of their messages. They would not leave us alone in peace. It's a great thing you and the Uzukage-sama did the protective seals, Kazekage-sama. commented the ANBU captain. Indeed. The barrier has been very helpful. I'm so glad my predecessor did not mess with Uzushio Gakure back during the war. Now we're benefiting greatly with them as our ally. The Kazakage sighed and walked to the door. I'll be back to my office. If there are more of these spies, report to me immediately. Hi. The ANBU replied as they prepared to burn the remains. Konoha. Flashback, the next day after the letters to Iwa and Kumo was sent. Hokage office. So Suna hasn't responded to any of our messages? A white-haired man asked. Yes. They have been silent. I wonder what they are up to, Sarutobi replied as he puffed smoke. There is something else you should know, Jiraiya said. And that is? I haven't received reports from any of our spies in Suna. None at all. That's troubling news. If they have discovered our spies, then we'll receive no intel regarding Suna and the Kazakage's movements. I'm thinking of sending another spy from the network. Our spies inside Suna may have not been discovered yet. It is possible that Suna could be on a lockdown at the moment. Konoha's treaty with Suna is known to most villages. It is possible that they are simply trying to keep to themselves at the moment in fear of getting hit by our mysterious enemies as well. Yes, you should send a new one inside. But if you're going to do that, you will need to send something with your spy that can immediately report back to us. A summoning toad can work. Yes. A small one though. Alright. I'll have the spy bring a toad with him when he infiltrates Suna. Flashback end. Present time, Hokage office. The Hokage was currently reading an orange book and was giggling like a girl. He did not notice when a white-haired man entered his office by the window. I see you liked my new book, Jiraiya commented as he sat opposite the Hokage's desk. Haha, yes. It has been quite some time since I've read your books. Sarutobi chuckled as he put down the Ika Ika book. Whoever those attackers are, they probably hate you too. Whoever they are, I will never forgive them for destroying my masterpieces. The great white-haired pervert sighed as he recalled that tragic night. Anyway, to business. You're back. Any news? The Hokage asked as he lit his pipe and began puffing smoke. As a matter of fact, I have. But I bring dire news. Sarutobi just sighed and took a long inhale from his pipe. All right, tell me about it. I was summoned to Mount Myoboku just about 15 minutes ago. The toads informed me that the toad I sent with the spy was killed. When it returned to Mount Myoboku, the toad was all blood and gore. How is that even possible? The Hokage asked, horrified. Whatever happened to the toad, it must have been the same with the spy. They couldn't have discovered about the toad since it would have dismissed itself back immediately. They were most likely taken unawares, and by a very strong attack if they were turned into blood and gore. This is troubling news. We're not even sure if we could still trust them. They just shut us off. I can only hope that they are simply being overly cautious. But no, considering the things that have occurred, and as the Hokage, I must assume that they have gone hostile against us, Sarutobi said as he glared at the book he was reading earlier. Relax. You are being paranoid. And I understand why. But we cannot just assume that Suna has gone red against us. The Kazakage knows that they are no match against the might of Konoha. Oh. I don't know. You may be right. I'm being too paranoid. Or I may be right about Suna. The old monkey just sighed and puffed on his pipe once more. The pervert Sanin just shook his head and took out a book similar to the old monkey was reading. Uzushio Gakure, Cabin at the Forest. The Uzumaki Namikaze family and Naruto's friends finished their lunch and headed back to the clearing where they came earlier. They formed into a circle as Kushina and Minato stood a distance away from the group. Are you guys ready? Kushina asked. Yes. Naruto and his group replied excitedly as the Uzukage took out the scroll from her pocket. The Uzukage and Minato simultaneously bit their thumb and made hand seals and then slammed the ground. Kuchios no Jutsu! No less than 5 seconds later the area was now covered in smoke. Naruto and his friends waited for the smoke to disperse. When it did, they noticed that the ground looked darker. They soon realized that it was a shadow as it was moving. They looked up and were astounded when they saw the creature about 5 times bigger than the Kyuubi. It was floating in the sky and was encircling at them. Its beautiful scales gleamed as the sun's rays reflected at it. Its head was also a great sight to see as it had what looked like an amethyst crystal on the top of it between its long horns. Slowly it floated down, and had its body encircle the area. The head lowered near Kushina and Minato and bowed at them. You have called. The couple bent down in one knee and bowed their heads. Ta'adamaheim. Narumi, Minako, Mio, and Miho followed their parents' example and went down in one knee. Naruto and the others noticed, and they too bowed. Rise, the creature said. Kushina and Minato did as ordered and spoke. We have summoned you to ask you to take us to Terra. Here with us are new academy students in need of a partner. Also, my whole family is here to present Naruto, my youngest son, to your father, Watatsumi-sama. Naruto? The lost maelstrom? Yes, Haim. Oh, how exciting! So you finally found him, the dragon said as it looked at Naruto. Come forward. Naruto gulped and stared at the creature. It's all right, Naruto-kun. Do not be afraid, Narumi said, encouraging her little brother. Naruto then shakily walked forward and approached the dragon. It is all right, my dear child, do not be afraid. I am Toyatama, the daughter of the dragon god, Watatsumi. The princess then stared at the boy in silence. Nobody else dared interrupt or make a noise. After about 3 minutes, the dragon spoke again. For long we have waited, and now you're finally here. Everyone come to me, she ordered and waited for the rest of the group to come near. Good. Now I want you all to ride at my head. Sit down by the crystal. Minato and Kushina assisted the children getting up. They hopped on last and the dragon spoke once again. Good. Now hold on tight. We are going to Terra, Toyatama said as she uncoiled and floated to the heavens. Terra, the place of the dragons. Welcome, my dear humans, to Terra, land of the dragons, Toyatama said as they flew past 2 huge mountains that were made of white crystals. Those who were new stared at the place in amazement. Everywhere they looked, they could see different types of crystals and gems scattered all over the lands. There were lots of mountains and caves that they assumed were also filled with precious earthen materials. Finally, they reached the topmost mountain of the place where there was a huge palace made of pure gold. The princess hovered by the balcony and let the humans disembark. She then bid them goodbye for the moment, and floated towards the top tower of the castle. Naruto and the others were staring at the huge golden castle in awe. Soon about 20 guards marched out from the main gate and formed to an aisle and bowed. The guards were wearing armor that looked like scales and were also made of crystals. Welcome, newcomers. Welcome, summoners. Watatsumi-sama's waiting for you. Please come in, they all said in unison. Kushina and Minato led the group while the guards followed behind. Soon they entered a huge throne room where a man wearing great armor also made of precious crystals sat on a golden throne. The man was wearing a crystal white crown and had horns that looked like a gem. He had a red-orange colored gemstone shaped into a hexagon on the middle of his forehead. His eyes were the same color as the crystal on his forehead. Next to him sitting was a beautiful woman wearing a long gown. The gown was made of small diamonds and mithril all stitched and chained together. She was wearing an amethyst crown that also had horns. On her forehead was a hexagonal amethyst. There were also other people in the room also wearing clothing made of precious gems and crystals. The group moved forward and Kushina and Minato bent in one knee. The others followed their example and also bowed. Rise. The man on the throne spoke in a deep and powerful voice. Watatsumi-sama, Kushina and Minato murmured. My dear summoners. Welcome back to Terra. It has been a long time since the last time you visited. We have been busy. The Dragon King chuckled and replied. Ah, yes. I understand. Mortal affairs can be sometimes troublesome. Kushina and Minato laughed, and then nodded. I heard from my daughter about the lost maelstrom. I would like to see him. Of course, Watatsumi-sama, Kushina replied as Minato ushered Naruto forward. The boy shakily walked forward and then bent in one knee. Rise, my dear one, the king ordered and the boy followed. I am Watatsumi, the king and god of the dragons. Sitting beside me is my daughter Toyatama. The king indicated at the beautiful woman as she smiled warmly at the boy. The boy's eyes widened circles as he stared at the two in awe. Whoa! You can turn into humans! Naruto exclaimed excitedly, making the two chuckle. Yes, my dear one. We dragons also have our human forms. In your world we appear as dragons. But here, we assume our human forms and do our daily businesses like you humans do. Wow. Come closer, dear boy. Naruto did as ordered and presented himself to the king and the princess. Watatsumi stared at him in silence for some time. After a long silence, he stood up from his throne. Toyatama also stood up and followed her father's actions as he bowed to Naruto. For long we have waited, the Dragon King murmured as he and her daughter bent in one knee to the boy. The other dragons in human form who were in the room followed and bowed down. Everyone, especially Naruto, was confused. Kushina and Minato were thinking hard as they do not remember the same thing happening to them or their other family members when they presented themselves to the Dragon King. Could it be? Kurama, Chomei, and Shikaku, who were watching through their host's eyes, wondered the same thing. Watatsumi then once again stood up and the others followed. "Welcome, Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto," the king said. The other dragons in the room said the same thing and then applauded. "Ah. And now, the other new young ones. Please step forward." Fu and the others did as followed and bowed. The king inspected them all one by one. He stared at Fu and Gaara longer compared to the others. "You have passed the test. You all are worthy of signing the dragon contract." Everyone smiled happily while Naruto was a bit confused. "What do you mean? What kind of test?" The king simply chuckled at the girl, while the princess smiled. It was Toyotama who answered her. "The test was simple. We read through your hearts and your mind. And all of you have pure souls. Your very first test was when we arrived at the gates. That was the 2 mountains. I was feeling your emotions and felt no darkness in it. You saw all the precious gems and crystals and yet you did not feel taking them," the princess said. "You see," the king spoke. "Greed is one of the greatest enemies of a human being. Here in Terra, greed is the greatest enemy of a dragon summoner. If you have it in your heart, then you are not worthy of signing the contract and will be banished from this place forever." "I understand," Naruto said as he made a thinking pose. "So if a human is greedy, he will only want the contract so he could return here and take all the crystals. There is also a chance that he could bring other humans to invade the place and take the precious items here for themselves." "Well spoken. You are showing great intellect at your age," the king commented. "Thank you, Watatsumi-sama. I just love reading a lot of books. It helps me expand my knowledge. Knowledge is power, my dear boy. A dragon lives long and gains a lot of knowledge as it grows older. The older a dragon gets, the wiser it also becomes. You see, we dragons are what you humans can call walking libraries. We know a lot of things and you are free to ask us anything as long as we feel that your questions are worthy of answering." "Wow. So having the dragon contract is really great then. One could learn many things." "That's true. Now enough chit-chat. I'm sure you and your friends can no longer wait to sign the contract now." The king smiled as he took out a huge scroll and an obsidian dagger. "Here, make a small cut on your right palm and smear the blood on the scroll." Naruto then excitedly did as ordered. Moments after he smeared his blood on the scroll, golden letters appeared on it spelling the name Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto with the kanji 4 beside it. Kurama, who was watching, wondered. "Second? Naruto-kun's the second. Hold on, if I remember correctly, Tsunade was the first summoner of the Dragon Clan and his personal summon was Watatsumi-sama." "Perfect," the Dragon King said as he took the scroll and put it back to his robe. He then took out another one and motioned for the others to come forward. Fu was the second to sign and was followed by Gaara. Hinata signed next and then Sasuke. Temari was a bit nervous at first but signed anyway. Kankuro was the last to sign. When they all finished signing, Watatsumi took the scroll and kept it to his robe. "All right then," Toyotama said. "Please come with Shun and he will lead you out the castle. You will be now matched with your personal summon." A man wearing emerald clothing walked forward and introduced himself. "I'm Shun. Please follow me." The children then began to follow him outside but stopped when the king cleared his throat and called for their attention. "Naruto, please remain here." The boy then walked back to his parents' side and waited for the king to speak while his friends were led outside by Shun. "Right. How do I start? Oh, right. Anyway, Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. You were supposed to be here 5 years ago. But because of some unfortunate events, your presentation here was delayed. Normally, the Uzukage family members are presented to every dragon in Terra, whether they're already bound to one summoner or not. Your case, however, is different. The moment I saw you, I knew there was something special about you. Unfortunately, I cannot tell you nor your family about it. You shall be the ones to discover. Now, you were probably wondering why you signed on a different scroll. The answer is simple." Watatsumi trailed off as he stood up and drew a hidden sword from his robes. The Dragon King raised the sword and then struck it to the floor. He then faced the boy and bent on one knee. "Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, I, Watatsumi, Ryujin, King of Terra, will be your personal summon. I pledge to you my undying loyalty and friendship. Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, I, Toyotama, daughter of Ryujin, will also be your personal summon. I pledge to you my undying loyalty and friendship," the princess said as she too took out a sword out of nowhere and did the same thing her father did. Everyone, especially Naruto, was surprised by this. Kushina and Minato were shocked but were also happy for their son. Naruto's siblings were simply amazed. They knew about their parents' personal contract with the princess. However, hearing the king proclaim himself as Naruto's personal summon was simply amazing and shocking. From this day forth, you are now under the protection of the whole Dragon Clan. You now have the authority to summon every single one of us whenever you wish. Shall you need us in any kind of situation, we will be there to aid you, the king said as he stood up. The princess also stood up as her father held out his hand. Receive the seal of the Uzumaki pact. Naruto felt a burning sensation on his left arm and watched as markings appeared. For about 5 minutes, everyone watched in silence as his left arm got covered by markings that soon formed into an obsidian dragon. The dragon glowed for some time and finally vanished, the boy's left arm now looking normal like it was before. That seal symbolizes of your contract with the Dragon Clan. It will remain invisible and will only show up when you perform the jutsu for summoning, Watatsumi explained. Now, time for you to receive your personal seal with me and my daughter. He and Toadama both held out their arms and spoke. Receive the seal of your personal summon. This time, it was Naruto's right arm that glowed and got covered by markings. 2 dragons began to form. One was golden and the other one silver. After some time the seals vanished, and his skin returned to normal. Now that we are finished, I have something to tell you while the children are finding their matches. Follow me, the king said as he led the family to another room. Please be comfortable and take your seats. Now to business. Kushina and Minato, as you may have already know, Morio, the Demon King, has been summoned back to life. We dragons could feel his presence from here. He is slowly growing stronger by the day. I'm bringing up this matter now because what happens in a few weeks lies the fate of the world. Also, since you are the leader of the Uzumaki clan, this concerns your clan a lot. As wielders of the Rinnegan, it is your duty to maintain balance to the world. If Morio rises to full power, well, you know what happens. We understand that. In fact, we were set to leave for Uni no Kuni after Naruto-kun signs the contract. That's good. Now, here's something you need to know. Morio's resealing this time will require the power of your whole family. You, Minato, and your children must go together. The king then spoke to the youngest. Naruto. Before you go to Demon Country, you must first get the grasp of summoning. Watatsumi then explained. Morio is a godly being. Last time, he was sealed by the priestess with the use of her powers. But now he has come back, and this time he is stronger than before. You will need the assistance of another god. Now I don't want you to think that I'm underestimating your clan's powers. I know about the wonders of the Rinnegan as it also a power of a god. However, something tells me that you will have to rely on your other skills without using your Rinnegan. Since your clan is known as a clan of seal masters, there will be no problem. The only way to defeat Morio is by combining your sealing with me, strengthening it to a godly level. Also, I would like to state of an ancient law that I'm sure some of you already know. A god or goddess must not involve themselves into human matters. That law, however, can be bypassed. Since I am bound to Naruto, I have the rights to visit the mortal world and get involved into this matter without breaking the law. This is why Naruto must master the art of summoning fast. Excuse me, Watatsumi-sama, Naruto said. How am I going to learn it fast if we also need to take care of Morio soon? That's a good question. The Dragon King smiled as he called for one of his servants watching by the door. Please summon Akira. Hi. The guard bowed and left the room. Only a few minutes passed, then the door once again opened and a woman wearing white armor entered. You called, my lord? Yes. This is Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, the king said, indicating at the boy. You will be training him with the summoning jutsu. You will use one of our special rooms to hasten his training. Naruto, this is Akira, one of my lieutenants. She will be the one to train you. Understood. Please follow me. The boy looked at his parents and waited for their approval. His family just smiled at him, encouraging him to go. Where are we going? Naruto asked as he and Akira exited the room and walked through the corridors. We are going to train inside a special room where time is different from here. Say, for example, if we are going to train there inside for a week, only 7 minutes will have passed here once we go out. I see. So a minute here is a day inside? Exactly. Cool, Naruto said, making Akira smile. They walked for a few more minutes as the castle was huge. Naruto wasn't able to memorize the way they went as there were lots of turns and stairs. Finally, they stopped in front of a corridor with 3 curtains at the far end. Akira walked towards the curtain in the middle and motioned for Naruto to enter first. The boy excitedly went through the curtain with Akira following behind. Time skip, 30 minutes later. The middle curtain moved and on it came out a boy and a woman in armor. The boy looked a bit taller now compared earlier, and his hair longer. His body physique also improved. The woman was smiling proudly as they walked back to the room where the boy's family was waiting. "Ka-chan!" Naruto excitedly called as he ran back to the room. "Naruto-kun!" Kushina stood up and hugged her son. She released him and inspected her baby boy. "Look at you! You've grown taller! And your hair, you're starting to look more like your father. So how was your training?" Minato inquired as he smiled at his son fondly. "It was great! We were in there for a month. Akira-sensei helped me strengthen up my physique. My chakra pool has also increased during the training. On my first week, though, it was difficult. But I got used to the routine sensei made for me. Kurama-chan also helped me with my training as she helped me heal faster and replenish my lost energy and chakra. And now I can easily summon a dragon. The only thing now I haven't practiced yet is summoning Watatsumi-sama himself." "Well done, Naruto. And thank you, Akira," said the king, bowing to his lieutenant. "It has been a great honor teaching him. He is a great student," Akira replied. Naruto's family also thanked the woman before she excused herself. "I'll see you again soon, sensei, and thank you for teaching me," Naruto said as he hugged the woman. Akira then made a last bow and exited. "So, Naruto-kun," Narumi called. "Yes, Nei-chan? You think you're ready now?" She smirked. "Ha! You bet! Let's go kick some demon's ass!" "Ha! That's the spirit!" Minako laughed as he and Naruto high-fived. "Shall we make a little contest on who summons the most dragons?" said Miho, grinning. "Hey, that's unfair. You've been training longer. But you said you're strong already? And your chakra pool has grown larger," Mio replied. "Neikea-an," Naruto whined. The dragons and the Uzumaki Namikes just laughed at the siblings' traded banters. "Don't worry, Naruto-kun, if they're serious about it, remember that you got me." "Ha ha ha," Kurama laughed evilly as she spoke through their link. "Heh. You're right," Naruto replied as he smirked evilly at his siblings. "Someone's got that look," Narumi chanted, making the others laugh again. "Alright, that's enough. I think the others have already matched with their personal summons," Kushina interrupted. "Yes. Come now, let us go back to the throne room. When the others return, we are going to have a feast in honor of Uzumaki Namike's Naruto." "Kirigakure. They're here," a gate guard said as he and his partner watched the Konoha diplomats approach. "So, they have sent both clan heads of their dojutsu clans," a beautiful red-haired woman commented. "You know them, Mei-senpai?" a Kiri-Anbu captain asked. Beside the woman was a tall man with long black hair, carrying 3 swords on his back. "Yes," Mei replied. The Konoha group was now by the gates. "Welcome, Konoha. Welcome to Kirigakure," the woman greeted. "I am Terumi Mei, the Yondaime Mizukage's right hand and successor. With me is my husband, Rikudo. Please follow me." The group then headed to the Mizukage Tower with the Anbu flanking them. Mizukage office. "Mizukage-sama." Hayashi and Fugaku bowed. "Welcome, Hayashi of the Hyuga clan and Fugaku of the Uchiha clan." Yugura nodded. "Now, enough of this pleasantries and let us get started to business." The 2 clan heads smiled and nodded and took out 2 scrolls. "We have come here in hopes of forging an alliance with you. Konoha has a lot to offer in terms of trade and resources. What sort of things will Kiri get with this proposed alliance?" "One is resources, as we have said. We could open and establish trading routes straight from the land of fire to the land of water. You may now easily acquire the supplies that you don't usually find in your lands. Also, we promise you of cheap and easy bargains that you will find great," Hayashi explained. "Another is methods and teaching styles. We are willing to share our ways in our academy and training with you," Fugaku said. "As part of that, we are also willing to share some of our jutsus. As a sign of our honesty and willingness for the alliance, we have brought you gifts," Hayashi said as he and Fugaku each handed him 1 scroll. It was Mei who took the scrolls and passed one to the man beside her earlier to inspect. Rikudo checked the scroll for traps and when he found it clean, he handed it back to his wife. Finding both scrolls safe, she finally gave it to the Mizukage. The Mizukage then took the scrolls and opened one of it. His eyes got big as he read it. "This is..." Yugura whispered and stared at the 2 Konoha diplomats. Hayashi and Fugaku only smiled and nodded at the young leader, urging him to open the other scroll. "Kami-sama. These are..." The Mizukage trailed off as he sat back to his chair. He gave the scrolls to Mei to read. The woman's reaction was unreadable as she had an impassive look on her face. Her husband, Rikudo, took notice and immediately knew that whatever was in that scroll, it made Mei angry. She was just good at not showing it. Mei handed him the scrolls to read, and when he read it, he just sighed and handed them back to the Uzukage. To give us this as a gift. This is very valuable. Hyuga finally spoke again. That is how much we are willing to give for our alliance to be forged. This is too much, Mei commented. Hayashi just smiled while Fugaku replied. Of course it is. But we do not mind. I'm sure you do realize that this is only a copy, right? Hayashi asked Hyuga. Of course. He smiled. If you don't mind, I would like to be left alone for now to think. You can have these back for now, he said as he gave them back the scrolls. Hayashi and Fugaku took one each and put them back inside their robes. Mei and Rikudo will lead you out. They will be your guide while you're here. Feel free to look around the village. I'm sure you'll find something you'd like. Thank you, Uzukage-sama. We're hoping for a good result once you're done thinking things over. Hayashi and Fugaku both said, bowing, and then left the room with the couple leading them out. Time skip, the next day. Oni no Kuni. The family was now entering the demon borders. They were all wearing traveling cloaks to keep their identities hidden. The Uzukage have left clones back in her office to do the paperwork. Kid have been informed of their journey and was asked to double the security in the village while they were away. Fu and the others practiced doing the summoning jutsu with Tobi excitedly watching over them. When they returned from their match finding, they were amazed and happy for Naruto when they found out who his personal summon was. They were also told of the mission to Oni no Kuni and understood why Naruto had to be trained fast. While waiting for the Uzukage and her family to return, Fu and the others decided to train hard to catch up to Naruto. How much farther? Naruto asked, obviously bored. Minato chuckled and replied, We're almost there, Naruto-kun. Just about 20 kilometers more. The boy just sighed and looked forward. Finally, after a long distance of traveling, a castle started to get into view. As they got nearer, they were greeted by about 20 people armed with bows and swords. Some of them were carrying torches to light their way as it was already dark. Welcome, descendants of the Rikudo Sannin. I am Tsuruho. The priestess is waiting for you. Please follow me. How did they know about us? Naruto whispered. The priestess, Narumi replied. What? How? Naruto asked, still confused. It is one of her powers. She can see the future, Minako explained. Thank you, Tsuruho-san. Please lead us to the priestess, Kushina told Tsuruho. Tsuruho nodded to his men and surrounded the family in a protective circle as they walked to the castle. Priestess compound. The family was led into a huge room. Sitting at the far side of it was the priestess. Beside her sat a little girl about the same age as Naruto. Welcome, Kushina Uzumaki. Welcome, Minato Namikaze. It is a great pleasure to see you again. It has been years since the last time we met. The priestess smiled as she opened her arms to hug the two. Miroku-san, it has been years indeed, Kushina said as she returned the hug. Ah, look at how time passed. Minato smiled. Haha, yes. I remember you two when we were still genins. You two were always fighting. Now look at you two. I've always known you would end up together. Miroku laughed as she remembered the time when they were still young and free of their current responsibilities. By the way, here are our children. Narumi, my firstborn. Minako, my second. Mio and Miho, my twins. And lastly, my youngest son, Naruto. Here is my daughter, Cheyenne. I believe your youngest is the same age as her. Naruto then decided to walk forward and offered his hand to the girl. Hello? I'm Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. And I am the future Uzukage, believe it. Cheyenne just stared at him and began to blush. Her face turned red like a tomato. Naruto stared at the girl and got strongly reminded him of someone he knew. He later realized that Cheyenne and Hinata looked exactly the same. Their facial expressions were also the same when blushing. It was only their hair and their eyes that will tell them apart if they were together. The girl slowly reached out, shook Naruto's hand. Hi. I'm Cheyenne. It's nice to meet you and Naruto-kun. She stuttered while still blushing. Everyone who were watching got amused with the two's interaction. Miroku was a little surprised as she never heard her daughter stutter before. Kushina just smiled while Minato and Naruto's siblings were smirking at each other. Even Kurama, who was watching through the link, was laughing hard. Oh my. Naruto-kun has found another member of his fan club. It just grows bigger whenever he meets someone new. And Naruto-kun. Would you like to take a tea tour around the compound with me? Cheyenne asked. Sure? Yeah, sure. Cheyenne looked up to her mother for permission and grinned when Naruto smiled and nodded. The girl took Naruto's hand and dragged him out of the room. When the two were out of earshot, the elders in the room laughed. Naruto's siblings high-fived with each other. They now have someone new to tease their little brother with. Narumi Minako, Mio, Miho, Kushina called. Your father and I would like to talk with the priestess alone. Please wait outside and watch over Naruto-kun. Of course, Kaa-chan. They all replied in unison as they went out to spy on Naruto. Time skip, 2 days later. Wait, what? Time skip? Why? Yeah, I know. Calm down, guys. Just read down to the author's notes. Uzushio Gakure. The Uzumaki Namikaze family have successfully resealed the Demon King, Morio, back to his realm and made sure he would never resurface to the land of the mortals again. The Uzukage was currently at the council room briefing them of the events that happened in Oni no Kuni. Meanwhile, 2 cloaked figures walked towards the village's gates. Council room. The Uzukage just finished her story when Kid entered the room. Excuse me, Uzukage-sama. They are here. They bring urgent news. All right. Council dismissed. We will talk again tomorrow, the Uzukage said as she stood up. Where are they? She asked Kid. They're waiting for you at your office. Uzukage office. The 2 cloaked figures were inside the office waiting for the Storm Commander to return with the Uzukage. After a few minutes the door opened and Kid, Kushina, and Minato entered. It has been so long. Kushina addressed the 2. Indeed. Uzushio Gakure has grown. You have done great as the Uzukage Imuto. A woman's voice replied. The Uzukage walked forward and hugged the cloaked woman. I missed you so much, Mei-chan. I missed you too, Ku-chan. So how's Kid? Is he giving you trouble? Mei jokingly asked. Yeah, I miss you too, Nei-chan. Kid smirked as he hugged the woman who was now revealed to be Mei Terumi. Rikudo-san. How are you? Minato asked as he shook the other cloaked figure's hand. I'm doing great, Minato-san. Please, let us take our seats. Kushina offered. The 2 visitors took off their cloaks and sat opposite the Uzukage's desk. All right. Let us get straight to business, Kushina said. Right. Mei replied. We bring news from Kiri and about Konoha as well. Chapter 12, Turning Point. Flashback, Oni no Kuni. Priestess compound inside. Uzushio Gakure would like to propose an alliance once we have dealt with the threat of Morio and his followers. Kushina, my friend, I have seen in my vision that Oni no Kuni and Numa no Kuni, land of swamps, will be under the flag of Yuzu. My country will become better and strong under your leadership, replied the priestess. A good vision then, commented Minato. The 3 chuckled while Miroku agreed. Yes. I understand your role as descendants of the sage. I will help you with your quest. Balance has been absent for long. But soon, when you emerge again, Konoha will be the first to receive retribution. We have an understanding then, said Kushina. Yes. Oni no Kuni and Numa no Kuni will not just be allies of Yuzu, but will become under its flag. The renaming of your country will be up to you, Miroku-san, said Minato. In my vision, when the country becomes a part of Yuzu, the whole land will be placed with seals to seal off all demons forever, thus making it no longer a land of demons. Also, I've seen whirlpools surrounding my country to protect itself from intruders. An extension of Uzushio Gakure indeed, the couple mused. Yes, I propose for Oni and Numi to become official as one and rename to Enai Uzushio Gakure. Very well. We have an agreement. Hi. Before we go, I would also like to tell you about another vision. Oh. And that is? You will be sending 2 squads of Storm to Konoha to save 2 children. One of them is a girl, who's the last of their clan that specializes in genjutsu. This girl is born with a weak body and has a problem with her head. The other is a boy, who's born without chakra but still wishes to become a shinobi. I've seen them trying to enroll to Konoha's academy but was not allowed to due to their conditions. They will become great assets to Yuzu. I see. Thank you for that information. I will have the 2 identified and rescued from Konoha's clutches. Priestess compound outside. And then I was rescued and brought to Uzushio. There I started to have a good life. Naruto finished his story about himself as he and Cheyenne sat by the rock near the castle's koi pond. Oh. And here I thought I've had the worst life. I'm so sorry, Naruto-kun. Hey, it's alright. You do not have to apologize, you know. It is Konoha's fault. Yeah? You're right. Of course I am. Naruto cheered, making Cheyenne giggle. Anyway, what about you? Me? Well, I grew up alone. I had no friends to call since everyone my age is scared of me. I only have my mother and my personal assistants with me. But even my assistants are scared of me. Why? I have this power where I can see people's deaths as well as mine. I see what will happen before they are put to grave danger. Oh. I understand if you're scared of me now, the girl whispered sadly as she bowed her head. Hey, don't be sad. I'm not scared of you. I think it's actually cool, foreseeing someone's death. In that way we can prevent it from happening, right? Yes. But still, the others automatically think they will die. They do not understand. Well, I do understand. And I'm your friend, remember? Friend? Cheyenne asked, staring at Naruto's blue eyes. Naruto blushed at this, seeing how cute Cheyenne looked. Yes. We're friends, the boy said as he grabbed the girl and hugged her. Don't worry. I won't leave you just because you foresee my death or yours. Together, we will change that and stay alive. Believe it. Cheyenne was now blushing madly due to the boy's actions. Her face was now as red as a tomato. F friends? Why yes. I'm F friends W with Naruto-kun, stuttered the girl as Naruto still hugged her. Meanwhile, Naruto's siblings were of course watching and were giggling like fangirls. They were surprised when the boy suddenly hugged Cheyenne. Oh my, Naruto-kun's the man, Narumi said between giggles. Oh, I'm so proud, Minako said as he too tried to suppress his laughter. He's our baby brother, all right. He's the lady killer, Miho and Mio both said. Next day, Land of Marsh. Morio's prison. Ha ha! Pathetic mortals! You think you can defeat me? The demon lord said as he encircled the family and prepared for another set of attack. The Uzumaki Namake's family arrived 10 minutes ago and immediately battled the demon. The family easily slaughtered the cultists that were guarding the entrance. Yomi and his other 4 lieutenants were able to battle a little longer with the use of demon magic. In the end, they were defeated by Kushina by using the human path, pulling their souls out while also gaining valuable information. Weak! You are all weak! We've been battling for some time now and I've only received little damage, Morio taunted. Unknown to him, the family had been discreetly placing seals around the area while they moved around while the demon tried to kill them. Meanwhile, Naruto concentrated in a distance while he meditated and gathered chakra. Mio and Miho stood by him to protect him from the demon's attacks. Naruto-kun, we're ready, Kushina called to her son as she dodged a demonic tentacle. She turned gracefully and cut the tentacle with her sword. Reiawiya! Die, you filthy mortals! Minato, Kushina, Narumi, and Minako finished placing the seals and started firing waves of jutsus at the demon while dodging at the same time. Naruto finally finished gathering chakra with the help of Kurama and opened his eyes. He bit his thumb and smeared blood on his shoulder where the seal was located and slammed the ground. Kuchios no jutsu! What Utsumi? The area became covered with smoke, allowing the 4 humans to take cover and retreat to Naruto's side. When the smoke cleared, there was now a great dragon 5 times bigger and longer than the demon Morio. Naruto stood on top of the dragon's head with his arms crossed. It's been so long since the last time I've been summoned to the land of humans. Well done, Naruto. Watatsumi mused as he stared at the demon with calculating eyes. You! Morio screeched angrily at the dragon. You do not have the right to interfere. Be gone! Now. I cannot do that. I have every right to be here since my master has summoned me. Now it is time for you to return to where you came from and never come back here. Reiawiya! The demon roared in anger and charged at the dragon. Watatsumi simply dodged and flew around the area while blowing golden steam and fire. The seals placed by the family glowed bright as the Dragon King strengthened them. The demon, however, did not notice and simply thought the attack was meant for him. Ha! That was it? You did not even hit me! Morio taunted. Oh, this guy is an idiot, all right, Naruto commented. Yes, he is. Watatsumi chuckled as he flew around and continued giving more power boost to the seals. Reiya! Who are you calling an idiot? Morio angrily asked. Well, duh, you of course. You're an idiot, Naruto taunted. The demon angrily charged at the dragon head-on, completely forgetting about the others. Thanks to the boy's taunts, Naruto's parents and siblings were given the opportunity to place the final seals while the demon attacked blindly with rage for being called an idiot. The others began drawing lines and formed a huge hexagonal seal with them 6 standing at each points. Kurama, who was watching through her host's eyes, agreed with Naruto's statement. Yes, that demon is an idiot. Who turns their back from their enemies? And to think that he was considered as a king in his dimension, it's such a shame. Let's just be thankful that Morio's stupid. In that way we the others can work with the final seal. And then we can finally seal him back to wherever he came from. And then we can return. What, missing Cheyenne already? Kurama teased. Hey! I didn't say that! Naruto shouted, blushing. You didn't. But I can read your mind, remember? I'm sealed inside you. I can feel your emotions. The boy chose not to reply as his face was now red. Kurama just watched with amusement. You slippery serpent! Come here so I could kill you! Morio screamed in frustration while Watatsumi dodged the demon's attacks and flew around. Naruto then noticed that the others have finished with the seal and were waiting for them to lure the demon inside. The boy silently ordered the Dragon King to fly down near the hexagon. Morio followed and flew down as well. Once again, he failed to notice the seals that were not beginning to glow brighter. Uzumaki sealing! Demon soul drain! The family shouted as the demon neared the hexagon. The seals around the area activated, quickly draining him of his power. Ayag! What is this? The demon screamed as it fell down and landed inside the hexagon. Due to his power being drained, he could not move and get away from the hexagonal seal, now finally noticing it. Too late. Uzumaki Kinjutsu, demon reverse summoning and sealing. Ornament Kai! Demon gate open! The hexagonal seal glowed purple and formed into a prism, trapping the demon inside. In another dimension, a same hexagonal seal appeared. Switch! No! I will not return to my old place. This is where I belong. I shall rule here! Morio wailed as the whole prism glowed. Watatsumi breathed golden fire at the seal, strengthening it. Morio's essence got transferred to the other dimension bit by bit until there was none of him left in this world. The seal's glow slowly died out as well as the prism. That takes care of it. Well done, everyone. The Dragon King commended the family for their work as he let Naruto step off from his head. You have done well, Master Naruto. You have successfully summoned me to your realm without passing out. I look forward to the next time you'll summon me to battle. Watatsumi bowed to the family and then to the boy before poofing back to Terra. Yay! We did it! Naruto cheered, making the others chuckle. Kushina then picked him up and kissed him. Minato ruffled the boy's hair, feeling proud. Come on, let's go back to the priestess compound. Oni no Kuni. Priestess compound balcony. Miroku, Cheyenne, the Uzumaki Namikaze family, and Numa no Kuni's acting leaders were gathered by the castle's balcony to discuss the country's future. All residents of Oni and Numa were also gathered down below, listening to their leaders' discussion. Now that the threat of Morio's been dealt with, we may now look forward to our country's development. With the sealing away of all demons, my role as the priestess of these two countries finally comes to an end. Miroku started. As we have discussed yesterday, Oni and Numa will become under the Uzumaki flag and will be renamed to Nyazushi, she said while looking at the Numa's standing leaders. She then stood and bowed to the Uzukage. I, Miroku, priestess and standing leader of Oni no Kuni, pledge my country's undying loyalty and friendship to the Uzumaki clan. We, the tribe leaders of Numa no Kuni, have been waiting for a rightful leader to lead our country to greatness. Now that you're here, we pledge our undying loyalty and friendship to the Uzumaki clan. May you lead us to greatness, the leaders said as they too bowed to the Uzukage. The Uzukage then stood up and said, I, Uzumaki Namikaze Kushina, Uzukage of the new Uzushio Gakure, accept your pledges and will make sure to develop both countries to greatness. May our friendship and camaraderie last forever, down to our future descendants. I now declare this land to be called Nyazushi. Oni no Kuni will now be known as Nyozu's first city, while Numa no Kuni will be the second city. Uzumaki Namikaze Narumi, I hereby appoint you as the first city's Uzukage. Uzumaki Namikaze Minako, I appoint you as the second city's Uzukage. May the two of you become just and great leaders, listening to your people, and becoming their inspiration, Kushina said. Minako and Narumi were beyond shocked. Their parents did not tell them about the two countries becoming one with Yuzu. And now they were appointed leaders. Although surprised with the announcement, they both stepped forward and presented themselves to the crowd. We accept our appointment and pledge to do our best. The crowd then began clapping and cheering for their new leaders. Those at the balcony were also clapping and congratulated the two for their recent appointment. Naruto was jumping up and down while holding hands with Cheyenne. They too were cheering. This, of course, didn't go unnoticed, making the others smirk. Later that night, after the announcement, there was of course a celebration. Miroku then informed the Uzukage and her family that they will be moving to Uzushio Gakure. Naruto and Cheyenne were the ones who were very happy with this. They will be growing up together and attending the academy. Cheyenne have already told her mother that she wanted to become a shinobi, and Miroku agreed. Development plans were also made that night. Storm squads will be sent to Nyozu to seal off the remaining demons. Narumi and Minako will be receiving advanced lessons in leading a country. They already received their lessons back in Yuzu. Now that they're officially Kages, they will now get their advanced lessons with the help of the two countries' advisors. Flashback end. Present time, Uzushio Gakure office. Alright. Let us get straight to business, Kushina said. Right. Mei replied. We bring news from Kiri and about Konoha as well. The Uzukage nodded, urging her sister to speak. Konoha has sent diplomats to Kiri to forge an alliance. The diplomats were Hayashi of the Hyuga clan and Fugaku of the Uchiha clan. They, of course, brought gifts to please the Mizukage. Mai trailed off, and stared at Minato. What are the gifts? The scrolls for the Hiraishin and the Rasengan. Silence. I'm sorry, can you please repeat that statement? Minato said. The scrolls for the Hiraishin and the Rasengan. Those are the gifts Konoha offered to Kiri, Mei said as she took out 2 scrolls from her pocket. Everyone except Mei and Rikudo were dumbfounded. But how? I managed to invade their minds without them knowing. The scrolls came from Danzo. He had it secretly copied and hid it in his root base. Right now there are 2 copies. The ones hidden in Danzo's root base and these, Mei said as he showed them the scrolls. So you managed to get them? Minato commented, a bit relieved. Yes. I managed to quickly make copies when I inspected them. The ones they currently have had been tampered with. The seals and instructions were edited. Should they try doing the Hiraishin, the area where they will put the seal will simply melt. The Rasengan, they'll just end up getting their arms blown up, Rikudo said. Well done. Good quick thinking, Kushina said. Rikudo just smirked and waved it off. You're welcome. I was just doing what's right. Then it's no longer a problem should the Mizukage accept. The only thing we'll have to do is destroy the copy or copies Danzo has. They probably made more copies for backup now. Right. Anyway, here's more news. A few days before the Konoha envoys arrived, me and my husband noticed that Yugura was acting off. When we made a secret investigation, we found out that he is under a genjutsu. And a strong one if I may add. We came to the conclusion that it was an Uchiha who placed it on him. The genjutsu is supposed to make him hate everyone with a bloodline. If we let it continue, there will be a bloodline purge in Kiri and will eventually result to a civil war, Mei said. Everyone in the room smiled mischievously while Kushina spoke. I trust you have a plan to put this incident to our advantage. Of course, Mei said. We'll simply let it happen. Kiri will be divided into 2 while the alliance proposal by Konoha will either be put on hold or accepted. I will be leading the rebels and the ones with a bloodline. After the civil war, I will reveal about Yugura being controlled by an Uchiha's genjutsu. Kiri will become hostile to Konoha then. By that time I will be Mizukage. Kiri declaring war and attacking Konoha will be easier. Everyone in the room laughed evilly after hearing Mei's plan. Perfect, Kushina said. All that's left is Kumo and Iwa. When the time comes, Kumo, Iwa, and Kiri will be attacking Konoha. In the end we will make them see the irony. 3 countries allied to destroy Yuzu now allied once again to destroy Konoha. Ha! Father's plans will be fulfilled. I'm going to find that Uchiha and shake his or her hand for controlling Yugura. Ha! Mei said. They continued to talk to catch up about each other. Mei later then found out about Naruto's return and was excited to see her nephew. Uzushio Gakure Hospital. Tsunade's private room. Naruto was currently sitting by the bed of his grandmother. Every day, he will visit her and tell her stories despite her being in a coma. He just finished telling his story about his adventure in Oni no Kuni. With him were Hinata, Sasuke, Fuugara, Temari, Kankuro, and Cheyenne. Bachan, this is Cheyenne. She's my newest friend. She's the priestess Miroku's daughter. Hello. Tsunade-sama. I'm Cheyenne. I hope you'll wake up soon. Yeah, Bachan. I hope you wake up soon, Naruto said as he kissed her grandmother's forehead. Naruto then led his friends out of the room and decided to bring them to Ichiraku's. He hasn't seen Ayam for 3 days now, so he thought of going there and also introducing her to Cheyenne. Nobody noticed the necklace Tsunade was wearing glow brightly when Naruto kissed her. Time skip, following day. Uzukage Mansion. Naruto woke up early and quickly fixed his bed. He went to the bathroom to bathe, and when he finished, he excitedly wore his clothes. He ran to his parents' room and kicked the door open. Ka-chan! "Tu-chan! Wake up!" he shouted and jumped up and down the bed. "Naruto-kun! What dash?" Kushina bolted up, startled. "It's the first day of school!" the boy squealed excitedly. "What? Oh," Minato said as he also woke up startled. The boy's parents chuckled as they noticed Naruto and his clothes. He was wearing his shirt the wrong way. The supposed backside was on front. His pants were also a mess as he wasn't able to wear them properly. The zipper was halfway open while the pants itself was worn inside out. His hair looked like a bird's nest while some areas still had shampoo bubbles. "Someone's excited," Kushina commented as she could not help but giggle at her son's antics. "Why, yes, of course. I'm going to be a shinobi now." His parents simply chuckled at the boy's high energy. "Well, you can't go to school with your outfit. You wouldn't want the girls to see you like that, would you?" Minato asked. "What do you mean?" "Look at yourself in front of the mirror," Kushina suggested while still giggling. Naruto did as ordered and finally noticed his outfit and his hair. "Oh. Hee. I guess I was too excited. Come now, let's get you properly groomed." Kushina took her son's hand and led him back to his room. Minato went downstairs and ordered the household to prepare breakfast. Naruto's siblings who were sleeping on separate rooms also woke up due to his shouting. "Tu-chan? What happened? I thought I heard someone shouting," Narumi asked as she found her father downstairs. There were more footsteps and Minako, Mio, and Miho also came down. "What happened?" the three asked. Minato simply chuckled as he brought out a camera and showed it to his children. The four checked the camera and started laughing as they saw the pictures of their baby brother running the corridor and barging in their parents' room up to where he checked himself in front of the mirror. "This is so cute! Ha!" Narumi and Miho both squealed. "So this is what Miroku-sama was talking about last night. I did not understand why she was giggling. She just told us to have the cameras ready," Minako said. "We're having these developed, right?" Mio asked. "Of course," Minato replied as he sipped his coffee. "I would like extra copies of these," Narumi said. "Yeah, me too. This will be good for future teasing," Minako said as he snickered. "We're getting extra copies too," Miho and Mio said simultaneously. "Right. So who'll be taking his pictures for his first day?" Minato asked. "We'll do it," the twins volunteered. "All right. You'll receive a C-rank payment for this. I'm sure you know this is important. Naruto-kun wasn't with us for 5 years. We need to treasure all his firsts," Minato said, a bit sad. "Hey, Dad. Cheer up. Naruto-kun's with us now. We'll make sure Konoha won't lay a finger on him ever again," Narumi said with strong conviction. They also got pictures of Naruto summoning Watatsumi for the first time, Naruto eating ramen for the first time, and also other important and happy memories. These pictures, of course, were taken secretly. Most of his early photos were taken with the help of drawing a memory out of someone's mind and printing it on a scroll with the help of seals. Uzushio Gakure Academy. After getting properly groomed and breakfast, Minato and Kushina walked their youngest to school with the twins secretly taking pictures. "Ka-chan, I forgot my schedule table." Naruto turned to his mother as he scratched his nose. "I got it, Naruto-kun. Here." "Oh. Thanks. Enjoy your first day, son," Minato said as he patted the boy's head. "Yes," Naruto cheered. His parents kissed him before they let him run to his room for his first subject. Naruto went to his room and noticed there was nobody yet except him and the teacher. "Hello, good morning," the teacher greeted. "Good morning, sensei. You're early. The school opening ceremony will start later in 21 minutes. Please take a seat for now." "Right. Thank you, Kira. I will be your sensei in physical education every Monday, fuinjutsu and dancing. Your senseis for your other subjects will be your sensei in your P on that day as well." "Right. Kira-sensei. Thank you," the boy said as he found a seat and reviewed his schedule. "Let's see, for Monday I have P in the morning, history around midday, and fuinjutsu in the afternoon. Tuesdays P in the morning again." "Oh. P's every morning. Right. Anyway, I got weapons mastery and taijutsu after. I got chakra manipulation and elemental manipulation every Wednesday. Thursdays summoning and kenjutsu. Medical ninjutsu and genjutsu every Friday." "All right. I wonder what kind of dancing Kira-sensei was talking about." "Why don't you ask her then?" Kurama suggested. Kira, who was watching him, spoke. "You're probably wondering what I meant by dancing. You see, I was your mother's student before I started teaching. For her, kenjutsu is a form of dance. Actually, battling is dancing. When you're battling, you're technically dancing with death. Fun, right? So that's your mother's term when she fights. For me though, it's kenjutsu. So yeah, I will be your sensei in your kenjutsu classes. You will only hear this term once since you're the only person here. Try using that as one of your phrases. You see, there will be a time where you will be famous throughout the world. When you battle someone, they will know they are screwed when you say it, Kira said, winking at the boy. Naruto grinned as he understood what his sensei meant. He already had a catchphrase in mind. Anyway, since you're the first student to arrive here, I'm giving you an award for being the early bird. I'm giving you advanced scrolls in kenjutsu. Enjoy. Kira took out 3 scrolls from her desk drawer and handed them to Naruto. Wow! Thank you, sensei! You're welcome. If you have questions, feel free to ask. I'll just sit here and review the lesson plan while we wait for your classmates. Since I will be your homeroom sensei, I will be the one to welcome you formally with the classes. Your sensei in history will be Miroku-sama. I'm sure you already know her. Naruto nodded and took out his book in basic fuinjutsu and began reading. Slowly the room got filled with students. When the room got filled, Naruto was sitting in the middle of Cheyenne and Hinata. The Sabaka siblings sat behind them. In front of Naruto sat Fu. Beside Fu was a girl wearing glasses that identified herself as Karen. Sasuke arrived a bit late, so he sat beside Karen. Naruto got excited when he finally learned who Karen was, and they immediately became friends. The two were bookworms, and that's what made them bond easily. The ceremony started with Kira speaking in front and welcoming everybody. She had her students go in front and introduce themselves. When it was Naruto's turn, every girl in the room, except Hyuga, who was sitting at the far corner of the class, was blushing at the boy, while the boys thought of him as someone very cool. After the ceremony, they went outside for their physical training. Uzushio shorelines. A hooded figure could be seen approaching the city slowly. This mysterious man strongly reeked of snakes. As he took another step closer, he found himself surrounded by 12 squads of storm. Why that many? The Uzunin sensed that this man was not a simple nin but very dangerous. He radiated an aura that can rival Ukage level nins. The hooded figure chuckled and removed his hood to reveal his face, and raised his hands in a surrendering way. I am Orochimaru the Snake Sand Nin. I am friends with the Uzukage and the Uzukage before her. I come in peace. We strongly advise you not to move until the Uzukage arrives to check you herself. Make a move and we will immediately think of you as an enemy. Please wait while we call for the Uzukage-sama, said Kid, the commander of Storm. I understand. I will not make any attempt to move. I'll wait for her, said Orochimaru. Uzukage office. Kushina was currently signing construction approvals for Nyozu. She was interrupted when a storm appeared. Excuse me, Uzukage-sama. There is a man by the shorelines who claims himself as Orochimaru the Snake Sannin. Kid-sama and 12 more squads of storm are currently watching him. So it was him I was sensing. Thank you. I'll be there shortly. Please alert all Jonin and higher while I confirm this person's identity. Hi. The Uzukage then concentrated and called to her husband using a mental link. Minato-kun, please be at the shorelines ASAP. After the call, she vanished from her office in a red flash. Uzushio shorelines. Minato and Kushina arrived in a yellow and red flash respectively. When they inspected the scene, they found a cloaked figure raising his hands in surrender, while the storm surrounded him. At ease. It's him, the Uzukage ordered. The storm then lowered their weapons but still held a defensive stance. When Nono-chan told me about you and your village, I was very surprised. It's a good thing I sent Enko-chan to Konoha that time. I have a good feeling that it was Yuzu who raided Konoha twice. Am I right? You're right about that, Orochimaru-sensei, replied Minato. Ah, Minato-kun. It's good to see you back in the realm of the living, the Snake Sannin commented. The blonde simply smirked and walked towards his sensei and hugged his sensei and adoptive father. Kushina did the same. Come on, let us get inside the village. You might want to meet my children. Also, I think it is time that you met your godson. I'm sure Nono told you about him already. Let's make this official now, shall we? Kushina asked happily as they casually walked back towards the village. Of course. It would be an honor becoming godfather to one of your children. That's good then. Well, now he's 5. So you have 5 years' worth of gifts to present to him. Kushina clapped happily, making Minato and Orochimaru's sweat drop. Konoha. Root Underground Main Base. 4 Route A and B walked casually and entered the leader's quarters. These 4 were actually storm-hinged to 4 high-ranking Route they killed earlier. Using the human path, they were able to absorb all of their memories and easily pretended to be them as they infiltrated the base to look for the scrolls Danzo copied. The corpses were sent to Uzushio for further investigation. They were tasked by the Uzukage to search the base for the illegally copied Rasengan and Horatian scrolls as well as possible other stolen jutsus. Hinged as 4 of the high-ranking Route, they easily got access inside and were not bothered by anyone. As of that moment, they were the only high-ranking members inside the base. The rest were out searching for a cure to wake their leader from his comatose state. After an hour of thorough inspection, they managed to find 3 extra copies of the Rasengan and the Horatian. One was placed inside the Route leader's desk drawers. Another one was found hidden in a safe box, where other stolen items were hidden. They found 12 masks that they recognized as the masks the Uzumaki Clan owned that allows them to resurrect someone dead. Upon further inspection, they realized that the masks were not original. Even though replicas, they drew seals to each one of it that activates when worn. Should someone try to wear it, they will die. Simple. Beside the masks, they found a dozen of Horatian kunais. The storm decided to destroy and replace them with fake ones. The last pair of scrolls was found in the Route's library. Other than the Rasengan and the Horatian, they found scrolls that contained kinjutsus from other villages. One set contained about black and white lightning release. Another one was about storm release. They also found a scroll for the dust release. The last set of scrolls was about mokutan, wood release. The storm took the liberty of taking the said scrolls. Their first task done, they headed to the newly rebuilt Hokage tower and waited for the distraction they needed to get inside and retrieve the remaining scrolls. Konoha Orphanage. A boy with bushy brows and long hair that touched his bottoms and wearing a simple shirt could be seen running alone by the backyard of the orphanage. This boy had no friends and kids around his age want nothing to do with him as they considered him their inferior because of his inability to produce chakra. Rock Lee just tried to enroll in the academy a few days ago, but due to his condition, he was not allowed to. His now former friends got accepted and now left him alone. Unknown to him, 2 hooded figures were watching him train. They were hiding in a nearby bush and were waiting for the boy to run near. As the boy got near, he heard a noise. Psst! In here, quick! Hide here! Like any other kid, of course he got curious and did as ordered. As he got inside the bushes, he saw 2 cloaked people that had their hoods off. Lee figured that they were adults. One of them handed him a cloak that looked like the one they were wearing. Here. Quickly, wear this. This will make you invisible. Wow. Cool, thanks. The boy quickly wore it and looked at himself. I can still see myself. Of course you can. You're the one wearing it. You can also see us because we're wearing the same cloak. Put the hood on and we'll get out of this bush. Don't worry, people won't see us. We 3 can only see each other. They got out of the bushes and sat by the bench. The 2 Storm decided to get straight to business. Listen, we know about you wanting to get accepted in the academy but got rejected due to your condition. We have 2 questions for you. Here is the first, what is your dream? I'd like to become one of the greatest shinobi and respected by people and accept me even if I can't produce chakra. They both nodded and then said, Second question, would you still like to become a shinobi even if you have been rejected by Konoha's academy? The boy nodded eagerly with his eyes shining. Good. We can help you become one. But you're going to have to come with us. You already know that the people here are discriminatory. In our village, we do not discriminate people. We help each other out. If you come with us, you will be guaranteed a new home and will be able to attend the academy and fulfill your dream of becoming a shinobi. So, would you like to come with us? We'll give you time to think. The boy spoke almost immediately after the mysterious person's statement, surprising the 2. People here treat me bad. The orphanage lady is also bad. Those who I thought were my friends no longer talk to me. The academy rejected me. Nobody wanted to adopt me. I don't want to live here anymore. Please take me with you. All right. We're taking you to Uzushio Gakure, one of them said, smiling. The other patted his head and said, Before we go there, we have to wait for another kid. We're also bringing her with us. My friends are currently looking for her while we went here for you. Oh. Do I know this girl? I'm not sure if you do. You see, she's currently locked in prison. But why? Konoha thinks of her as a demon. But they're wrong. You see, she was born very weak and also had a demon inside her mind. This demon takes control of her body and causes destruction. Instead of helping her get rid of the demon, they locked her in prison. That's bad. It wasn't her fault. Yes. Don't worry, my friends are going to help her escape prison. They will also seal off the demon that controls her body. For now, let's go to the forest and hide while we wait for them. Alright. Please lead the way. Konoha Prison. High security prison, Yakumo Kurama's cell. Said girl was currently sitting in her bed, waiting for something to happen. She was thinking of ways to escape, but her whole body was sealed. She could not call upon the power of Ito, the demon inside her, to break free as it had been sealed off. She was interrupted from her thoughts when she heard metal clanging. She stood up and went to inspect the source of the noise. She was surprised when she found the guards of her cell lying dead with their heads slit off. She jumped in fright when she noticed the killers. There were 2 of them, and were wearing hooded cloaks. As one of them approached her main cell, Yakumo retreated back in fright. The hooded figure began drawing seals on the metal gates. After about 5 seconds, the seals glowed bright and melted the cell door. Come here. Don't worry, we're not going to harm you. We came here to rescue you. The girl slowly approached the person. A part of her told her to believe them and let them rescue her. It's alright. Now we're going to place a seal on your forehead before we remove your restriction seals placed by Konoha. The seal we'll apply on you will forever seal Ito. The demon will no longer bother you after. We're going to send it back to the demon world. You know its name, Yakumo commented. Yes. We're taking you to Uzushio Gakure. It will be your new home. You will not be imprisoned there. You will be able to live a normal life, attend the academy, and gain friends. What do you say? Yes. I'm coming with you. Take me out of this hellhole, please, the girl said as tears blurred her vision. After sealing off the demon, the storm removed the girl's seals that were placed by Konoha. Yakumo was now free. Alright. We're heading to the forest first. There are people waiting for us there. There's another kid we rescued from Konoha's clutches. What's your companion doing? Oh. Don't mind him. He's tagging the place with exploding seals. This place will blow up in 15 minutes. This is why we need to go now. We'll be safely ahead of them before they realize you're missing. Here, wear this cloak. Cool. Konoha Forests. Rock Lee's group arrived and waited for only 3 minutes. They greeted Yakumo's group and immediately took off. We're going to a waterfall a few kilometers near the Fire Country border. Our transport will be waiting there. Hokage Tower. The squad that raided the root base earlier quickly went inside 2 minutes after they heard an explosion. The village was immediately put on a red alert when Sarutobi heard news about the high-security prison blowing up. The Hokage, along with his ANBU, immediately headed there. The storm quickly searched the tower for the scrolls and found it. They escaped unnoticed and headed to the waterfall. The cloaks they wore were applied with seals, making them invisible even to the Hyuga's Byakugan. It masked their presence as well as their chakra, keeping them from getting noticed by enemy sensors. Uzushio Gakure. Uzukage office. So you wish to make an alliance with Yuzu? Minato asked as he sat opposite his sensei. Yes. Otogekyo needs allies. Since it's new, it will need all the help it can get. Once it gets developed enough, other villages will most likely begin to notice it. Then it will be troublesome, replied Orochimaru. I understand. We agree to this alliance. You should also ask the Kazekage and make an alliance with Suna. We are currently allied with them, Kushina said as she took out a folder. Here, these are the alliance papers. Just read them and sign. It contains the same contract we made with Suna. The snake Sannin nodded and took the papers and read it. After a few minutes, he performed the sealing ritual and got the ring. There you go. Congratulations on your new village, sensei. Or should I now say Otokage Dano? The Uzukage said, making the man smirk. You've finally achieved your dream. You now lead a village. Thank you, Minato-kun, Kushina-chan. With your aid, Otogekyo will grow strong and right. I will make sure my people won't become like Konoha. I'm sure you will, sensei, Minato said. The Shodame and the Nidame are probably rolling in their graves now. Their village treaded the dark path when they left it to Sarutobi and the others, Orochimaru said. Konoha's facing its last years. When Naruto-kun is ready, we will burn it to the ground. Kiri, Kumo, and Iwa will soon follow, the Uzukage said. They put their conversation in a halt when one of the seals in the Uzukage's desk glowed. Minato-kun. Understood. I'm going. I'll see you later, sensei, Minato said as he kissed his wife and shook his sensei's hand before vanishing in a yellow flash. I'll be returning to my hotel room or probably stroll around the village. Any place you could recommend for me? Well, you might want to visit Ichiraku Ramen. They'll tell you how they got here. I'll see you later then. Orochimaru said as he stood up and nodded to the Uzukage and then left the office. A few moments later, there was another yellow flash. Minato was back with the 2 storm squads and 2 kids. Uzushio Gakure Academy. Alright class, that's all for today. For your assignment, memorize and practice your seal writing and strokes. Remember, drawing the perfect symbol is important in making seals. One wrong stroke can cause your immediate death. I'll see you again next week. Hi, Sensei. Thank you for today's lesson, the whole class replied. Kira nodded and let them out of the room. See you tomorrow, guys. Mom and Dad told me to come home today early, Naruto told his friends as they got out of the room. Uzukage Mansion. The Uzumakis are born with a strong immunity against poisons. Tsunade was put into a coma due to the stress of her body being forced to close and open her chakra coils and muscles for the immediate restoration. Now her whole system's not responding. With the use of the Yamada no Orochi's venom, her system will function once again as the venom enters her body. Since the venom comes from a god summon and cannot be found normally in the realm of human mortals, the venom will be foreign to the body, causing the antibodies to work and function to fight the venom. Since Tsunade is an Uzumaki, she will not be harmed by the venom, Orochimaru explained as he showed the vial of venom to the family. So this is the snake god's venom? Yes. Before I got that, I had to give him 500 human sacrifices. That many? Kushina asked, horrified. Yes. Oh, and don't worry. The sacrifices were criminals. During the first week of Otogekyu's construction, a huge number of bandits tried to raid my village. They never saw it coming. They became Snake Chow. The snake Sannin chuckled as he leaned back in his seat. Wow, Kyufu, Godfather! You defeated that many! An amazed Naruto said. Orochimaru chuckled at the boy's comment and said, It was nothing. They weren't shinobi. It could have been a different story if they were. But still, you single-handedly wiped them out. Someday, Naruto-kun, the world will know you for single-handedly destroying an entire shinobi army. You have us, your family, to help you become stronger. You will surpass me and your parents. Orochimaru stood and patted his godson's head. Now let's go wake your grandmother, shall we? She has slept for too long. Uzushio Gakure Hospital. Tsunade's room. The family stood back and waited as the snake Sannin injected the venom to Tsunade's system. They watched the monitor show the patient's system work on the venom. The graph went high and then low, and then high again. Ba-chan! Naruto murmured as he walked closer to Tsunade's bed and held her hand. Everyone except Naruto was amazed as they noticed her necklace glowing. Naruto was too focused watching his grandmother to notice. The Shodame's necklace. It's glowing, Kushina murmured. Naruto yelped when he felt her grandmother's finger twitch. Ba-chan! The monitor showed the patient's heart rate going back to normal. Tsunade continued to twitch. The first were her fingers, and then her whole arm. After a few seconds her eyebrows and mouth began to twitch. Kushina-chan, Tsunade whispered, making everyone in the room widen their eyes and walk closer. Ka-chan, Kushina said as she held her mother's other hand while tears ran down her face. Kushina-chan. Narumi-chan. Where are my babies? After being in comatose for 18 years, Tsunade the slug Sannin finally woke up and returned to the world of the living. Ka-chan! Tsunade-koi. Arsha murmured as he too can hold back the tears. Arashi-kun. Kushina-chan. The family got acquainted with Tsunade. With the help of the Rinnegan, they were able to easily tell and show Tsunade what has happened during the 18 years she was unconscious. When they got to the part about Naruto, Tsunade grabbed the boy and hugged him tight. She vowed vengeance on Konoha. When they finished telling her everything, Tsunade thanked her old teammate for the venom that caused her to finally wake up. The following day, word spread about Tsunade's recovery that very same night. The whole country was on a grand celebration today. Those who were on a mission were recalled to honor the slug Sannin. Classes have been suspended and will be resuming next week. The school director and the Uzukage agreed for an upgrade in the school buildings and facilities. Now that the greatest medical nin has returned, there would be changes for the medical ninjutsu subject. Uzukage Mansion. Dining hall. Everyone watched with their jaws dropped on the floor as Tsunade ate, or should I say, wolfed down the food that was served on her table, which was the whole table. Shizen, the slug Sannin's apprentice, returned from her assigned mission last night. She cried in delight when she learned of her master's recovery. While Tsunade was bedridden, she asked the Uzukage to be sent on a long-term mission as a spy. The pain was too much for her after the masked Uchiha battled and left Tsunade in a comatose state. Kushina have ordered for her mission to be put to an end now that Tsunade was awake. Right now Shizen had a huge sweat drop as she watched her master wolf down the food. There were now more than 12 stacks of huge bowls and she just kept eating. More! Om nom nom nom! Tsunade mumbled as she finished the last bowl that was served. She clapped happily when the household took away the empty plates and placed another buffet on her table. Tsunade-sama, Shizen called. The woman simply raised an eyebrow and continued to eat. Tsunade-sama, maybe you should slow down. You know it's not good to dash. Shizen stopped her sentence as Tsunade sent her a glare that promised pain. The apprentice gulped and stepped backwards. Nobody else dared to interrupt Tsunade after as they feared for their lives. Meanwhile, Naruto was hungry and just got downstairs as he just woke up. He slept late last night due to events and did some training by himself. He got curious when he noticed the household, especially the kitchen staff, frantically running back and forth carrying platters of food and returning with empty plates. Naruto's eyes got wide when one of the chefs came out of the kitchen carrying a huge bowl of ramen. The chef was none other than Ichiraku Tuchi. Another person came out of the kitchen carrying another huge bowl of ramen. Naruto recognized the person as the chef's daughter. I am Chan. Oh. Good morning, Naruto-kun. Good morning, I am Chan. What's going on? We're here for today's celebration. The shop will open later after lunch. For now we're serving Tsunade-sama our best ramen. The girl explained as she walked to the dining area with Naruto following behind her. The boy was entranced by the ramen's aroma. When Tuchi and Ayam placed the bowls on the table, Naruto followed and took a seat beside his grandmother and began to gobble the contents of the bowl Ayam carried earlier. Everyone who was watching stopped dead in their tracks as they feared for the lost Maelstrom's life. They silently prayed to Kami that Tsunade won't hurt him for eating her food. Oh my dash! Shizen gasped as she slowly walked towards the boy to save him from the danger he didn't know he just got himself in. Tsunade grunted as she noticed one of her bowl of ramen got devoured by someone. To everyone's relief, she just smiled and hugged her grandson and began feeding him with ramen. She then began to eat in a normal pace. She sent Shizen a death glare when she noticed her near the table, causing the young woman to flinch and retreat. Kushina released her breath that she didn't notice she was holding. She thanked Kami that her son was safe. She remembered the time when she was still a chunin when her mother used the Sozo Seze. Tsunade was unconscious for 2 weeks after using the technique, and when she woke up, she literally devoured all the food that was served and ate a lot. Those who tried to stop her tasted her chakra-enhanced fist, and almost died. They were revived later when she finished her meal. Erasure was remembering the same incident. He just chuckled to himself when his wife hugged and began feeding Naruto. 1 week later. After the long week celebration of Tsunade's recovery, things have gone back to normal. Classes have been resumed. More buildings were added. More facilities were added, especially the medical facilities. Advanced courses have been added to the curriculum for Chunin-level students or graduating students, which were extreme chakra control, conservation, and meditation. That is almost the same with Senjutsu training. This allows the user to enhance all their skills and status for a particular amount of time depending on the amount of chakra was stored and how long they were stored before release. During the week, Rock Lee and Karama Yakumo were enrolled to the academy and were given the same lessons Naruto's batch had, giving them the opportunity to catch up. Also, with the medical Sanin's recovery and knowledge with the human body, she was able to make new bodies for the two with the help of the Rinnegan's powers. Using the Yin and Yang release, they created new bodies that have been enhanced, making them now qualified to face the harsh world of shinobi. After creating the bodies, they transferred Lee and Yakumo's souls to the new ones with the use of some Uzumaki Kenjutsu seals and the Rinnegan's human path. The boy may now use and mold chakra, while the girl's no longer ill. After the operation, they were introduced to Naruto's group. Uzushio Gakure Academy, Monday. It was Monday again. It was a new week for school and the official start of the semester. Kira welcomed her students as the classroom got filled. When the final student arrived, she called for the class attention. Alright, today we have 7 new students that will be joining your class. They are from Otogekure. Since the village is still new and are still developing, they will be the first batch of students from their village that will study here. It's like a foreign student going to another village. They are like the Sabaka siblings. Let us give them a warm welcome and make sure they'll feel comfortable with us, Kira said as she motioned for the said 7 to stand up. Please introduce yourselves. The only female in the group was the first to speak. Hello, good morning. I am Tsuchi-kin. She caught Naruto's eye and blushed crimson red. Hinata, Cheyenne, Temari, and Yakumo noticed this and glared at the girl. Tayuya simply rolled her eyes as she felt the killing intent directed to Kin by the 4. Next was the boy who had long spiky hair. Hello? My name is Abumizaku. Good morning, everyone. I am Kinyuta Dosu. The one with bandages all over his face except his left eye said while bowing. I'm Jirobo. I do not have a family name, the fat one said. I'm Kidamaru. Like Jirobo, I also have no family name, the tall one said. I am Sakan, said the silver-haired guy. And I am Yukon, said the other one. The two then stood with their backs on each other and said, and together, we are the awesome Silver Twins, they both said while doing the peace sign, making the others sweat drop. Kira simply chuckled at the two. Do twins always say the same thing? Naruto wondered as he remembered his siblings. Yes, they do, Kurama said. For the sake of the new students, Kira also had the rest of the class introduce themselves. After the introduction, the class began with their morning exercises. They were taught by the former priestess Miroku in history, and then by Kira again in fuinjutsu. They were still mastering writing the correct strokes for the basic symbols and sealing. Tuesday. Weapons Mastery Grade 1 class. Good afternoon, class. I am Kyoki. I will be your sensei in this subject. Let us begin with introducing ourselves. I'll go first. I am Uzumaki Kyoki. I am a master of all weapons. I started teaching in the academy 3 months after the Iwa Kumokuri attack. My favorite weapon is the Naginata. Like most Uzumakis, my main affinity is water while my second is lightning. My goal as of now is for you to become masters of weapons. Kyoki then began to call everyone and had them stand in front and introduce themselves. After the introduction, she began with the lesson. A weapon is an important tool for a ninja. It could greatly help someone a lot when he or she gets in on a tight situation and cannot use chakra at the moment. As stated in our laws, civilians are also taught to fight and master their own chosen kind of weapon. For us shinobi, we have the advantage to enhance these weapons by adding chakra. But for now, we will simply begin with getting familiar with each kind of weapon. You will be taught to apply chakra with them on your next year. Once you are able to wield all even at an adept level, you will be prompted to choose 2 weapons that you will use in your shinobi life. A primary weapon that you should be a master of and a secondary weapon you're also better with the other weapons. While learning your chosen weapons, you will of course train with the basics with the kunai as the basic melee weapon and the shuriken, or throwing stars, for the thrown ones. Kunai, also, can be used for throwing. The last for the basic weapon throwing is the senbon needles. Senbon needles are usually used for disabling enemies from a hidden location. They are usually used by medic neens but even can be deadly when a non-medic has great proficiency with it. Before I allow you to have your hands on these weapons, we are going to watch our chunins demonstrate their own unique battle styles and play with their chosen weapons. The entrance of their dojo then opened, and in came about 20 chunins. Among them were Naruto's twin siblings. Miho and Mio will be the first pair to demonstrate their battle style with their favorite weapon. For Miho, she is a master of the war fans while Mio is a master of the tonfa. Miho's main affinities are water and wind. She has the ice release. Mio's main affinities are fire and wind. He has the blaze release. Miho. Please begin. The twins then went to the middle and bowed. They began their dance with their backs on each other. First they demonstrated the kata step by step and then continuous after. After the kata, the twins created water clones and ordered them to attack. The clones outnumbered them 20-1. On the first wave, the twins defended themselves with just using their weapons by deflecting and countering. Miho was the one deflecting the attacks with her fan and redirecting them to her twin, making him the one to kill the opponent. Sometimes Mio will do the same, allowing Miho to slash at the enemies with her fan, killing them off. After defeating the clones, they created more and this time, they were outnumbered 30-1. Miho raised her fans in a defensive stance while Mio went on an offensive stance. As the clones gathered around them on a circle, Miho channeled her chakra and coated her fans with wind, while Mio coated his tonfas with fire. The clones then started throwing weapons at them. Miho moved her arms and motioned her arms in a circle. Futon Wind Dome! The wind dome caused the thrown weapons at them to bounce back in every direction, now twice the force of the throw, dispelling some of the clones that got hit. While the wind dome was still active, Mio then thrusted his tonfas outward. Katan, fire cannons! Blasts of fire came out of the dome and hit dispelled more clones. Because of the wind, the fire cannons became stronger and bigger. The twins then decided to go on the offensive. Miho began to twirl her fans and made flicking motions. Hyuga fan bullets! Simultaneously, Mio made an X formation with his tonfas and thrusted those outwards. Enten, tonfa bullets! Hundreds of ice and fire bullets pelted the clones, dispelling the remaining half. The twins decided to finish of the battle by going back to back and crossing their arms. They held it outwards and made spherical motions with their weapons. At first a ball of compressed wind covered the two of them. Then came out 4 dragons, 2 of them made of ice, and the other made of fire. The dragons made a protective circle on the sphere while also lashing out like a whip. The clones then began to scatter and prepared to defend themselves. The sphere caused the twins to hover above the ground for 3 inches. Then they called out their technique. Collaboration technique, Dance of the Ice and Fire Dragons. With the name of the jutsu called, the ball of sphere with them inside came at the clones and destroying them. The jutsu was based on the Yondaime Hokage's Rasengan. The twins upgraded it by adding their chakra affinities. With them inside the huge compressed sphere of wind, they destroyed everything in their path with the dragons, burning their enemies with fire and ice. The whole class watched in amazement as the sphere quickly bounded at one after another clone, completely destroying them. Half of the clones that got hit became solid statues and then exploded afterwards. The other half that got hit by the flames was incinerated into ash. When the jutsu died out, the twins returned to the middle and bowed. The class stood up clapping, very amazed with the dance they just watched. That was amazing, Nei-chan, Ni-san! Naruto called to his siblings while his eyes shined with admiration. Thank you, Naruto-kun! Thank you, everyone! Kyoki-sensei, thank you for having us here demonstrate. The twins both said before they went to the side. Kyoki then called for the other chunins to show their katas and their techniques. After the demonstration, the whole class was now very excited to get their hands on with the weapons. Most of them while watching already got an idea which weapon they'd make as their primary. Taijutsu class. The grade 1 students sat in the field waiting for their sensei to begin. Their sensei was actually old but only looked like he was in his 30s. He was wearing red-plated samurai armor and carried an odachi on his back. He was huge and had a warrior build. His medium-length hair was tied in a ponytail and the tattoo of the Uzumaki Clan was visible on his back. Good afternoon, class. I am Uzumaki Kaze. I will be your sensei in taijutsu. A little information about myself. I am a veteran samurai and fought back during the warring era. I cannot use chakra during my younger years. But thanks to the powers of the Rinnegan, I was finally able to unlock it when I turned 21. Even though I have unlocked my chakra systems now, I usually use it only for taijutsu as I have mastered it when I was only a chunin. I have also mastered using the 8 inner gates up to its maximum level without dying. If you wish to become a taijutsu master, feel free to approach me. I'll gladly have you as my apprentice. Rock Lee listened to Kaze with rapt attention. His respect for his new sensei just doubled, knowing that he could not use chakra before. Lee decided that he'll become a taijutsu master. With his chakra unlocked, his taijutsu will become more powerful tenfold. He was interested about the 8 inner gates. He still had no idea about it, but he felt like it would be good for him to learn. Since you have your pee every morning, it is now my duty to level some things up, Kaze said while he smiled sadistically, making his students gulp. He took out several scrolls from his pocket and laid them on the floor. He performed a single hand seal and then there were poofs of smoke. When the smoke cleared, the students had to cover their eyes as the things the scrolls produced reflected the sunlight. Sensei, what are these? One student asked. Kaze smiled and pointed at the metallic things. These are weights. Now that you are students of the Uzushio Gakure Academy, you will now wear these every day until you graduate. Let me explain how these things work. When you're not wearing them, they are silver and are shiny. When you put them on, they blend in with the clothing you're wearing. There are 7 levels. The first one is white. The weight will vary on your body weight. White is 2 times your weight. Once you've gotten used to the weight, it will automatically adjust to the second level. The second level's yellow, which is 4 times the weight. Next is green, 8 times the weight. Next is blue, 16 times. Next is purple, 32 times. Next is red, 64 times. That last level is black, which is 128. Now, if you think that's easy, it's not. You're going to have a set, 2 for your legs, 2 for your arms, and 1 for your body. So that's going to be 5 times more the weight, he said as he clapped happily and began handing each student a set. After staggering and trying to stand up, the students were now ready to begin with the training. Look at you all, so cute! You'll become cute little murderers in no time. Now I want you to make 50 laps, 200 repetitions of push-ups, punches, kicks, pull-ups, and crunches, and then we'll spar later so I could see and rate your strengths and weaknesses. Now get moving, my cute little students! Kaze shouted. Before Naruto was brought back to Yuzu, Kaze used to lead a team of Storm. When he learned of the lost maelstrom going to the academy, he asked Kid to leave his Storm duties so that he could teach Naruto and his batch mates. Kid is a very kind and gentle person to the people he cares for. He can be very strict at times and would hit people younger than him in the head with the flat of his blade every time he sees them not acting good. He is a very good disciplinarian, due to his being a former samurai and fighting in the past 2 wars. He watched as his students struggled running and decided to join them with their training. After the session, Kaze gathered his students and gave them an assignment. Your assignment is simple. Do not remove your weights. That's all, dismissed. Wednesday. Chakra Manipulation. Good afternoon, class. I am Uzumaki Ryza. I will be your sensei in chakra manipulation and also elemental manipulation later. Now please stand here in front and introduce yourselves. After the introduction, Rei spoke again. As you have learned already how to meditate and gather chakra on your Monday subject, we will now begin with the basic chakra manipulation skills. For now, we will be doing chakra exercises. What is a chakra exercise? It is an activity we do to improve our chakra control. The higher control we have, the lower the chakra it will require us to perform a jutsu or any chakra-based movement. Chakra exercises also help increase our chakra pool. We'll begin with the basic chakra exercises. She motioned for the class to watch her closely. She then began to walk towards a tree, and instead of crashing onto it, she simply walked vertically up the tree and then horizontally, standing upside down when she reached the topmost branch. This is the tree walking exercise. How you do it is simple. You just focus your chakra on the bottom of your feet and start walking. Remember, too much chakra will cause the tree to explode and make you fall. Too few chakra will not make you attach to the tree and you'll fall faster. Once you've mastered the tree walking and water walking, you will be doing this. Ryza said as she hopped down to the ground and picked up a dozen fallen leaves and placed one on her forehead. The leaf hovered a few centimeters and began spinning. When you've mastered this, you add another leaf, she said as she placed one on the tip of her nose and made it spin as well. After that, you'll add more to wherever part of your body you like. Ryza then held out her hand and had each leaf spin on each tip of her finger. She did the same to her other hand. She stretched out her left foot and also had a leaf spin on her toes. There. Anyway, this will be a bit advanced. Our main goal is for you to master the tree walking and water walking exercises as soon as possible. Because when you're done, you will be doing the leaf balancing while tree walking and water walking. Once you've mastered the leaf balancing, you change the leaf to another thing that is heavier. Senbons, kunais, throwing stars, combat knives, swords, and anything you could think of. When you reach a higher level in the academy, you will be sparring and dodging attacks while performing these chakra exercises. Now, let us get started. Please find yourself a tree and begin walking. Ryza said as she activated the training ground seals and changed the landscape to a forest from an open area. Elemental manipulation. Since you're still building up your chakra pools and still require chakra training, I will be only teaching you the shunshin, or the body flicker, and the kawarimi, or the substitution technique. If you get the grasp of these 2 techniques in 2 hours, we will begin with the basic elemental jutsus after, the fireball, wind twister, lightning spark, earth smash, and water burst. Ryza told the class as she smiled to herself, noticing her students' determined looks on their faces. Good. You're ready. Let us begin practicing performing the hand seals. 2 hours later, the class was once again gathered around their sensei. Well done. I want you to keep on practicing doing the substitution and the shunshin up to the point where you won't need to do the seals. Once you've mastered the 2, I'll teach you how to add chakra elements to your substitution and shunshin. There are 5 types of elements, them being fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water in respective order. Fire is strong against wind, but at the same time, it is weak against water. Wind is strong against lightning but is weak against fire. And so on. Each element has an advantage over another and is weak to another. Ryza took out a scroll from her pocket, and from it came out sheets of paper. These are chakra papers. They react to which main chakra affinity you have. You'll simply focus your chakra on the sheet. If it wrinkles, you have lightning. It will tear in half if you're wind. Burn if you're fire. Get soggy if you're water. And crumble if you're earth. Their sensei handed them 1 chakra paper each and ordered them to focus their chakra on it. Fu surprised everyone when she had 3 results. Her paper split into 2, with one half getting wet and the other half crumbling. The rest of the class had either 1 or 2 main affinities. Naruto got the class and her sensei's whole attention when he channeled his chakra onto his paper. There was a strong gust of wind around the Naruto as his paper split into 4. One burst into flames and turned into fine shiny black powder, the other one became very crumpled, the other got soaking wet, and the last one crumbled into fresh brown soil. Wow! Was the only thing everyone could say and think of. Even their sensei was speechless. It appears that you have the Kekkei Yantuda. Your strong affinity in fire is something I could understand of as it came from me. You have the ability to produce fox fire. If your fire jutsus are stronger than normal, then you probably have the Kekkei go to Yuta, meaning you have all 5 elements as your main affinities. My fire simply made yours stronger. If I'm correct with my theory, then you will be able to produce hellfire due to my fox fire added to your already strong fire affinity, Kurama informed Naruto. Kekkei Yantura and go to Yuta? Asked the boy. Yes. There are 4. 1 being Kekkei Genkai, the lowest, a combination of a person's 2 main affinities. The Kekkei Santo Yuta speaks the name itself. It is a combination of 3 different nature transformations. There are 2 known persons who have this. Mu, the second Uzushio, and Anoki of both scales, the third Uzushio. Their Kekkei Santo Yuta is a combination of fire, wind, and earth with the result of the dust release, or Jintan, particle style. The Kekkei Yantuta is a combination of 4, while the Kekkei Gotoyuta is 5. Your uncle, Rikudo, is a Kekkei Yantuta. Although I'm sure it is a well-kept secret. Only the Uzumaki clan knows about it. I sensed it from him the first time you met them. Since I'm a demon, I would know. You already know how humans acquire a bloodline limit, right? Anyway, the Kekkei Gotoyuta, however, had 1. And that was the first sage of the 6 paths, your ancestor and my father, Hagoromo Otsutsuki. You are the second person I knew who has this. Kurama explained. Wow. Naruto thought. You have the Kekkei Gotoyuta, Raiza remarked. She then explained to her students the same thing Kurama told Naruto just now. If they were amazed with Fu having 3, everyone was now looking at Naruto with a new light. They were now more astonished with the boy. This boy is just full of surprises. Most people would think that this is the god's way of compensating for his awful life in Konoha, Raiza thought. On the happy note, I can teach him every jutsu I know. Kushina-sensei will be delighted when she hears of this. Recovering from her shock, the teacher spoke again. Alright. Now that you know your affinities, I will be showing you the basic jutsu for your respective affinity, she said as she made shadow clones. Follow 1 clone each and they will teach you your jutsu. The original Raiza approached Naruto and began to teach him all 5 elements basic jutsus. When it was time for the class to dismiss, Raiza gathered her students once again. Good job today, class. I will see you next week. For your assignment, I want you to keep on practicing performing hand seals. Here's a hint. Perform all 12 hand seals consecutively, going from a slow pace to a faster pace. Stay with the pace where you won't make a mistake and increase the pace when you're no longer committing errors with the current pace. Dismissed. Hi. Thank you, sensei. The class chorused. Thursday. Summoning class? Good morning, class. I am Uzumaki Chihiro. I will be your sensei in summoning. What we're going to do in this subject is we'll practice fighting alongside our summons. Do not worry, I will be helping you supply for the required chakra to summon your partner. Once you have summoned your partners, you will introduce yourselves to the class. Since most people in the class were Uzumakis, only a few required assistance. Once they have summoned their partners and introduced themselves, they began with the training. Naruto once again got his classmates stunned when he summoned Watatsumi, the king of dragons. Even Chihiro had his jaw on the floor as he did not expect this. I guess I overdid it. Naruto mumbled, scratching his head. He was standing on top of the dragon's head. Yes, you did. The dragon chuckled. Try summoning a regular dragon. We will be doing our training together back in Terra every weekend, as time is different there from here. Watatsumi said as he looked around and found members of his clan with their partners, quickly understanding the situation. Right. I'll see you again later this week. Do well in your training. Goodbye. The Dragon King said as he poofed back to Terra. Naruto then focused less chakra and summoned another dragon. He was able to summon Akira this time. I've heard about the kid having the Kekkei this one. Him being the summoner of Watatsumi-sama. He really is full of surprises. I'll do my best to teach him everything I know. Chihiro thought as he observed Naruto's newly summoned dragon. He was even able to summon one of the Dragon Clan's generals after summoning their king. And yet he's still standing like it was nothing. Amazing. The students' current objective was mastering the fighting style of their summons. Once they have mastered it, they will be sparring alongside them and against them. In the coming years they will be practicing performing collaboration techniques with their summons. Kenjutsu class. Welcome to the dance class. You already know me, so we'll skip the introductions and get on with the lesson right away, Kira told her students. Watch closely since I will be doing the kata 5 times only. I want you to memorize the movements quickly. This should be easy for you as this is only the most basic. She then summoned her sword from her seal and demonstrated the kata for the academy style. Always remember, the sword is an extension of your arm. It is a part of your body. When you dance, you move your whole body, and that includes the sword. You murder your enemies gracefully and flawlessly. If your grip on your sword is too tight, it's the same thing as having a numb arm when you fight. Grip it too loose, then you lose your arm. The sword is a part of your body. You need to maintain balance in order to move well. Now let us begin. You will be handling real swords now and not the wooden ones, because wooden swords are for babies. You're soon to be ninjas and you need to feel the real deal. Now go pick up a sword. Quickly now, do not choose. The sword will be the one to pick you. Just take one and get back to your formation. Once the students have gotten their swords, they stood in a loose formation so they will not hit each other. Good. Now, have both your palms sliced, and smear the blood on the flat sides of the blade. Do not worry, you'll heal quickly. Once you're done smearing the blood, hold the sword and position yourself with the basic stance. Make sure you do the proper posture and position of the sword. Follow my lead. The students then did as told and watched their sensei. The stance was simple. The right foot was ahead of the body forward while the left foot was at the back. The distance between was 1 foot. The arms lowered, holding the sword with its tip raised on a 20-degree angle. Good. Now channel your chakra to the sword. The students then concentrated and channeled their chakra to the blade. They were surprised when the whole sword began to change form. Kira then began to explain. Those swords you're holding have been applied with seals. When you smeared your blood on it, you signed the contract. When you channeled your chakra on it, you activated the contract. It took your body measurements and weight, and changed form to suit your style. You will notice that the balance, weight, and grip are now perfect, unlike earlier. You feel now more comfortable holding it due to the seal adjusting the sword for you. Some of you had short swords, normal length swords, long swords, broadswords, and even split into two for dual wielding. The swords are now yours. Those are my gift for you. You will be using these swords for about a month until you have your own sword or set of swords forged. Just show these current swords to the smith so they could get the necessary measurements. For the month, we will practice with the basic thrusts, slashes, swings, stabs, and other movements. After the class, Naruto approached his sensei and asked about a certain sword fighting style. Yes, Naruto? Sensei. There is this style I want to try. I'll be requiring 2 more sets. Can I have 2 more of the swords? So you want 6 swords in total? Kira asked as she eyed her student's first pair. Yes. Alright then. She smiled, patting the boy's head. Naruto smiled and took 2 swords that do not have a contract yet. He did the same thing earlier, and once he finished with the ritual, he now had 6 swords in total. I'd like a demonstration of this style you're talking about. Hi! Kira then activated the seals on the dojo and 30 dummies appeared from the ground. Whenever you're ready, begin. Naruto nodded and threw the swords in the air. He caught one with his mouth, the blade on his right side. He caught another one with his right hand, holding it in a back hold with his arm forward on a 45-degree angle, meaning the blade also facing his right side. He caught the third with his left hand in a back hold as well in a 45-degree angle. The fourth blade was caught between his left leg and hip, held near his waist, facing the outside left. He was in a slight crouching position with his left knee raised, the fifth sword held behind it, also facing the left outside. The last sword was placed behind his right knee, facing the right outside. Kira's eyes widened as she had never seen or read about the stance Naruto was doing. She watched closely as the boy nodded to her and began attacking the dummies. Unnoticed by Naruto, all of his classmates have stayed behind when they heard him talk to their sensei and got curious, so they decided to watch the lost maelstrom. Naruto attacked the dummies with random strikes. He was spinning to the left, right, upwards, and downwards while also kicking the dummies to lift him to the air or simply give him a speed boost as he hit another dummy that was nearby. Kira tried to read his movements but could not make a pattern as the dance moves were completely random. In less than 2 minutes, all dummies have been sliced off. Sensei, I would like to test with attacking dummies, Naruto said with his sword still on his mouth. Kira nodded and cleared the destroyed dummies and replaced them with moving dummies. The dummies were now wielding wooden swords and were making attacking motions. She then nodded to Naruto to start. Naruto did the same thing he did earlier with the unmoving dummies. Kira noticed that the boy's random movements also allow him to defend himself at all sides while he attacked and parried the dummies. In about 4 minutes, all 30 dummies were annihilated. The sensei was making calculations in her mind and figured that once Naruto had mastered the style, he could spin and move around faster and destroy more dummies in a short time. She snapped out of her reverie when Naruto once again threw the swords in the air and gracefully caught all 6. That was impressive. Where did you learn that? I've never seen that style before, Kira remarked. Naruto's classmates, whom he's noticed now, were also gaping at him and were curious as to where he learned the style. He simply shrugged and answered his sensei honestly. Actually, sensei, I just thought of the style earlier while we were practicing the katas. I wondered to myself what if the movements were totally at random. So I devised a style and main stance for it. When the class ended, I finally completed in my mind on how to do it, and so I asked you. So you're saying you just made up that style today and while we were also doing our lessons? Yes, Naruto replied. He shifted uncomfortably under his sensei's piercing gaze. How long have you been dancing with a sword? I just held my first swords today. I've been reading scrolls for some katas and stances, but today's the first time I actually got my hands on a sword. Kira could not help but show her excitement as she kept on muttering the words, genius, amazing, and totally unpredictable. Suddenly, she grabbed the boy into a hug. Come here, you, she said as she squeezed the boy's head against her chest. Oh, you little genius, you! She then released the boy and kneeled in front of him, holding his shoulders. So, do you have a name for it? I just thought of a name. The Dance of Six Deaths, Naruto said as he made an I got it pose. Kira clapped happily and half-dragged and carried the boy outside the dojo. Class dismissed, she shouted, not looking back at her students who were still awestruck. Sensei, where are we going? We're going to see the Uzukage and show it to your family. I'm sure they will be proud. Since you invented this style, it will be placed on your logbook under your achievements. Unknown to Naruto, his twin siblings were still taking pictures and videos of him for his album. Miho and Mio were very impressed and could not wait to inform their parents and older siblings. They followed Kira and Naruto and realized they were also headed to the Uzukage's office. Uzukage office. Uzukage-sama! Kushina and Minato looked up as the door burst open and Kira along with Naruto came barging in. They noticed that the Kenjutsu teacher was very excited. Sensei! It's Naruto! Kira said as she dragged the boy in front of his parents and began squeezing him to a hug. She then released the boy and patted his head. Kushina and Minato could not help but smile as they watched Kira look very thrilled. He just created his very own Kenjutsu style, she half-shouted. She then activated her Rinnegan and showed them the memory. After watching, Kushina grabbed her son and smothered him into a hug. Minato was smiling wide and was ruffling his son's hair. That was very impressive, Naruto-kun. We're so proud of you, they both said. Naruto was just speechless as he blushed to his parents' praise. Kushina could not keep her excitement and wait for dinner, so she called for Kid, Erasure, Tsunade, Minako, Narumi, Miho, and Mio to the office and asked Kira to show them the memory. After a lot of praising and congratulations, Kushina finally took a scroll and began sealing and writing down the information about the technique and drew the main battle stance. The scroll was then labeled, The Dance of Six Deaths by Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, the Lost Maelstrom. Kushina told her son that she will be the one to personally train him in Kenjutsu, like she taught his siblings. Now, go back to the mansion and get some rest. We're having a celebration dinner later, Kushina informed her son. The boy then kissed his parents and grandmother before leaving the office. A day before, we found out that he had the Keki Go to Yuta, Erasure started. And now this, he just created his own sword fighting style at the age of 5. Who knows? He probably has the Mokutan as well, Kid half-joked, making the others laugh. Oh yes. Who knows? That boy is full of surprises, Tsunade said. Indeed. So, what are we having for dinner? Minato asked. Aside from ramen, what else? Erasure interrupted, knowing that her daughter would undoubtedly say ramen. Let's just order for a huge feast from the Golden Whirlpool Dragon and have the food delivered to the mansion. We'll let them handle the choice of food, Kushina said. Of course, I'm also ordering huge bowls of ramen from Ichiraku's. I'm thinking of inviting them as well and Naruto's friends. Kid then took out a notepad and began scribbling on it. What are you writing? Kushina asked her brother curiously. Oh, just the materials for Naruto's sword. I'm having a squad look for the rare materials from different countries. It will be a perfect gift for him on his birthday. I was thinking of the same thing. If we show the memory to Mei-chan and Rikudo, they'll surely think of giving him a sword as a gift as well. Yes. We could chip in the money required for the materials, Erasure said. Minato then peered over to Kid's notes. This will be expensive, he noted. It doesn't matter. It's for Naruchan's birthday gift, Kushina said. The rarest alchemy materials from the land of snow, fire, water, lightning, earth, and wind. These will cost 15 to 20 million yen depending if we get a discount. It's a good thing the daimyo of the land of metal agreed to our proposed alliance. We'll get the purest, strongest, and lightest metal alloy from them. The land still owes us a great amount. We can have the other materials for free, Erishur said. We'll strengthen the swords even further with seals once they're forged. Tsunade finished. Finally coming to an agreement, they sent 6 squads to go to the said 6 countries to look for the rare elemental materials needed to make the swords. Naruto's sword's elemental affinities will be ice, fire, water, wind, lightning, and earth. They also sent a letter to Mei and Kiri and to the daimyo of the land of metal, informing them that the swords will be for Naruto's birthday gift. Kushina also sealed a video copy of the memory into a scroll to show Mei Naruto's invented style. That night, the family had a celebration for Naruto's newest achievement. All of Naruto's friends have been invited. The Sabaku siblings, Hinata, Sasuke, Lee Yakumo, Fu Shion, the priestess Miroku, Karen, and even Taiyuya were present. Orochimaru, Team Dosu, and the Sound Four were also present, and lastly, of course, Ayam and Tuchi. The next day, Friday. Uzushio Gakure Academy. Medical Ninjutsu class for grade 1. That morning in their P class, Naruto was approached by all of his classmates and congratulated him for his achievement. Even their sensei, Kaze, approached Naruto to congratulate him personally and offered his assistance for kenjutsu training should he require it. Even though the boy's mother was a master in kenjutsu, he could still teach him the way of the samurai. When the time for their medical ninjutsu class started, their sensei was excited to see Naruto. Of course, their teacher for the subject was Shizun, Tsunade's apprentice. Naruto's grandmother most likely informed her. She also congratulated the boy before getting started with the lesson. Alright. Good morning everyone, I am Kato Shizun, apprentice of the medic Sannin, Senju Tsunade. I will be your sensei for this subject until your grade 3. Please stand in the middle and introduce yourselves. After the introduction, Shizun went on lecture mode. Medic knowledge is very important to a ninja. Back in the war, the rate of death is very high due to the lack of ninjas who are able to perform medical ninjutsu. When the greatest medical nin, Senju Tsunade, proposed a program of it to Konoha, it was declined by the Sandaime. The Uzumaki Clan, however, saw the great benefit of this and added it to the academy's curriculum. With our ninjas knowing medical ninjutsu, our death rate will be very low to none at all when they're sent to missions. For 3 months, we will be learning and memorizing the human anatomy while also learning the first aid, basic antidotes and medicines, and identifying the correct herbs and plants that is harmful or a medicine to the body. Shizun then took out a huge chart and began explaining. After explaining the human structure, she showed them samples and vials of basic poisons and the antidotes for them. Genjutsu class. Hello, good afternoon. I am Uzumaki Natsuki. I will be your sensei in Genjutsu. Please introduce yourselves before we get started. After the introduction, Natsuki was eager to inform Yakumo Kurama that she wanted her to be her apprentice. She knew how powerful the clan was in Genjutsu and wanted Yakumo to use her talents to their maximum and master the art. Genjutsu, or illusionary techniques, are types of techniques that also require chakra. When a person is trapped in it, he or she is brought to a false world. A strong Genjutsu can make the victim believe that the events that are happening are real. A Genjutsu can be also made multi-layered. Should a person break free from the first layer, there will be a backup or backups to keep the victim trapped. How does one break free from a Genjutsu? The victim must concentrate and gather chakra and flare it. A victim can also be freed by an outer source. If the chakra scent is strong enough to disrupt the victim's chakra flow, then the person will be freed. Jinchurikis, if friends with their tailed beasts, are automatically immune to Genjutsu without even training on countering it. For now I will be teaching you basic Genjutsus and will put you under it within the day. I won't tell you when or how many times you'll be under it. It is up to you to find out and break free. 1 week later. Naruto and his friends were currently eating at Ichiraku's and were conversing with Ayam. They finished their Genjutsu class and were dismissed 3 hours ago. After eating and some talking, the others excused themselves to go home and rest, until it was only Naruto left in the restaurant. He continued talking with the chef's daughter. In fact, he started to develop a crush on Ayam. Unlike most people, she treated him as himself and not as the lost maelstrom. They both enjoyed each other's company. When it was time for the boy to go, Ayam gave him a takeout bowl of ramen. Naruto thanked her and his dad and walked back to the mansion. It was already hours past nightfall. It was already dark. Most shops were now starting to close. I'm bored. I don't want to go home yet. I want to do something fun, Naruto thought. Why don't you try sneaking inside your mother's office and taking something? You know, they'll find out about it, and we'll have the Storm and Jounins look for you. It will be good for you to test your stealth skills, Kurama suggested. She too was bored and wanted some action. So she decided that it would be best for her host as it was also a kind of training. She knew Naruto loved training. That sounds fun, Naruto agreed. He then tried to mask his presence and went to the Uzukage's office. When they got there, the two were surprised to find the office empty. Maybe they went on a meeting? Naruto thought as he searched around the desk for something. He checked the cabinet and found a huge scroll. What's this? That's the scroll of sealing from Konoha. It is only a copy. But it would not hurt taking it. You could learn a thing or two from that. Take the scroll and go. Naruto nodded and took off with the scroll. He went to the forest to hide while he waited for his mother to find out and send people after him. He ate the bowl of ramen ayam especially made for him before he opened the scroll. What to learn? What to learn? Shadow clone jutsu. Multiple shadow clone technique. I wonder. Naruto then read. Shadow clone jutsu, a jutsu developed by the Hokage, Senju Tobirama. The jutsu allows to create solid copies of the user. Unlike the basic clone technique, the jutsu is corporeal and not an illusion. The clone can also perform jutsu and the shadow clone jutsu to create more copies of itself. It can also bleed but will usually disperse after getting hit by a strong force. The clones can also dispel on their own or by the original. The clones can also feel the emotions of the original and have a mental link between them, allowing the original to relay information to the clones even at distances. When a clone is dispelled, the memories are transferred to the original and to the other clones. The jutsu was specially made for Uzumaki Clan members. Due to their high chakra reserves, they cannot produce simple clones. This jutsu is considered a B-rank kinjutsu as it is dangerous for non-Uzumaki, or with those who have low reserves to use. Lastly, shadow clones cannot be distinguished from the original even by the Sharingan, Byakugan, or the Rinnegan. Naruto then noticed a note on the bottom part. He figured it was recently written by someone. Note: shadow clones' memories and experience are transferred to the original when dispelled. Perfect. Time to learn this. An hour after, Naruto finally mastered the shadow clone technique and the multiple shadow clone technique. He was immediately on the alert when he sensed people. Naruto recently found out that he was a sensor. He asked Kurama about it, and the fox told him that the ability did not come from her. Meaning he was really born with sensory abilities. With Kurama's ability to detect negative emotions, he used its advantage to detect people and especially enemies faster. Finally! They're here. The boy then started off running towards the searcher's position. Hey, Naruto-kun! You're going the wrong way! What are you doing? Naruto did not respond and simply smirked. He ran straight for the large group of storm operatives with another big group of jonins. He figured out that they were just receiving their orders. And he was right. Just before they scattered, Naruto appeared in front of them. Immediately, the boy was surrounded. Please surrender the scroll and come with us to the office, the leader said. Naruto chuckled and made a hand sign. Tajikage Bunshin no Jutsu. Thousands of Naruto clones appeared and scattered in all different directions. And there goes your stealth training. Kurama sighed. Oh shit. The leader muttered, finally understanding what was going on. Not again, groaned the others as they too understood. Those who were new storm members gave confused looks. It's a kind of tradition for all Uzukage's children. I'll explain after. For now we need to find him fast, the leader said before taking off. The others just sighed and chased after the clones to look for the original. Meanwhile, the original Naruto shunshined back to the Uzukage's office and returned the scroll. Then he shunshined to the mansion and hid in his room. Kurama was howling in laughter while Naruto tried to remain silent. He muffled his laughter with a pillow and later fell asleep. Uzukage's mansion balcony. Erasure, Tsunade, Kid, Minato, Kushina, and Naruto's siblings were all in the balcony watching. Erasure and the others were on the ground laughing out loud. Bowahaha! He did it! He did it! Exclaimed the old man between fits of laughter. Oh, that was the best. Going right in front of them, and then creating thousands of clones. Ha ha! Tsunade laughed. The Uzukage and the other family members actually knew about Naruto sneaking in the office and taking the scroll as Miroku informed them earlier. Erasure remembered the time when he was still Uzukage, and the same thing happened to his children. In different times, Kushina, Kid, and Mei also sneaked in the office and took the scroll of sealing. He simply let them do it to improve their stealth skills. When he was a child, he did the same thing when his mother was still Uzukage. Kushina let the same thing happen to her other children. Although this was the first time her child showed up in front of everyone and then did the multiple shadow clone before returning the scroll back to the office and then hiding in the mansion. "Oh, this is going to be a long night for my men," Kid said between coughs of laughter. "Ha ha! Time to make bets," Minato said. "Let's see if Naruto-kun can beat my record. I still have the longest time before getting caught after all. 7 hours and 10 minutes, Kushina bragged. The family then made bets. The winner gets treated to ramen for free in a week. The next morning, Naruto woke up feeling great, although he was starving. Mastering and creating 3,000 shadow clones had been very taxing. He was lucky to have felt the fatigue when he got to his bed. He then went out of his room and looked for his family. He sensed them all gathered at the balcony. When he reached the balcony, he wondered why they looked like they sat there camping for the night. They were asleep. "Ka-chan? Tu-chan? What's going on?" Naruto asked, waking them up. "Oh, it's you, Naru-chan," Kushina said, still a bit sleepy. "What's going on?" Before anyone could answer, the leader for Naruto's search appeared in a water shunshin to report to Kid. "Kid-sama. We still haven't found him. We estimated the clone's number to 10,000. We dash." The storm stopped, finally noticing Naruto, who was still confused. The storm quickly tapped a restriction seal on the boy's forehead and waited for it to dispel. When it remained, he realized it was the real Naruto. "Sigh. I finally found you. By the order of the Uzukage, you are to come with me to the Uzukage's office and return what was taken." What is he talking about? Naruto thought for a moment. Then he remembered and could not help but laugh. "Ha! But the scroll's been there overnight. I returned it right after I produced the clones. Ha! What? What?" The storm half asked, half shouted. Then he facepalmed himself and started laughing. "Finally caught up, huh?" Kid said as he too was laughing. The whole family was laughing. "Call off the search. You will all receive a D-rank's pay," Kushina said between giggles. "Hi. Thank you, Uzukage-sama." He bowed to the others and left to call off the search. "Wow. So they were looking for me for the whole night until this morning?" Naruto asked. "Yes," they all replied. "Wow. Yeah. Ha ha. Ha ha. Well done, Naruto-kun," Erasure said, patting his grandson. 10 hours and 10 minutes. And that was because he wasn't aware they were still looking for him. The search would have gone longer if he didn't come in time to report, Kid said, reminding the others. "Wow. Just so you know, there are still about 2,700 clones remaining," Naruto informed them as he sensed his clones. Most of them were hiding while the others were running away from Storm. He mentally ordered them to dispel one by one every 1 minute. What? Kushina, upon realizing something, shouted. "I lost to Naruto-kun. My baby beat my record," she wailed, although also feeling proud. Now. Time for breakfast. Let's go back to the house," Tsunade said, motioning for everyone to walk to the dining room. Time skip, about 2 years later. After that incident, Naruto used the shadow clones to his advantage to speed up his training. His family told him to keep the special use of the shadow clone a secret. So he did. His chakra reserves have gone larger and still continue to build up. Thanks to his lessons in the academy, he also had more control in chakra now. His grandmother, Tsunade, gave him chakra control lessons during the weekends while his mother, Kira, and Kaze helped him with his kenjutsu. Minato, Minako, and Narumi helped him with elemental manipulation. Although he was immune to genjutsu, his aunt Natsuki still tutored him on the subject every weekends and told him to invent his own genjutsu techniques. Mio and Miho helped him with the other subjects, as well as weapons mastery. Aside from the six-sword style, he had chosen the bow's staff as his secondary weapon. Naruto received his elemental swords on his 6th birthday. The fire sword was a gift from his Aunt Mei and Uncle Rikudo. The ice sword was a gift from his 4 siblings. The wind sword was from his father, and the water sword from his mother. The earth sword was from Tsunade, and the lightning sword was from Erasure. He still hasn't decided names for his swords. He got his elemental bow staff from his Aunt Natsuki, also a birthday gift, and named it Stunner. About 3 months after they started at the academy, Sasuke finally awoke his Sharingan due to the heavy training they'd been taking. Tobi taught him about the Sharingan and their clan's family jutsus during the weekends. Rock Lee, on the other hand, had chosen to become a taijutsu master. He was apprenticed to the veteran samurai Kaze, and received whole-day lessons every Saturday. For his weapon of choice, he had the nunchakus. He was also taught by Tsunade every Friday afternoon the same technique she uses to enhance her physical attacks. Since Lee will be using mainly taijutsu, it was a great idea to combine monster strength to it. Kurama Yakumo was taught by Natsuki in genjutsu. She made great progress within 2 years. She was also able to invent 2 of her own genjutsu: the burning coffin burial and the poison ivy entanglement. Her jutsus had been added to her achievements record and got the first jutsu classified as an A rank, while the second one being B rank. 7 months after getting his seal fixed, Gaara finally managed to make friends with Shikaku. The one-tailed demon helped him and his siblings train and taught them the Suna's long-forgotten techniques, the ones that were used before the First Shinobi War. Fu's friendship with Chome also got stronger. The seven-tailed demon taught her jutsus from her old village, Takigakure, and started training the girl using demon chakra. In Konoha, Neji was made the new Hyuga heir after Hanabi's kidnapping. Unknown to them, the girl was also brought to Uzushio Gakure and got reunited with her sister, Hinata, and their mother, Hitomi. Their mother had them use the name Uzumaki as it was their birthright, and was no longer affiliated with the Hyugas. Hitomi was brought back to life with the use of the Shinigami masks 9 months after Tsunade's recovery. Hinata and Hanabi received training with their Byakugan from their mother. Cheyenne was also doing great in her training. Naruto found an interesting way to counter the girl's seeing of people's deaths. The boy suggested they use a blood clone, and had it die the same way she saw the person die in her vision. It proved effective when Cheyenne saw Hanabi's death when she was being taken from Konoha. After that incident, kids their age no longer feared Cheyenne and her visions. The girl had more friends. Miroku and Cheyenne were very thankful of Naruto for his ingenious idea, making Cheyenne's crush and respect for the boy increase. Karen received training from Narumi and sometimes Kushina. They found out that she too possessed a strong ability for the Uzumaki chakra chains. They also found out that she was a strong sensor. Karen also received apprenticeship to Tsunade in medical ninjutsu. Lastly, Tayuya finally opened up with the group and became friends with Naruto and his friends. Although there were times she acted irate whenever girls fawned over Naruto. Tayuya also established a good relationship with the sound students due to her love playing the flute and using genjutsu with it, the same way King uses bells tied on her senbons. Minako and Narumi formally took their seats as the Uzukages in Nyozu. The island was now surrounded by strong whirlpools and was also covered by thousands of seals, including demon restriction seals. The people living there started learning the shinobi arts and received the new technologies from the mainland Uzushio Gakure. Otogakure also finished its construction and finally became considered a minor village. With its secret alliance with Suna and Yuzu, Oto continued to steadily grow stronger. In the Land of Rain, the Akatsuki finally managed to defeat Hanzo and his followers. Within 2 months after their arrival, they quickly managed to recruit people to their cause and found the rebels. More than 90% of Ame sided with the Akatsuki and wanted the current leader dead. After 15 months of closed rebellion, they finally came into the open and fought the leader and his followers. All of those who opposed Akatsuki had been mercilessly killed. With Nagato as the new leader, he had the city rebuilt and got it blooming within 3 months with the help of Yahiko and Konin. All people of Amegakure were now sworn into secrecy and were very loyal to their new leader. 3 more months later, the Land of Rain had a change of name. Ame was now called as the Nyozu's third city. For the outsiders, they still thought that the place was still called Amegakure. The third city was heavily protected by seals. No spy was able to enter the village. Whenever they tried, they simply exploded into blood and gore as they neared the village borders. Uzukage Mansion. It was early in the morning, and Naruto was still sleeping in his room. Today was his 7th birthday. He was awoken from his sleep when he hit his head on something hard when he turned. Naruto's eyes flew open and found himself in what looked like a small jungle. He rubbed his eyes and realized he was still in his room. His bed had been turned over and saw a huge tree trunk on its stead. He realized it was the hard thing he hit his head with. There were tree branches all over his room and vines crawling on the walls. Naruto was now starting to panic and tried to call on Kurama to ask her if he was under some kind of genjutsu. When he got no response, he lost it. He freaked out and tried to stand up but could not as there were tree branches and vines. Kei-chan! Tio-yu-chan! Naruto shouted in a high-pitched voice. He was very scared now. Kei-chan! Tio-yu-chan! Ba-chan! Oji-chan! Aya! No more than 10 seconds later the door was blasted from its hinges, also destroying the tree branches that were near. The room instantly got filled with very strong killer intent as 6 Kage-level shinobi burst and followed by 2 squads of Storm. More people came in, Naruto's siblings coming into view behind the Storm squads. What's this? Minako asked as he observed the room. Tree branches, Narumi muttered. I don't sense anyone unfriendly. There's no sign of intruder, Erishir informed them. The old man was a sensory type and made a 100-kilometer scan. Naruto-kun, what happened? Tsunade asked as they tried to remove the branches. I don't know. I woke up when I hit my head on this tree trunk. When I tried to contact Kurama and ask her if this was a genjutsu, I got no response. Until now I can't sense her, Naruto said while he tried to stop crying. Sure. It's alright, you're safe, Kushina murmured as she comforted her son. She was the first to get near to the boy. I thought something bad happened. I thought Yuzu got invaded. I thought I was the only one left, Naruto whispered, still crying. Sure. Nothing bad's going to happen to Yuzu and to her people. Kaa-chan promises you that, Kushina said as she kissed the boy's forehead to calm him down. But Kurama. What happened to her? I can't feel her, Naruto said. He felt another pair of arms and saw his grandmother beside him. Naruto stared at the necklace Tsunade was wearing as he noticed it was radiating something and was glowing green. Tsunade noticed the boy staring and was surprised when she noticed its glow. Something flashed to Tsunade's mind and immediately, she removed her necklace and wore it to Naruto's neck. Naruto-kun, channel your chakra and relax. Just relax. You're safe now. We're here, Tsunade murmured. The boy nodded and took deep calming breaths. He closed his eyes and tried to gather chakra. The necklace then started to glow blue and radiated a relaxing aura. After about 10 seconds, the small forest started to disappear. The trees, branches, and vines sunk down to the floor and soon vanished. The damage caused by the mini-forest started to repair. When he opened his eyes, he found his room back to normal and sensed Kurama's presence once again. Mokutan, Tsunade whispered. You have Mokutan.